Volume 10, Chapter 450. It's a human, I think. Kyle's body felt weightless after he passed out, and the blinding light of one of the holes enveloped him from all sides. The swirling motion made his stomach churn, and after what felt like forever, his body was finally ejected out from the other end of the hole with a thunderous rumble. The sudden sound startled him awake, causing him to gasp for air and blink his eyes wide open, desperately trying to make sense of his new surroundings. At that moment, he was captivated by a mesmerizing sight, the countless stars shimmering in the dark expanse of space. However, he couldn't fully appreciate it as the powerful ejection propelled him further into an unknown destination within the vastness of space. He gritted his teeth and tried to stop himself to balance himself in midair, but the force was just too strong. In the end, he spread out his flames, now that they had stopped dissipating because he had left the ethereal tunnel. The icy flames engulfed his body entirely as he was propelled backward, but when he forcefully turned around and saw a massive planet looming behind him, his racing heart almost stopped for a second. Oh shit. If I crash now, my remaining bones will surely break too. Kyle cursed the entire universe in his mind and used all his divine energy to create multiple layers of ice armor around his body. Then he buried his face and head inside his arms and braced himself for the impending impact, which he was certain would be excruciatingly painful. The air around him started to get hotter, even though he was surrounded by the icy flames. But the moment he passed through the outer boundary of the planet, his face turned pale as the smell of blood and flesh assaulted his nose from all directions. It was so repulsive that it made him gag. Kyle quickly shut down his senses, or else he knew he would pass out again from the stench alone. Right now, he wasn't really in a position where he could properly check his surroundings. After a while, his body crashed onto a solid surface, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere from the impact. Just like he thought, the impact was so strong that the ground beneath him caved in. Moments later, the dust finally started to settle and he coughed up blood, his vision spinning from the whole ordeal. Pain was shooting through his entire body, and he couldn't even move his limbs while he lay inside the collapsed ground. It made his already blurry vision even worse. Kyle let out a faint cry and dug his nails into his palms to stay conscious. One of his trembling hands tried to grab some healing potions from his mind space, but they slipped from his grasp and dropped onto his chest. However, he clenched his jaw and used the mana in his body to shatter the glass vials above him. The green liquid slowly trickled down his body, and he winced in even more pain as it started to heal his injuries. His breathing started to calm down as some of the injuries started to heal. Kyle closed his eyes tightly, and after a while, he gathered some strength to grab a few more healing potions from his mind space to drink them this time. The liquid trickled down his throat and he let out a sharp breath. I swear, I'm fucking going to tear the person into thousands of pieces who made me go through all this. Shit, his eyes shone brightly with anger as he glanced at his battered condition. The healing potions were healing his injuries, but he knew it would take at least an hour for him to recover completely. It's rare for him to suffer so much, except for the time when the soul-eating artifact ate his soul. But now he couldn't help but glance at his luck state again and again. Did his luck take a nosedive for some reason? Why on earth was he suffering so much? For fuck's sake, didn't he get the nature's favorite unique skill after his luck stat increased? So why the hell is this happening? Kyle's thoughts came to a screeching halt when he saw a pair of crimson, beady eyes outside the spot where his body was sprawled out like a starfish. Oh crap! He forgot to keep an eye on his surroundings because he blocked his senses due to the gross smell. In an instant, Kyle held his breath and stayed completely still, hoping the white earring in his ear, which had been pretty useless recently, would hide his presence because he could sense the owner of the beady eyes wasn't strong. But he knew he had caused quite a commotion when he landed on this planet, so there were probably a lot of people who saw him unless they were blind. That's why he hurriedly spread out his scent perception skill and sensed all the presences around him, and many more heading towards his location with fast speed. Kyle started sweating because all of them had the same disgusting scent he sensed from the dark race inside the secret realm. No, the scent was a lot stronger than the dark race. Not to mention the strong scent of blood that oozed out from almost everywhere on the planet. Damn it, don't tell me I freaking landed on a planet that's been conquered by the dark race or the second subsidiary branch of the demon race. Kyle got ready to use instant teleportation when a raspy female voice sounded above him, along with a few others. How strange, I can't sense anyone, but I'm sure I clearly saw something enveloped in strange flames dropping from the sky. In the next second, a man with a pair of horns atop his head peered into the pit where he was lying. His crimson eyes twinkled with mirth as they met Kyle's. The man's lips curled into a beautiful smile as he let out a chuckle before gazing back at someone else. Oh, it's a human, I think. And he's still alive. Kyle let out a dry chuckle that got stuck in his throat as he noticed several pairs of crimson eyes peering into the collapsed ground, fixated on his body. The man with horns on his head jumped into the collapsed ground and walked towards the human with a smirk that showed he was intrigued by the latter's sudden appearance. He extended his ghostly pale hand, which stood in stark contrast to his dark clothes, to grab Kyle's leg. But he halted when Kyle abruptly raised his leg as if he was about to kick him. Surprisingly, Kyle used that movement to propel himself up and stand on his feet. Then he finally noticed the dark two-petal flower engraved on the man's neck, and he knew he was totally screwed. The man arched an eyebrow, surprised that the human still had the strength to move despite all the injuries on his body. Human, does that mean you are strong? It's actually been a while since someone came to this planet. Kyle took a step back when more people jumped into the collapsed ground. So, the man started laughing, and a woman with similar horns on Kyle took a step back when more people jumped into the collapsed ground. Her head paused behind him. She giggled and blinked at Kyle with a sweet smile. Human, do you not want to introduce yourself? We are all here to welcome you anyway. Kyle chuckled and tilted his head. I don't need an introduction and I won't give one, simple right because I'm leaving. Goodbye, the woman opened her mouth to mock him. How could she let the prey that dropped into her lap run away, but her smile stiffened when the human vanished from her sight. Huh, Kyle appeared in an area filled with dry trees. He let out a sharp breath and quickly used his scent perception skill to check his surroundings. After a few minutes, he found a hidden underground tunnel tucked between many huge boulders. He quickly set up a concealment array outside the tunnel and hid inside the space, waiting for his injuries to heal completely. This way, he could leave the planet without any trouble. Kyle changed into a clean pair of trousers and a dark shade hoodie, then sat down with his legs crossed. The moment he closed his eyes, he tried to reach out to the phoenix. But even though he could sense Bia at a very far away place, she didn't reply to him. It was as if she couldn't hear him clearly due to the vast distance, or maybe she wasn't conscious. I need to find Bia and Jayan first. I just hope they don't end up in some dangerous place, but at least they are together. He let out a sigh as he remembered Jayan clinging to Bia's body as if the red-haired man's life depended on it. So he was sure the duo would have gone to the same place. Kyle drank another healing potion. Then he quietly started to recover his mana and divine energy, completely unaware that after he vanished from the sight of the people who found him, a massive uproar erupted throughout the entire planet Istria. The same planet that has been ruled by the Nightkin and Dark race, the two subsidiary branches of the demon race, for the past 50 years after the 5th Shadow General killed one of the strongest demi-humans in existence. Chapter 451. Planet Istria. The Nightkin race people who found Kyle were stunned when the human vanished into thin air right before their eyes. They started searching for the human because planet Istria was off-limits to the outside world due to the 5th Shadow General, who had been staying on the planet to heal the injuries he suffered while fighting the strongest demi-human. That's why Kyle's sudden appearance was a shock to them, even though every planet nearby knew that planet Istria is very dangerous right now. Not to mention, it's rare for people to have teleportation skills, but the human have such a strong teleportation skill. If they managed to find him, they could sell him to one of the twin divine-rank demons on the planet for a hefty price, all because of human's teleportation skill. The twin demons possess a unique ability. They can extract skills from anyone's body. That's why the duo is always willing to pay big for people with strong skills. After the Nightkin race started searching for the human, the rumors about a silver-haired man with brilliant green eyes entering planet Istria spread like wildfire. The news reached the Dark race as well, and how could they miss out on the fun? So even though they had doubts about the rumors, they started destroying everything around the planet just to find the human before the Nightkin race. Just within an hour, chaos erupted throughout the whole planet, with two different races competing with each other just to find an unknown human. After the people of the demi-human race, the ones who used to rule planet Istria, were either killed or trapped by the Dark race and Nightkin race, life on the planet became pretty dull for the two races. So Kyle's sudden appearance ignited their spirit to hunt once again. However, no matter where they looked, not even a single person was able to find the silver-haired human, almost as if he didn't exist at all. Inside a grand hall, bathed in a soft, dim light that cast long shadows across the stone walls. The air seemed heavy, and right in the center of the hall there sat a magnificent throne. It was crafted from dark, weathered wood and adorned with ornate carvings and gilded accents. A man with dark, piercing eyes and pointy ears was sitting upon the throne. Onikus, the 5th Shadow General, let out a yawn. He was trying to rest, but he wasn't able to due to the commotion he could hear from outside the hall. He let out a snarl and narrowed his eyes to see just who the hell dared to disrupt his rest, and he saw the twin divine-rank demons pacing behind the doors. What do they want now? I gave them permission to do whatever they want on this planet and leave me alone. His voice didn't sound hoarse, but it had a hint of pleasantness to it. If it weren't for the dark five-petal flower glowing on the back of his hand, he could have been mistaken for a normal elf who just gained a lot of strength. He rubbed his temples and got up from the throne, then gestured toward the entrance of the hall. Right away, the two massive doors shook and creaked open slightly to give the twin demons enough space to enter the hall. Onikus watched as the two idiots, dressed in dark robes, entered the hall and quickly knelt before him. He tusked and took a seat to hear what the duo wanted this time. If they weren't useful, he would have already disposed of them. After all, they are the only ones bold enough to disturb his rest. One of the demons flinched when he sensed the Shadow General's gaze on his head, but he knew that the general wouldn't kill him or his brother because of the unique skill they possess. Still, he cleared his throat and without wasting any more time went straight to the point. Even though he and his brother were useful, he knew the man opposite him would kill them without a second thought if they wasted his precious time. Master, we apologize for the disturbance. We just want a little help from you. Please use your strength and close off the planet for a while so no one can leave this planet. He didn't dare to raise his head, hidden beneath the dark robe, and quietly waited for an answer with his brother, hoping the Shadow General would agree. Onikus let out a hum and raised his brow. He thought the duo wanted more rewards from him since they recently managed to extract a powerful skill from one of the strongest demi-humans he killed and presented it to him. Why? The two demons kneeling in front of him flinched again, as if they weren't expecting him to agree so easily or maybe ask such a question. It's just that. We heard a human with a strong teleportation skill entered the planet, and we want to extract that skill. So, if Master closes off the planet, he won't be able to leave, and we would be able to find him. The news about the silver-haired human reached the ears of the twin divine-rank demons an hour ago. The moment the duo found out that the human had a powerful teleportation skill, they were tempted and started searching for him. However, even with their superior senses, they weren't able to locate the human. At first, they thought the rumors were baseless and wanted to punish the people who spread them. But coincidentally, one of the Nightkin race people who saw the human had the ability to show what he saw to others. After the duo saw the vision shown to them, they finally believed the words of the people who were dragged in front of them for punishment. Now they wanted to find the human, but they knew it wouldn't be good if he somehow left the planet. In the end, the duo decided to seek help from the Shadow General, but they were hesitant and wasted too much time outside the hall. Onikus hummed with a bored expression. He was a little surprised that someone dared to step onto the planet even after knowing about his presence, but that's it because he knew the human wasn't a threat. Otherwise, he would have sensed the latter's arrival. A human, you say? The twin demons nodded their heads while not daring to look straight into the Shadow General's dark eyes. Yes. Onikus rubbed his chin and waved his hand toward the demons. It's not hard to seal off the planet. I'll do that, so go and find the human. I believe he is not strong and just someone who accidentally entered the planet. The two demons' expressions lit up. They quickly thanked the Shadow General for his help and left the hall. Onikus stared at their fading backs and let out another yawn. I will sleep after this. He sighed and placed his palm beneath his chin before a dark beam of energy shot out from his other palm. The beam shot up towards the hall ceiling with lightning-fast speed. After just a few seconds, countless dark ripples started spreading all around the planet in the sky, which was already filled with gloomy clouds. Onikus observed with his senses as the entire planet was enveloped in a faint layer of energy. Now, no one would be able to leave the planet without his permission. He closed his eyes and decided to sleep again because after another year, he had to leave this planet. Meanwhile, the twin demons started searching for the human once again. They also asked a lot of people under them to find the human, and whoever found him would get a huge reward. Completely unaware of the commotion his sudden appearance has caused throughout the planet, Kyle stretched his body and slowly peeked out from where he was hiding. He let out a sigh of relief when he didn't see or sense anyone nearby. I need to leave this planet as soon as possible. He thought his injuries would heal in an hour, but it took longer than he expected, maybe because he broke a lot of bones and had many internal injuries. Regardless, he was sure that if it was another person who suffered such injuries, the person would have taken at least a few days to make a full recovery. He removed the concealment array and left his hiding spot. But after only a few minutes, he sensed many dark presences around him. Why the hell are there so many people in this place? I didn't sense so many when I decided to rest and heal my injuries. Kyle quickly vanished in another direction, but once again he sensed many people in his surroundings. He cursed under his breath and vanished towards the clouds to leave the planet, but his eyes widened with shock when a layer of energy stopped his path. What the heck? He clenched his fist and tried to break or tear the layer of energy. But no matter how much he tried, it just didn't budge. Chapter 452. Just what have I got myself into? Kyle took a deep breath to calm down and glared at the layer of energy in front of him. It barely rippled after he punched it so many times. He touched the layer of energy and attempted to teleport directly to the other side, but once again he failed. He felt a presence behind him and looked back to see a floating woman. She had dark, beady eyes and bat-like wings. A smirk appeared on her face as she examined Kyle from head to toe as if she had found a hidden treasure. Her nails were sharp and pointy, and dark veins were visible on her tan skin where the tight fabric of her dress didn't cover her body. Kyle's brows furrowed as the foul stench coming from the woman reached his nose. It had been a while since he encountered someone from the dark race, and he could not deny his discomfort. He could sense that the woman in front of him had pseudo-divine rank strength. Kyle's frown deepened as the pair of beady eyes locked onto him, and the woman let out a chuckle. "I found you, haha." He didn't get what she meant, and he didn't want to know either. Kyle was about to grab his sword to deal with her and avoid any more trouble. But then, she opened her mouth wide and let out a deafening scream that echoed everywhere, making his ears ring. The heck is wrong with her? He immediately got his answer when he saw countless dark dots filling the entire sky around him. Kyle squinted his eyes and nearly freaked out at the sight of numerous individuals with bat-like wings coming straight toward him from all directions. The woman's eyes crinkled with amusement as Kyle's expression turned solemn. She tried to attack him with her sharp nails, but a look of surprise crossed her face when the human swiftly moved back and effortlessly dodged her strike. She glanced at her empty hand, which grabbed nothing but air, and let out a chuckle. "I knew it. I knew you were strong. How else could you stay hidden for so long? I am the one who found you first, human, so I am not going to let you go." She flapped her wings and tried to attack Kyle again, but he dodged her attack once more and fled in another direction. No, it's not because he was scared of a single pseudo-divine rank woman. He could handle her easily, but there's no way he could handle the countless pseudo-divine rank individuals approaching him from all directions. There are some divine rank individuals as well. Damn it, what did I do to offend them? I just entered the planet not more than a few hours ago. The woman stared at his back and let out a loud shout that echoed in all directions. "Do you think you can run away? Dream on." She flapped her wings and followed behind Kyle, who jumped in midair to dodge her attack. Kyle's eyes flashed with a glint and he vanished from his spot. The woman halted in her position, glancing around to find the human. She let out a loud shout, realizing that the human had run away. She gritted her teeth, unable to believe she had let her prey, the same prey that could get her a huge reward, slip away from her hands so easily. At the same time, Kyle appeared in a distant place filled with broken trees. The ground beneath his feet was desolate, and he even spotted some crumbled stone structures in the distance. He let out a sigh and rested his hand on a broad, withered tree trunk to contemplate his next move. He knew for certain that someone strong had sealed off the planet, preventing him from leaving. However, as he glanced upward, he caught sight of a pair of ominous crimson eyes peering down at him from above the tree trunk. "Oh, hey!" The owner of the crimson eyes smirked at the human, who slowly stepped away from the tree trunk. The man's pale cheeks stretched into a wide, creepy smile. Kyle let out a dry laugh when he sensed that there were several other people around him as well, except for the man sitting above the tree trunk. "No, it's bye, I guess." He vanished again before the man could attack him. This time, he appeared inside a crumbled structure that looked like someone's house. Kyle quickly grabbed the edge of his hoodie and pulled it over his face. Only his eyes were visible as he peeked out from behind a half-standing wall to glance at the people floating in the distance. Some of them were from the dark race, and Kyle was sure that the people with pale skin and crimson eyes belonged to the second subsidiary branch of the demon race. "There's something wrong. I feel like they are searching for me, but why? I need to confirm my suspicions." Kyle whispered under his breath and fixed his gaze on one of the unsuspecting men who had crimson eyes. He took a deep breath and drew a portal that materialized before him. Slowly, he stepped into the portal and appeared behind the man dressed in tightly fitted blue clothes. He grabbed the man's mouth and, before the other people nearby could notice, dragged the struggling man back into the portal that dispersed in the air. Kyle appeared inside another crumbled structure and used his fear skill on the struggling man, causing the latter to cease all movement and start trembling. Kyle lowered his voice and grabbed the man's neck with his other hand. "If you make even a single sound, I'm going to kill you, got it?" The man nodded and he tossed him aside. Kyle formed a ball of water and washed his hand with furrowed brows. The scent coming from the people who had dark petals engraved on their bodies, he just couldn't handle it because it always overwhelms his sense of smell. Kyle sat down on his heels and stared at the man whose already pale skin had started to turn purple under the fear skill. This skill has gotten a lot stronger. It's very effective against anyone below pseudo-divine rank. So, I have some questions I want to ask. Just nod your head if you agree, or else I can just kill you and find someone else. Right away, the man opposite him scooted back a little and nodded his head vigorously. Kyle hummed, satisfied. It seems he should use the fear skill more often because he could see the man's eyes starting to turn hazy with fear. "Okay, now tell me, are you and the people outside searching for me?" The man nodded again, and then Kyle asked why they were searching for him. But the answer he got wasn't pleasant. You mean there's a big bounty placed on my head by some divine rank demons because they want to extract the teleportation skill from my body? Kyle rubbed his forehead, feeling a little distressed and bewildered. Within just a few hours, the entire planet was hunting him. Why? Just because of his teleportation skill, he had been chased by many people, and not just people but monsters too. But not even in his wildest dreams, he thought that one day all the residents of an entire planet would be hunting him. He let out a wry smile and stared at the man. Do you know anything about the layer of energy surrounding the planet right now? Who created it, and is there a way to bypass it? Kyle waited for an answer, but the man opposite him suddenly became quiet. In the next second, his hazy eyes started to clear up, as if he had just thought of something that gave him the courage to overcome the fear instilled inside him. Why should I tell you? Human? Kyle clicked his tongue, and the man opposite him froze in his spot as several ice spears materialized around him. Their sharp tips were just inches away from his neck. The man watched as the pair of bright green eyes peered at him, and the human across from him spoke in a cold voice that sent shivers down his spine. I believe I asked you some questions. But the information Kyle got after breaking one of the man's legs wasn't good at all. He crash-landed on a planet where the 5th Shadow General has been staying for years. And to make matters worse, the Shadow General was the one who wrapped the planet in a layer of energy. Kyle waved his hand, and the many floating ice spears immediately killed the man opposite him. Just what have I got myself into? One problem after another. I still have to find Beer and Giant. I don't even want to think about Giant's bad luck right now. I can just hope the duo don't end up on a planet where the first Shadow General or Azazel is present. Kyle smacked his mouth with a curse. I shouldn't think about the worst. Chapter 453. Just a little more to go. Kyle sensed a few people coming towards the place he was hiding, and he vanished in a different direction. He wandered among the collapsed structures and avoided every person he encountered on the way. The gloomy sky above his head began to darken as the dark clouds concealed the faint light that barely made it through. Kyle stopped beside a lake and pulled the hoodie down from his head. However, he didn't dare to get close because he saw many skeletons scattered around. Plus, the lake had started to dry up, and the remaining water inside was too dark to be called water. He released a sigh and settled behind a boulder to spend the night there since he did not sense anyone nearby, at least not in close proximity. I should try using my flames to break through the layer of energy. Maybe it will work. Just a small opening would be enough for me, because once I leave this planet I can easily escape. He closed his eyes but snapped them open a minute later when he sensed someone approaching from the distance. Darn it. Don't they need to sleep or have a home where their parents are waiting for them? It's so late and they are still searching for me. It's only my first day on this planet and I'm already frustrated from running around just to find a quiet and safe spot. Kyle vanished in another direction, but he screeched to a halt in midair when he saw a majestic castle amidst the barren land, surrounded by many stone houses. His nose twitched as he used his scent perception skill, despite the discomfort, and sensed many powerful treasures inside the grand castle adorned with towering stone walls. He hasn't smelled a single treasure on this planet since he arrived here, and now he sensed so many in a single place. Almost as if someone dumped the whole planet's treasures inside the castle. Kyle glanced at the dark aura surrounding the castle, and without a second thought, he turned around and fled in another direction. No way am I going inside when this place could very well be where the Shadow General is staying. I can fight a divine rank individual right now, but I'm sure the strength beyond that would be too much for me to handle. In that exact moment, inside the castle, Onikus opened one of his eyes and his gaze traveled before he fixed his eye on the floating silver-haired human. His lips trickled upward into a smile as he whispered under his breath. So the human has another strong skill besides the teleportation skill. He glanced at his feet that had stepped on a fleeting transparent energy, an energy that shouldn't have been visible to him because it was just someone else's perception. However, he sensed it immediately the moment it entered his range, a powerful skill that allows its user to smell everything in their surroundings. Onikus let out a chuckle. It's the first time he was glad the twin demons successfully extracted the transcendent rank awareness skill from the strongest demi-human body he killed. Now he could naturally sense everything as long as it was in his surroundings. He lifted his feet and the thing beneath dissipated into thin air. How strange. I wouldn't have sensed it because just as his senses were about to reach me, he suddenly withdrew as if he knew my exact location. But I still felt it. It's a shame that even though I was trying to sleep, I couldn't. He mused with interest and closed his eyes, but then he opened them again and rose from the throne. The tight-fitting gray attire on his body stretched as he started stepping toward the exit of the hall. Onikus's pointy ears twitched as a few individuals from the dark race, stationed outside the hall, greeted him with their heads bowed to the ground. They dared not look up and even held their breath in his presence. But his attention was captured by the silver-haired human who had already run far away from his castle in just a few seconds. Onikus beckoned one of the individuals kneeling in front of him, and the woman freaked out when she saw a smirk on his face. It was a smile that only appeared on the Shadow General's face when he found something interesting that he wanted to play around with. Just contact the twin demons and ask them to follow my presence. I think I found the human those idiots have been searching for so long. The woman heard his every word, but before she could nod, the Shadow General had already vanished from her sight. She let out a relieved sigh and quickly left with the others to inform the twin demons. Onikus appeared outside the castle in midair. He narrowed his dark eyes and spotted the human in a faraway place. The latter had tucked his silver hair inside the hoodie, probably to stay as invisible as possible in the dark night. Onikus rubbed his chin and floated towards the human slowly. His presence is hidden from everyone below the pseudo-divine rank for some reason. Oh, it's because of the earring he's wearing, it's an artifact. He watched as Kyle started moving towards the layer of energy he created. Don't tell me he's trying to break it. Haha, it's not possible. Even a transcendent rank individual can't break it, let alone a weak human who hasn't even entered the true divine rank yet. Onikus chuckled and watched as the human punched the layer of energy again and again, only to fail in the end. At that exact moment, he sensed two individuals behind him as he floated toward the human, but he ignored the duo because he knew they were the twin demons. He yawned and shook his head at the human's effortless struggle, before asking the twin demons behind him to go and quickly grab the human because it was getting boring. I did say he can't break it. Onikus halted mid-sentence when bright blue flames reflected in his dark eyes. The flames surged all around the human's body before quickly traveling toward the layer of energy with lightning-fast speed. So while back, Kyle looked around to make sure nobody was nearby. Then, in the next second, he used his divine energy to create the blue flames that surrounded him and quickly approached the layer of energy. He clenched his fist and punched the layer as the flames covered the area he hit. Kyle's ears twitched when he heard a faint crack and his eyes lit up. It's working! He punched the layer again with even more strength, using his divine energy to coat his fist. Under his eyes, the icy flames started to seep into the layer of energy, and ice started to form on its surface. Just a little more to go. Kyle punched the same spot again as the flames covered his fist and the layer of energy in front of him. But then a deep voice sounded beside him. "Oh ho, you are weak, but it seems you will be able to break it." Of course, Kyle's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. He was supposed to be alone. So who on earth asked him the question? He vanished from his spot and appeared in the distance before he fixed his gaze onto the source of the voice. The first thing that caught his attention were the pair of dark eyes, and then he noticed the wide smile on the face of the elven man floating opposite him. Kyle clenched his fist and furrowed his brows. He failed to sense the man, even though the latter had come so close to him. Doesn't that mean the person opposite him was very strong? But he looks quite ordinary. Nevertheless, he moved back further and quickly sniffed the air. But just as Kyle suspected, he couldn't detect anything from the man dressed in gray across from him, as if the man's presence was merely an illusion. In the next second, Kyle moved his eyes toward the two individuals flying toward him from the distance. He wrinkled his nose as a disgusting stench of blood and flesh emanated from the duo, whose bodies were covered in dark robes and entered his nostrils. Kyle pinched his nose before he emptied the contents of his stomach. He quickly made up his mind to disappear in another direction, but paused when the two individuals in dark robes started chuckling, albeit faintly. The twin demons stopped a little further away from Kyle because of the Shadow General who had his eyes fixed on the human. However, the human ignored him and kept his eyes on the two demons who were whispering to each other. "Brother. We found the human, now he can't escape, hee." "No, it wasn't us who found him, it was our master." Kyle's face turned rigid when he heard the duo's faint conversation. He didn't even dare to look at the smiling elven man who had been boring holes into his body with his intense gaze. Don't tell me this ordinary-looking elven man is the Shadow General. But he doesn't have any visible dark petals engraved on his body, and I can't sense any dark energy from him. Chapter 454. I will give you a good spot among my servants. 454. I will give you a good spot among my servants. Kyle slowly began moving backward in midair with a face that didn't reveal his inner panic. His expression turned serious when the elven man started to move towards him. He blinked and used instant teleportation to disappear in a different direction. I am fucked. Onikus' lips curled into a smirk as the human across from him vanished into thin air. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to envelop the space around him inside a barrier. A comfortable wooden chair materialized beneath him in midair, and he sat down. Onikus rested his palm beneath his chin as he watched the human with an amused expression. Meanwhile, Kyle didn't dare to look back as he kept using instant teleportation to go to the other end of the planet. He was hoping to find an abandoned cave or something to hide in. But his eyes widened because after the third time he used instant teleportation, he realized that the scenery around him didn't change at all. He clenched his hoodie, which covered his head, and slowly looked back at the man who had been watching him with an amused smile. You. Kyle's shut his mouth when he sensed countless more people around him. The night sky started to turn even more ominous as individuals from the dark race and Nightkin race began to fill the sky and surround the area from all sides. The air rumbled with the distant echoes of their laughter and cheers. It seemed they were delighted to have found their prey, the prey they had been searching for so long, all thanks to the Shadow General. Kyle's face hardened as he stared at the man, who he was now sure is the Shadow General. He sensed many pseudo-divine rank and divine rank individuals around himself. What does he want to do? I believe he alone is enough to finish me, so why, don't tell me this bastard wants to watch me struggle. He knew he was in big trouble. No, if only it could be called trouble. He was literally floating between so many enemies that his chances of survival were almost non-existent. Not to mention, he still had no idea about the rank of the elven man sitting in the chair before him. Could he be a transcendent rank individual or maybe even higher? Just when I thought things couldn't possibly get any worse, Kyle whispered under his breath in a faint voice, but he knew everyone around him heard him because the two dark-robed individuals floating behind the Shadow General burst into laughter. He would be lying if he said he was not overwhelmed. He wanted to curse so badly, but had no idea who to curse. The only thing that gave him courage was knowing he was part of the future Nine saw. Damn, back then I was so sure that the future had changed because Nine told me about it. And now I'm betting on that same future. Honestly, getting beaten up by Alec and beating him in return is a lot better than dying. Kyle almost wanted to laugh at his thoughts but held it in because he knew people around him would think he went crazy, seeing no way to survive. He pulled down the hoodie that was covering his head. His silver hair glistened in the darkness as he locked eyes with the elven man sitting on the chair in midair across from him. The man had been strangely quiet, but Kyle did not care. He got ready to face the worst nightmare of his life. After all, he had already tried to escape using instant teleportation, but he failed. So, fight is it? Alright, let's fight cause I don't think I can escape. Kyle grabbed his sword from his mind space, but the Shadow General only raised a surprised brow and waved his hand. In an instant, the twin demons behind Onykus floated forward to fight Kyle. Not just the duo, but the countless people flying in the sky also surrounded the silver-haired human from all directions. Kyle's face stiffened when the twin divine-rank demons attacked him with many other divine-rank individuals. He blocked one of the attacks as his sword crashed with the pointy nails aimed at his heart, but he was just a pseudo-divine-rank individual. That's why he was pushed back in midair. As the second attack aimed at his heart arrived, he vanished toward Onykus to at least wipe that disgusting smile off the man's face. But he let out a frustrated shout when a barrier stopped him from approaching the man sitting on the chair, and many people flew forward to attack him. The hell, I told you I would fight you. Why do I need to go through so many people just to reach you? That's not fair. Onykus rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes at the human, who blocked another attack aimed at his back and vanished into thin air, only to appear behind one of the divine-rank individuals to kick them into a portal that materialized in the air. The air lit up with arrays of skills as they were thrown at Kyle, but everyone was growing increasingly frustrated due to the human's teleportation skill. Kyle jumped back after he killed a pseudo-divine rank individual amidst the crowd. His ears twitched when he faintly heard the voice of the Shadow General amidst all the sounds around him. There's something in your body I can't sense. What is it, human? It's strong enough to counter my perception. How interesting. Kyle's face darkened. No way, he couldn't let the secret of his bloodline be known to others, especially not to the Shadow General. He still remembers how that woman who took UA9 and the others with her wanted to peer into his body just because she couldn't exactly understand the essence in his body. The pain he felt in return was unbearable. He blinked and disappeared into the distance, away from the Shadow General. Also, to divert the man's attention from his body, he took out countless mana stones from his mind space and scattered them in the air around him. In the next second, many portals lit up in the air and illuminated the dark sky. Then Kyle used his fear skill. His eyes glowed a bit, and all those below the pseudo-divine rank stopped in their tracks, and their eyes started to turn hazy. Kyle's head throbbed, even though the skill didn't require mana or anything else. He still had to concentrate to spread it out to such a vast space. Moreover, he noticed with a clenched jaw that he couldn't maintain it for a long time. But he took advantage of the few seconds he got, and used a big part of his divine energy to spread out his ice domain. Kyle felt his strength rising when an ice barrier spread out to enclose him, and a lot of people around him inside a space that separates them from the surroundings. Kyle's breath turned heavy. He knew his domain had the ability to make itself invisible from the outside world, and not many people can enter inside without his permission. But it consumed too much of his divine energy and mana, and he knew that to maintain it for a long time, he needs more mana and divine energy. That's why I don't use the powerful skills too often. They are useful, but they require too much energy. The people inside the domain watched as countless icicles formed around them, their icy sharp tips pointed directly towards their bodies. The air grew increasingly cold as Kyle clenched his fist, and the icicles shot out towards them with lightning-fast speed. Many people who were still struggling to overcome the fear skill cried out as the icicles penetrated their bodies. But in the next second the air stilled and Kyle gritted his teeth when he saw a crack in his domain. Darn it, I thought he wouldn't interfere. He watched as the icy barrier started to shatter. All of a sudden, a chill ran down Kyle's spine and he vanished from his spot. In his place, Onikus watched as his hand grasped nothing but thin air. The human possesses yet another impressive skill. Now I wonder how many more strong skills he has. Onikus chuckled, but a look of disdain appeared on his face as he glanced the injured people around him. He couldn't help but feel repulsed by these weaklings who couldn't even handle a single human who hadn't even reached the divine rank yet. He raised his dark eyes, and the domain Kyle created shattered into countless pieces before fading into thin air. Onikus watched the fading ice and glanced at the panting and sweating silver-haired human across from him. He knew the latter had probably used up all his divine energy, and he wouldn't be able to fight any longer. But for the first time in his life, he was so interested in someone. That's why, even though he wanted to kill the human before him and extract all his skills, he offered him a way to survive. I have to admit you are strong. I will give you a good spot among my servants. So how about you sign a contract with me, human? Chapter 455. It's bearable. 455. It's bearable. Kyle let out a chuckle and tried his best to calm his breathing. He had no idea what contract the man opposite him was talking about, but one thing was for sure, he had no plans of becoming someone else's servant. Not in this life, at least. Sweat glistened on his hairline, even though his body had started to turn colder with each passing second. He ran his fingers through his hair and checked the remaining mana and divine energy in his body. Not much. Not even enough to finish 1/3 of them. Kyle glanced at his hands, trying to sense the bloodline within his body, the bloodline that had turned eerily silent from the moment he entered this planet. It's not enough. I am not strong enough, but instead of waiting for death, it's better to give it my all. It's dangerous, but maybe if I use my essence to injure the Shadow General, I will be able to leave this planet in one piece. Onikus smiled as he watched the human opposite him who had become quiet. Not just the human, but all around him, the air turned silent as the twin demons, and all those who were ready to fight Kyle once again stared at the Shadow General with bewildered expressions. No one had any idea as to why he wanted to take an unknown human under his wing. Amidst the silence, time trickled by and after a minute, Onikus's patience started to wear thin. He peered at Kyle with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So, what's your answer, human? Kyle glanced at his hands one more time. He really hated it when he had no way out. It frustrated him that he felt powerless, to the point where a man who couldn't even live his life without his owner's permission could run all over him. He blinked and tilted his head to stare directly into the pair of dark eyes peering at him. I would have agreed, only if the stench coming from you wasn't so repulsive. And besides, I despise working under others, especially not under a man who himself is a slave to someone else and doesn't even know when he will die just because his owner wants it. Onikus's smile faded, and his dark eyes grew even darker. The air around him quivered, causing the twin demons who could sense his mood to quickly retreat. The duo even silently ordered all the people floating nearby to move away because they knew that now the Shadow General was angry. Kyle also sensed the air around him tense, but he did not stop as he channeled his mana and covered his body in a faint layer of ice armor. He clenched his fists and grabbed his sword. I am not going to be your servant, not yours, not anyone else. You have so much power, but what's the point when in the end you have to bow to someone else? You don't even have the right to decide for your life. I pity you. Kyle's words were cut short when a powerful gust of wind neared his stomach so fast that he could not even react. He was only able to sense the attack when Onikus's fist collided into his stomach, and he was flung backward in midair. Kyle gasped with wide eyes as the air from his stomach was punched out. It was painful so much that his vision blurred, yet he still tried to stop his body in midair. But before he could, another attack landed on his stomach, and his body was hurled downward with lightning-fast speed before crashing into the barren land with a resounding boom. Onikus rubbed his wrist and unclenched his fist. He gazed down at the cloud of dust that emerged from where the human's body crashed. You pity me, you, he sneered. In the next second, the night sky lit up as shimmering particles spread out from his palm, brightening the space around him. All the people around Onikus quickly retreated further back in midair as the man glanced at the silver-haired human who once again started floating opposite him. Kyle wiped the blood oozing out from his mouth and glanced down at his stomach where a massive injury was peeking out from his torn clothes. He shook his head to clear his vision and attacked the Shadow General, despite his whole body screaming with pain. "Ha, you have no idea how much I want to kill you right now, but I am not able to." Onikus snickered and tilted his body to dodge Kyle's fist, but then the human vanished from his sight. He chuckled, and his body disappeared into a blur as Kyle's sword phased through the place where the Shadow General should have been. Kyle raised his head and watched with bated breath. In the distance, Onikus grabbed his collar with both hands, smoothing out the few wrinkles before staring at the human with a cold smile. "Me too. I want to kill you so badly as well, and believe me, I can. A single attack is enough. But I won't because I want to see you beg for it, you know what?" His body turned into a blur again as Kyle attacked him once more. In that exact moment, a deep voice sounded in Kyle's ears as someone tightly grabbed his shoulder. "Death." Kyle gritted his teeth upon hearing a cracking sound from his shoulder. His whole arm felt numb, and he knew the bone in his shoulder had been forcefully twisted enough to break it. Damn. "It's painful." He clenched his other fist and punched the person behind him. But his body was thrown forward in midair when a kick landed on his back before his fist could even touch Onikus. Onikus chuckled when the human managed to maintain his balance in midair and glared at him with eyes that screamed he wanted to kill him. He felt satisfied for some strange reason when he saw Kyle's bloodied condition. "I like the fire in your eyes, the eyes that I will dig out and feed to the monsters after you take your last breath." Kyle gritted his teeth and moved his shoulder, trying to alleviate the pain a little. He clenched his jaw, refusing to let out even a single noise as he retrieved several healing potions from his mind space. The glass vials shattered in his hand as he threw the liquid onto his body. Amidst the stinging pain, he glanced at the man standing opposite him. "Your eyes aren't too bad either. How about you dig them out first?" Onikus let out a sigh and shook his head at the human's bold remarks. "Of course, it wouldn't be fun if you lost so easily. I want to see just how long you can hold on before you beg me to kill you." Kyle narrowed his eyes as Onikus disappeared from his sight. He tried to use instant teleportation to vanish as well, but before he could, someone grabbed his leg and forcefully dragged him back. Onikus laughed as the human let out his first scream and blood trickled down from Kyle's upper body. He knew how painful it could be when someone's body was pulled out from the void that teleported them to another place. No, not because he had experienced it, but because he has a similar skill that allows him to enter a secret space. Nonetheless, he mused, as he had actually thought he wouldn't be able to grab Kyle in time. It seemed the human had exhausted all his divine energy and had resorted to using his mana to fight back. The teleportian skill is strong but dangerous at the same time, isn't it? Kyle clenched his jaw and kicked the man with his other leg. Surprisingly, Onikus let him go before he could even struggle, but he couldn't maintain his balance and crashed down once again. His body lay amidst the floating sand and dust as another crater formed in the ground due to the impact. Kyle spat out blood, which stained his jaw and neck red, and struggled to clear his vision. He clenched the sand around him and took a deep breath before grabbing another healing potion from his mind space. However, he noticed that his injuries weren't healing as fast as before. His whole body was covered in blood and he had no strength left. I can't give up. Not until I know 9 Ua, Bia, and Giant are safe." Onikus landed beside him and sat down on his heels with a smirk. "Does it hurt? Do you want me to make it less painful?" But his expression darkened when Kyle chuckled and stared into his eyes. "It's bearable. You are not as strong as I thought." A vein bulged on the Shadow General's forehead. He couldn't believe that even in such a condition the human had the strength to talk to him like that. Onikus stood up with a dark expression. Very well, very well." Chapter 456, Why is he here? 456, Why is he here? Onikus clenched his fist and attacked Kyle's heart, a spot he had been avoiding so the human wouldn't die too early. But now, the human was getting on his nerves to the point where it bothered him in an unpleasant manner. Kyle's eyes narrowed into slits as his ears picked up the faint rustling of the wind. In that moment, his eyes started glowing, and he managed to fix his gaze on the fist rapidly closing in on him. Damn it, he strained his muscles and used his agility to its fullest to move away on the ground as Onikus' fist landed an inch away from him. In an instant, the land blasted into many pieces as the Shadow General shifted his gaze to locate the human who had once again vanished into thin air. Kyle coughed up more blood as the last remnants of mana in his body dissipated, just like his divine energy after another usage of instant teleportation. His body crashed to the ground just meters away from Onikus, who stepped towards him with a raised eyebrow. Kyle grabbed his knees and managed to stand on his feet, but then he saw another attack heading towards him. He stumbled backward attempting to block the attack, yet he couldn't do it in time. However, just as Annika's hand was an inch away from his heart, under the watchful eyes of many, a blue shield zoomed out from his chest and stopped the Shadow General's attack. Immediately, a loud sound echoed through the air as Onikus narrowed his eyes and his hand collided with the shield, which shimmered in the darkness. Kyle also glanced at the familiar shield. It had been a while since he had seen it, as it hadn't been very useful to him after he found it in the ancient realm. Then he raised his eyes to fix his gaze on the man opposite him. Ha! That was close. Onikus let out a snort and attacked once again, this time with a little more strength. Kyle's breath hitched as the blue shield shattered into countless fragments right before his eyes, and the impact sent his body flying several meters back. His body rolled in midair, and his feet skidded on the ground as he desperately tried to maintain balance with gritted teeth. However, his vision started to blur as blood rushed to his head, causing him to drop to his knees. He raised his head and glanced at the figure clad in gray. Onikus let out a smile and gazed down at him. "So do you want to die yet, human?" Kyle's fingers twitched as he reached out for his sword, which trembled in the distance far from his body. He had been gathering his essence since the beginning of the fight. It was very hard to focus on multiple things at once, but he somehow managed to gather a few particles. He just hoped the essence would at least injure the man standing across from him. Kyle knew the secret of his bloodline would be revealed once he used the particles, but right now he didn't give a damn. His life was what mattered most, and he couldn't let the person who was trying to kill him walk away unscathed. His eyes turned blank as he contemplated the worst outcome. If he were to die today, what would be the point of having such a strong bloodline? It would be meaningless. He needed to use it to kill or injure the one who made him so miserable just to reassure himself. Onikus watched as Kyle's fingers beckoned the sword in the distance. The Shadow General couldn't help but laugh at the human's final struggle. Nevertheless, he found amusement in the fact that he had never met someone so incredibly stubborn in his entire life. The human knew that he would die, yet he refused to submit like all the others Onikus had encountered thus far. "Do you still think you can fight back? How pathetic. Can't you see you are already at death's door? Your breath is leaving your body, human." Kyle's eyes crinkled, even though his whole body was screaming with pain. His clothes were torn and countless massive injuries covered every inch of his body. "I don't think I can let you live," he whispered with a barely audible voice, but due to the silence, everyone floating in the air heard his words loud and clear. Onikus's lips curved upward into a smile, and he deliberately let out a gasp. "I'm so scared. What are you going to do? Punch me or stab me with the sword you are secretly reaching for?" "Oh ho, you picked the blade." Kyle grabbed the sword and watched as Onikus stepped back. In the next second, the elven man coated his fist with a layer of energy that had a pure white color. The Shadow General's eyes showed that he thoroughly enjoyed Kyle's struggle. "Human, tell me your name. I'm giving you a chance to be remembered by me because you made my day today." Kyle's eyes narrowed as he pushed his body up to stand on his feet. Immediately, he wobbled as blood trickled down his body and almost lost his balance again. But he managed to stabilize himself by stabbing the sword in his hand into the ground. He glanced at the Shadow General. "You want to remember me? All right, it's Kyle, my name. Don't you ever forget this name, because I will be the one to kill you." He meant what he said, even if he would have to die under the countless people around him after injuring the Shadow General. He wouldn't regret it. Onikus's expression hardened when he saw the confidence and hint of arrogance in the human's eyes, which seemed to shine even brighter, almost as if they were burning. "Kyle, a good name, I must say. But has no one ever told you that you are very annoying and have a knack for getting on others' nerves?" He watched as the human clenched one of his fists and let out a strained chuckle. "Maybe. My mind is too hazy to recall such little details." Kyle quickly grabbed the sword he had stabbed into the ground. However, he caught Onikus off guard by hurling the sword in a different direction. Then he leaped towards the Shadow General. As he clenched his fist, a surge of excruciating pain shot through his spine. But he focused on the few blue particles he had gathered inside his body and controlled them so they would move towards his fist. "Now, everything depends on the essence in my body." Onikus chuckled and swayed his neck from side to side as he locked his eyes on Kyle. He knew better than to underestimate his enemies, especially the human coming at him who had continuously surprised him. He was aware that the human must have something up his sleeve, which explained his confident lunge. That's why he used a significant portion of his strength as he raised his fist envelope in white energy to match Kyle's attack. The power he used was enough to severely injure a divine-ranked individual, let alone a badly wounded pseudo-divine human. However, what happened next surprised Onikus once again. He watched as Kyle approached him, but then suddenly the human's face displayed an expression that he had not seen since their first encounter. The expression of dread and utter disbelief. Onikus wondered what happened in just a split second for the human to change his expression, but yet again, he was surprised when Kyle's fist collided with his. He felt a faint tickle on his knuckles and watched as the human was flung backward. Kyle's body skidded on the ground for a minute before his back crashed into a boulder with a resounding boom. The Shadow General looked at his fist in utter confusion, so the human's last attack didn't mean anything. Onikus couldn't believe his prediction about how Kyle would use a powerful attack or secret artifact against him was completely wrong. But after a few seconds of silence, he burst into laughter so loud that the air around him quivered. Seeing the Shadow General laughing, everyone floating in the air also started to laugh at the human. Amidst the countless noises, all of a sudden, the mana and all type of energies on the planet started to dissipate. Onikus's smile vanished when the black five-petal flower engraved at the back of his hand started to emit intense heat. He snapped his head up toward the dark sky, which began to brighten up with a deep red and purple hue, enveloping the entire planet in its embrace. All of a sudden, everyone floating in the air started gasping for air, and Onikus let out a shocked cry. His forehead turned sweaty, and his hands started trembling as he lowered his head, not even daring to gaze at the sky that started to tear up with countless cracks. No, why is Master here? Why? No one had seen him for so many years. Chapter 457. He was here, right? 457. He was here, right? The people in the sky, including the twin divine-rank demons, plummeted to the ground when a tremendous force descended on the planet. Countless panicked cries echoed in the air as the land beneath them also started to crack. Then spatial tunnels started forming in the air as violent currents surged out of them, sucking everything in their surroundings inside. The dark sky soon turned murky with a mixture of purple and red hues that danced around like electricity. At that very moment, a colossal crack ripped through the sky, stretching wider and longer with lightning-fast speed. Onikus's eyes quivered as he instinctively knelt because the black five-petal flower engraved on the back of his hand had begun to react once more, urging him to bow in front of the powerful presence. His strength felt insignificant as a cold and empty gaze, which sent shivers down his spine, bore down on his back. He cursed at the twin demons as they started fleeing in different directions, along with many other divine-rank individuals. The gaze was so powerful that all those with strength lower than pseudo-divine lost consciousness under its influence. If only someone looked up right now, they would have noticed the massive, obsidian eye with two purple slits in the middle peering out from the colossal crack. The eye possessed an aura of detached indifference as it surveyed the planet, yet a ripple of disturbance traversed its vacant gaze when it couldn't find what it was searching for. After a few seconds, which felt like an eternity to those under its gaze, the eye closed, and the crack began to mend itself. Onikus breathed a sigh of relief as the gaze on his back faded and the countless spatial tunnels around him started disappearing one by one. But the Shadow General's thundering heart nearly leaped out of his chest when he nervously glanced upward and saw a figure materializing in the sky, as the red and purple hues converged together. Onikus couldn't help but let out a hiccup at the sight, his body swaying as he fought to maintain his balance. Despite his restless heart, a complete figure materialized from the red and purple hues within seconds, dressed in a plain white shirt and dark trousers. It was a young man, no older than 20, with purple eyes and black hair. The man stared down at every person on the planet before fixing his empty gaze upon Onikus, who scrambled to make sense of what the heck was happening. His form disappeared, only to reappear before Onikus in an instant. The Shadow General bowed his head until it touched the ground to greet him, but the man appeared indifferent as his gaze swept across the desolate and ravaged terrain that surrounded them. Onikus whispered under his breath as he discreetly raised his head to gaze at the man opposite him. Masked. However, he soon realized that the person in front of him wasn't exactly the same he had met in the past. More precisely, the man's appearance looked a little off because he seemed like just an ordinary human, only if one ignored his empty eyes. Onikus shut his eyes as a deep and resonant voice came out from the man's lips, and he strode forward in a particular direction where a tent had formed in the middle of a massive boulder. He was here, right? Onikus had no idea what he heard because his head was a jumbled mess. He cleared his mind of all unnecessary thoughts and tried to grasp the man's words. Yet even after understanding them, he couldn't help but ponder over whom the man was referring to. However, when he raised his head and saw where the man was going, a sudden realization dawned on him. He stuttered as he hurriedly stood up and followed the man from a distance of 1 meter. At human, Onikus held his breath with a pale expression when the man walking in front of him nodded. Wah, but I killed that human. Right now I can't even sense his presence. Don't tell me, he is someone Master knows. No, I am dead if it's true. He screamed internally as he watched the man who waved his hand to clear the dust and bent down to inspect the tent on the boulder. Onikus let out a frightened gasp when the pair of purple eyes turned around to gaze at him, and the man stood up. He was here, but I guess he escaped. I can't believe he risked his life and used the spatial tunnels that were created due to the presence of my original body. If he used the tunnel, he probably went to the no-mana land. Onikus watched as one of the man's hands started fading into a red and purple hue, but it stabilized once again when the man blinked and glanced at his hand while speaking. "What's your number?" Onikus answered with a barely audible voice, feeling aggrieved that his master didn't even know his name. "Fifth. So you are the last one? I was wondering why you are so weak." Onikus felt his knees weaken as the man grabbed his shoulder and looked at him with a face that held little to no emotion. "Increase your strength because you just made an enemy of my future friend. Just a few more years, and he's going to become someone who will mercilessly kill everyone who ever dared to lay a finger on him." Onikus stuttered with a stunned and bewildered expression. "Friend? Just when the hell did his master, the person he barely even saw twice in his life, have a friend?" "Wait, hold up," Master said. "Future friend. Does that mean that silver-haired human is someone Master's going to know in the future?" Onikus watched with a blank expression as the man began floating towards a round portal that materialized in the air. "I shall take my leave and go meet him because my body is made of pure energy. It won't remain stable for long and will soon return to my original form." The moment the man stepped into the portal and the portal vanished into thin air, Onikus dropped to his knees and let out a sharp exhale to calm his heart. In just a day, he had experienced so much, and his mind couldn't fully comprehend it, no matter how hard he tried. He quickly used the black five-petal flower engraved on the back of his hand to contact the other shadow generals. "I need thee inform them all, Master. Azazel has come out from his seclusion after all these years." He lowered his voice as he mentioned the man's name, the one who didn't even bother to remember his name. Chapter 458. Don't ever look for me. A while back, Kyle felt his heart thundering in his chest as he glanced at his own fist with disbelief. He screamed in his head with a desperate expression, hoping that the few blue particles he had gathered inside his body after so much struggle would heed his command. But they did not. They coursed inside his arm for a split second. But when he neared the Shadow General, the particles quickly returned back to his mind space and refused to come out again. Kyle's fist collided with the Shadow General's, and he heard the clear sound of his knuckles cracking. Not only his knuckles, but he also felt the bones in his entire arm breaking from the impact as he was flung backward. His body came to a halt only when it collided with a boulder. The pain was excruciating, rendering him unable to utter a single scream. As his body skidded down to the ground amidst the dust, a trail of blood was left behind on the surface of the boulder. His fingers twitched as his breath started to fade with each passing second. His vision grew dim, and this time he didn't fight to stay awake. The only question echoing in his mind was why? Why didn't his essence obey him? Wasn't he the owner? So why? Deep down, he knew that his chances of survival were slim after he used his bloodline, but if his essence had just helped him, he wouldn't have any regrets. He could have injured or perhaps even killed that bastard who sought to gouge out his eyes. It's not like there was any other option. Amidst the haze and pain, a faint voice echoed in Kyle's head. It sounded familiar, very familiar. He tried his best to grasp the voice that started to break as his consciousness started to fade. Kyle, it's Bai. Can you hear me?" Bia's voice sounded very concerned because, due to the distance, she wasn't able to feel Kyle's emotions or presence properly. She lost consciousness after she left the ethereal tunnel and landed on an unfamiliar planet. It was fortunate that even though the planet she landed on with Giant was conquered by the dark side, a group of people who were still fighting for the planet saved her and Giant. They took them to a safe place before the duo met their demise at someone's hand. Bia just regained consciousness, and the first thing she did was to use all her focus to contact Kyle. She wanted to make sure he was okay because Giant didn't let her leave the planet alone. Kyle's ears twitched a little when the air around him started to stir for some reason. But his attention was diverted because his head started ringing when someone called out his name loudly again and again. "Kyle, you basta. RD, reply or else I'm going to eat you up. Why aren't you saying anything?" Bia's voice cracked when she didn't get any response even after calling out his name so many times. She even cursed, but he stayed quiet. Instantly, dread crept inside her heart, and she let out a loud scream in his head. Kyle gasped and his eyes snapped open wide, their clear surface now marred with many red veins. He blinked to shake off the haze covering his mind and sight so he could focus on the voice ringing in his head. Bia, the Phoenix's tense voice, visibly relaxed when she heard his voice. She complained about why he wasn't replying but stopped only after a few seconds because she finally focused on the tremor in his voice as he called out her name. It was as if it took his all just to utter a single word. "Kyle. Are you okay?" Kyle let out a faint breath, his brows furrowed in concentration as he tried his best to close off all his senses and completely focus on Bia's voice. "I am fine, are you sure?" Bia's voice turned silent, but now that Kyle regained his sight, he deliberately forced himself to not sound like he was in pain. "I am fine, you. Tell me about yourself." His voice wavered in the middle because all of a sudden he heard many panicked cries around him and a suffocating pressure descended on his body. Kyle glanced upward and watched as the entire sky above him started to fill up with red and purple hues. I am okay, Giant 2. We landed on a dangerous planet, but we found a good place to hide. I will come find you. Bia's words were cut short because Kyle abruptly stopped her in the middle. Don't. Just go to the sacred divine land with Giant. I will come to find you too. When I'm done here. Kyle wanted to laugh at his own words because he wasn't even sure if he would be alive to see the next morning's sun with his condition. But he was glad for the first time that the phoenix couldn't sense his emotions at the moment. His eyes started to sting as tears welled up in them. Bia, remember, don't ever look for me or else I will never talk to you. I will come to find you, I will. The phoenix went silent for a moment, then she started bombarding his head with many questions. Where the hell are you? What do you mean I shouldn't find you? But before Bia could even get a single answer, Kyle blocked out her voice from his mind. And to make sure she wouldn't leave Giant and start searching for him alone, he quickly drew a symbol in the air with his gaze alone. The symbol glowed and then entered the back of his hand before disappearing inside his body. Now she won't know, at least not for a few years, if I die today. He wasn't sure if that amount of time would be enough for Bia to forget about him, but at least the crybaby wouldn't be crying as much as she would right now. After all, time had the power to make the memories fade away. He closed his eyes and many familiar faces flashed through his mind. Yue, he wasn't even able to find her. His family, would they ever find out? Kyle's thoughts came to a screeching halt when all of a sudden the air beside him started to twist. He opened his eyes and watched with bated breath as a round tunnel formed in midair just a little distance away from him. Violent currents surged out from the tunnel, and it started sucking everything in its surroundings inside. The hell? He narrowed his eyes and tried his best to look towards the spot where the Shadow General was supposed to be. Due to the pain, his mind forgot to process the fact that the elven man had not come to check on him. However, before he could get a clear look, his body started getting pulled towards the tunnel because of the strong suction force. Now what's going on? It seems like I can't even have a moment of peace. He wanted to grab onto something nearby to stop himself from being pulled towards the tunnel because he could see that the currents in the tunnel were too intense. No way he would be able to fight them and stay alive in his current condition. But the pain coursing through his body and his lack of energy prevented him from doing so. Kyle's struggle came to a halt when his eyes accidentally wandered toward the sky, where a massive crack formed and an obsidian eye with two purple slits peered out from the crevice. He held his breath as he locked his gaze onto the eye. In that split second, he made a decision to let the tunnel suck him in, no matter if his body could bear it or not. Well, he would die either way, so the method doesn't really matter to him anymore. But at least no one would be able to extract his skills or dig out his eyes. Moreover, he has a minuscule chance of survival if his luck stat somehow kicks in, although it has been rather useless lately. Chapter 459. No Mana Land, Part 1. Deep within the heart of a vast forest, the trees stood tall and proud, basking in the gentle sunlight streaming through the veil of clouds. They were surrounded by patches of blossoming flowers. But the leaves of the trees, as well as the petals of the flowers, lacked their usual vibrant shades. Instead, they appeared as muted gray. This unique color, contrasting against the brown earth, gave the forest an eerie and mysterious ambience. The air in the forest seemed to move at a leisurely pace. However, there was a noticeable absence of vitality and all types of energies, almost as if the very essence of life was missing. This left the forest with an incomplete and desolate atmosphere. The calmness of the forest was shattered as a strong-built elderly couple, with striking blue pupils and crests on their heads, clad in leather clothes, made their way through the trees. They chatted while collecting flowers in the baskets strapped to their backs, seemingly unfazed by the forest's unusual colors, which created a surreal atmosphere. The couple soon encountered a bizarre creature that didn't have a defined shape and had a color similar to molten steel. Its body was constantly shifting and flowing, like liquid metal in motion. And amidst the flowing liquid, a pair of fiery eyes glowed, giving it a menacing look. The old woman paused and quickly stopped her husband as well. Her smile faded when she saw the creature sniffing the air with hungry eyes. My, it's been ages since I last laid eyes on a monolith beast so close to our village, especially after the owner went on a crazy hunting spree because one of them ate the only mana plant he managed to grow after 50 years of effort. Honey, look. It's sniffing the air. Do you think it's going to attack us? Before she could finish her sentence, the creature surprised the duo by moving in a different direction. The old man narrowed his eyes at the beast's back. Where is it going? These beasts are always bloodthirsty, so it's strange to see one of them leaving even though it had already spotted us. The old woman also furrowed her brows. Her wrinkled face mirrored worry as she grabbed the man's arm. Don't tell me the beasts are up to something again. Just a few years ago, they attacked in a group and killed many people from our village. "Honey, I don't think we should let it roam around the village. The owner is too lazy and only cares about himself. He wouldn't care if the village is attacked again." The old man sighed and nodded. His blue pupils shimmered as he locked them on the creature and started following behind it with his wife. "It's just one beast, and after looking at its body, I believe it has not stepped into the divine rank yet, so we can handle it." However, only after a minute, the duo stopped in their tracks when they found the reason for the beast's strange behavior as it halted next to a tree that was covered in glistening ice. The creature's eyes glowed ominously as it fixed its gaze upon the two figures opposite it. On the other hand, the first thing that caught the couple's attention was blood, so much so that it painted a significant part of the land in crimson. The glistening ice on the ground and the tree's surface made the red color even more striking under the sunlight. Then, their eyes fell upon the unconscious man lying beside the tree. His sparkling silver hair was covered with blood, and blood was flowing from every part of his body, creating a distressing scene. But what truly startled the elderly couple wasn't the unconscious man, but rather the individual dressed in a pristine white shirt that had not even a speck of dust on it, crouching beside his bloodied body. This person's purple eyes displayed little to no emotion as he extended his hand towards the bloodied man's neck, as if intending to strangle him and take away his last breath. The duo watched as the man retracted his hand after a moment and murmured under his breath with a sigh of regret, "It's a shame that I can't kill you, or rather, you won't die even if I obliterate your body into thousands of pieces. Just like me, I feel like we are very similar in this regard." At that exact moment, the beast standing beside the crouching man started letting out strange, struggling sounds. And under the old couple's stunned eyes, the beast's body dissipated into smoke, leaving behind nothing as if it did not exist at all. The duo almost tripped on their feet when the man with purple eyes turned his head and looked at them directly. "Hey, my friend and I are lost after we entered the No Mana land. How about you two lend us a hand?" The duo glanced at each other, unsure if they should help him because he clearly tried to kill the other person and now he is asking for help. Moreover, even though they could gauge the strength of the unconscious man, they were not able to sense anything from the man with purple eyes. Not to mention, his empty gaze gave them a strange feeling, almost as if he was peering directly into their souls. The old woman took a deep breath and bravely stepped forward, despite the old man's attempts to stop her. She let out a sigh and shook her head at her partner. "Joshua, I'm not sure about the one with black hair, but the injured one needs immediate treatment. The air in this land lacks mana and has nothing within it. So his body won't be able to naturally recover and he will die soon. I can't just stand by and let someone die before my eyes, especially when he looks the same age as our grandchildren." Joshua massaged his temples. His wife only called him by his name when she was very serious. All right, Hazel, but stay behind me and let me handle it." He grabbed his wife's hand and made her stand at a distance. Then he moved toward the bloodied, silver-haired man. The other man with purple eyes had long since moved away from the couple and was now watching everything from a distance. Joshua checked the silver-haired man's pulse and furrowed his brows in concentration. How the hell did he even survive? His whole body is badly broken. He glanced at his wife, and together the duo decided to take the man back to their village to give him proper treatment. But they were sure that the man wouldn't regain consciousness for at least a few months given the severity of his injuries. Chapter 460, No Mana Land, Part 2. A familiar sensation of excruciating pain coursed through Kyle's body as he desperately gasped for air. No matter where he looked, everything around him was dark, with violet currents crawling around his body as if trying to tear him apart. He wanted to scream, but his throat had grown hoarse, leaving him voiceless. In that very moment, he snapped his eyes open, gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he locked his gaze at the unfamiliar ceiling above him, which emitted a soft glow. Immediately, he attempted to grasp the layer of fabric enveloping his body, but a sharp, stinging sensation shot through his fingers. It was then that he realized his entire body was covered in something unfamiliar. Kyle's mind felt hazy and muddled, making it difficult for him to comprehend his surroundings. He absent-mindedly blinked a few times, and after a while he finally regained enough clarity to realize that he was in a dimly lit room, and his body was wrapped in bandages. Then, the painful memories of what he had gone through came rushing back to him. He instinctively reached out for his sword upon hearing a few murmurs outside the room where he was lying, only to remember that he had lost it while fighting the Shadow General. Kyle's eyes trembled as he attempted to grab healing potions from his mind space, but his fingers grasped nothing. He realized with dread that he was unable to access his mind space. It was then that he noticed there wasn't even a trace of mana in his body, not even divine energy. It felt awfully similar to when he was just a normal human and hadn't awakened his talent. He panicked for a moment but sighed with relief when he glanced at the image that had replaced his stats from the corners of his eyes and didn't notice any change in his strength. He was still a pseudo-divine rank individual. The only difference was that his body lacked mana and divine energy. Kyle wanted to absorb it from the air, thinking that maybe because he was unconscious, his body had stopped performing its natural function. But he noticed with a shuddering breath that the air around him didn't contain anything. It lacked the very essence of nature. He couldn't move his body much, probably because his injuries hadn't healed yet. Moreover, he could still feel the pain throughout his body, so he decided to just move his head a little to get a better look at his surroundings. However, all he could see inside the room were some baskets filled with gray petal flowers, a few wooden chairs, and a stone table that was a little distance away from the plain bed he was lying on. It seems someone saved me, but who? Also, what is wrong with this place? Why does it lack mana and divine energy? Kyle let out a deep sigh, so he made it through, huh? In the midst of the pain, a fleeting smile crossed his face, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. This time he truly believed he was going to die. He was certain of it when he willingly entered that tunnel filled with violent currents. If only it wasn't so painful. A surge of anger welled up inside him as he recalled the moment when his bloodline refused to obey his command. This is dangerous, really, really dangerous. It has the power to influence my thoughts, and I have come to realize that it will do anything to ensure its own survival. It's a part of me, but it's very strong and I have no control over it. Kyle's ears perked up when he heard footsteps approaching the room. He quickly shut his eyes and tried his best to calm his breathing as much as possible. His fingers twitched when the room's door was flung open with a loud bang, like someone had just unleashed all their anger on that pitiful door. Instantly, an old man with a long white beard and hair stormed into the room with big strides. He muttered curses under his breath as he glared at the old couple standing behind him. "Are you two a bunch of idiots? Do you think I'm running a charity here or am I a doctor? Why the hell does this whole damn village keep bringing back injured folks and expecting me to heal them? Damn it, I swear one of these days I'm gonna drop dead from all the work I'm doing just because I made the stupid mistake of creating this village." The old couple's faces fell as they glared back at the old man. Hazel let out a silent snicker, as if saying, "What the hell do you even do?" But she instantly hid behind her husband when the old man raised his brow with a dark expression towards her. Joshua sighed. He was equally annoyed, but he knew not to make an enemy of the old man opposite him because he was the strongest person in their race. "Owner, we just gave him simple treatment and applied some ointment on his injuries. You know we can't use any healing skills since we lack mana. It's been 3 days and his body is as cold as ice. The poor kid would die if you didn't do anything." The old man let out a snarl, his face screaming that he didn't even care a bit even if the kid died right in front of his very eyes. "Just remember, this is the last time I'm saving someone. After this, if you two ever bring someone to me, I'm gonna strangle that person with my own hands." The duo exchanged glances as they remembered the man with purple eyes who also wanted to strangle the silver-haired kid. But they stayed quiet as they watched the old man drag a chair and sit beside the bed where the kid was lying. However, the moment the old man sat down beside the kid, he narrowed his eyes and let out a snicker. "Brat, you are already awake." Kyle's fingers twitched violently. He heard the conversation very clearly and couldn't help but slowly open his eyes to glance at the old man in the leather outfit sitting beside the bed. But instead of looking at him, the old man glanced back at the old couple with a deadpan expression. "Didn't you two say he was almost dead, so why is he fit as a fiddle? Did you two disturb my sleep and drag me here just to annoy me?" Chapter 461. No Mana Land, Part 3. After hearing the old man's words, the couple exchanged a startled glance. Hazel swiftly closed the distance, her leather attire hugging her figure as she stood beside Kyle's bed, scrutinizing the man from head to toe with her aged face. Right away, a look of surprise and bewilderment crossed her face as she observed with her own eyes how Kyle's injuries had significantly improved since the previous day. She had believed it would take him months just to regain consciousness, but now she could see that his progress had far exceeded her expectations. Not just Hazel, even Joshua looked surprised. As the couple checked out Kyle, he also checked the people around him and noticed something in common. All of them had blue pupils that looked like sapphires, and they all had crests on their heads just like a crown. That means they aren't humans. He also noticed that even though they looked old, the trio bodies were quite muscular. The silence in the room was shattered when the old man sitting beside his bed stood up abruptly and glanced at the room's door. The couple was startled by his sudden movement, and when they followed his gaze, their expressions turned tense. Kyle furrowed his brows and tried to follow their gaze, but the trio's backs blocked his view. He let out a silent sigh because he had many questions in his head, but first and foremost, he wanted to know where he was. His ears twitched when, for some reason, the old man's voice turned icy as he looked at the door. "Why are you here? I told you to wait outside, didn't I?" Kyle didn't hear any footsteps, nor did he sense anyone's presence, so he became a bit curious when a deep and nonchalant voice replied back to the old man with little to no emotion. "He's awake, right?" The couple looked at the old man, who rubbed his white beard with a serious expression that they rarely saw on his face. Hubert, the owner of their village, was always nonchalant, but for some reason, the old man lost his calm the moment he laid eyes on the man with purple eyes standing opposite them. Joshua let out a hushed whisper. "Owner." Hubert raised his hand to silence him. He was furious, because deep down he had an inkling that the man standing before him was a disaster the couple should have never brought into their village. After all, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom the man's true strength. He silently moved aside, granting Kyle a clear view of the man who had just entered the room. Kyle forgot to blink when his eyes locked with the purple ones. He instinctively tried to clutch the fabric draped over his body because in those purple eyes, he saw nothing but a void, an emptiness that sent chills down his spine. Hubert stroked his beard and observed Kyle's expression for a moment before shifting his gaze towards the man with purple eyes. "As you can see, he's wide awake, so take your friend and leave my village. You two are free to go wherever you please, and no need to come back, cause I wasn't pleased with how you forcefully entered the village despite being stopped by the residents." Kyle finally blinked when he heard the old man's words. "Friend, does he know that man?" "No, he doesn't." He opened his mouth to refute, but before he could, the man in question spoke up. "Oh, but we are not acquainted yet." Hubert furrowed his brows. "I don't give a damn. Just leave, both of you, cause I am not interested in any more trouble coming my way." Kyle's gaze shifted towards the man with purple eyes who casually strolled over and settled into one of the chairs in the room, seemingly unfazed by the old man's words. There was something about the man that stirred an uneasy sensation within him. "Who is he?" He took a deep breath and decided to ignore the man for now. Kyle opened his mouth to speak. His throat felt dry, but he managed to speak, albeit faintly. "I am really grateful to the ones who saved my life. Thank you so much. That's all I can offer right now. I don't know where I am at the moment. But as soon as I am able to walk, I will leave." Kyle attempted to sit, but his body refused to obey. He winced in pain as he tried to grasp the bed with his hands. Observing his discomfort, Hazel promptly assisted him in sitting on the bed and let out a sigh. Kid, try not to move too much. I don't know how you woke up so early, but your wounds might reopen if you exert yourself too much." Kyle nodded and leaned back against the pillow placed behind him. He glanced at the man with purple eyes who stared back at him. "I don't know him." His voice was firm as he fixed his gaze on the old couple and the old man standing beside the bed. "Please, can any of you tell me where I am? Why can't I feel any mana in the air? Not just mana, I also can't sense divine energy." Kyle failed to notice, but Hubert's eyes caught a strange glint flashing within the pairs of empty purple eyes when the man heard the words, "I don't know him." Hubert almost thought he was imagining it because he saw the man's purple eyes crinkling with amusement. A troubled expression appeared on his aged face because in that very moment, he finally sensed the man's strength. Perhaps the man intentionally emitted a faint aura to make his strength known. Hubert wasn't sure since he had never encountered someone whose presence put him on edge before. Nonetheless, just like the silver-haired man, the black-haired one also possessed pseudo-divine rank strength. "Did I make a mistake? Maybe he's an ordinary human just like the silver-haired one." Hubert fixed his eyes on Kyle and sat down on the chair, wearing a stern expression. His previous annoyance faded into thin air. Now that the two humans had entered his village, he needed to ensure they left as soon as possible to avoid any further trouble. "I don't know how you ended up here, but this place is called No Mana Land." Chapter 462, No Mana Land, Part 4. "A place that's cut off from the outside world after me and my friends battled the first Shadow General. And got defeated miserably." Hubert's expression turned somber as he reminisced about the past. However, he regained his composure when he noticed the pair of green eyes fixated on his face. Kyle winced when the old man patted his arm and glanced back at the man with purple eyes. "You both know about the Shadow Generals, or you want me to go into details?" "Cause I really don't want to talk about that bastard who betrayed his own kind." Kyle instinctively shifted away slightly to evade any further pats and nodded. "I'm well aware." Hubert let out a thoughtful hum. "Well, unless you have been living under a rock, it's hard not to be familiar with the Shadow Generals in this day and age." He reached out his hand and grabbed Kyle's arm once again. "Stay put now that I'm wasting my time here. I might as well do some more good deeds and try to heal your broken bones. I happen to be the only person in this land with a healing ability that works without mana and divine energy." Immediately, a sensation similar to water spread through Kyle's arms, and he could clearly feel his injuries healing. It wasn't happening at a speed visible to the eye, but the pain was definitely diminishing. He looked at the old man's hand and noticed that Hubert wasn't using any energy. Or perhaps he was, but Kyle couldn't quite grasp it because it was very different from mana and divine energy. Hubert felt Kyle's eyes at his hand, but he brushed it off. It's not like the human would comprehend the spiritual energy of a water dragon. He carried on. Just as the name implies, this land is devoid of mana, and not only that, it also lacks divine energy. In the past, the no-mana land was actually a part of a beautiful planet brimming with various energies. It was ruled by the water dragon race, a race that is very different from all the other dragon races because they only focused on water-type skills. But everything changed when one of their own betrayed them and joined forces with the dark side. How ironic that he gained the title of the first Shadow General after destroying his own home. Hubert let out a bitter chuckle, his aged face reflecting the pain as he reminisced about the past. The planet was wrecked in the battle. Hubert, along with his friends who have since passed away, did their utmost to save the planet. But unfortunately, their efforts were in vain, as just when they thought they were gaining the upper hand, Azazel's fake body stepped into the battle and broke the planet into countless pieces with just a single attack. After the battle, when Hubert opened his eyes once again, he found himself alone. All of his people were dead, except for a few who had managed to survive by hiding themselves. The planet was broken into countless pieces. In a final effort to save his race from extinction, Hubert gathered the remaining survivors to leave the place. However, something strange happened. All of a sudden, the planet's core burst out from the broken pieces, and all the mana and divine energy in those pieces started dissipating into particles. Those particles formed a gray field around one of the biggest pieces of the planet, where the planet's core settled. That's how the no-mana land came to be. Countless people know about this place, but no one dares to come here because there are many natural spatial tunnels around this land that can send them to an unknown place in this vast universe. Kyle's expression sank when he heard Hubert's next words, and he immediately looked away from the man's hand to focus on his face. Also, if someone enters this land, they won't be able to leave unless they possess a transcendent rank physique. Only then can they pass through the gray field surrounding the no-mana land. Hubert saw Kyle's expression grow pale with each passing second, but he didn't really care and continued. That's the reason I decided to settle here and create a village in this desolate place. It was hard at first because we couldn't adjust without mana, and due to the lack of mana, monolith beasts started forming on this land. He let out a sigh. But over time, we made our naturally strong physiques even stronger and fought back against the monolith beasts. After all, this place is hundreds of times better than the outside world. Kyle closed his eyes to process the information. He took a deep breath and looked at Hubert. Is there any other way to leave this land? Getting a transcendent rank physique is not easy. How am I going to leave this land then? Hubert rubbed his forehead. There is no other way, and I told you to leave my village, not this land. He retracted his hand from Kyle's arm and stood up. I'm taking off, just take it easy for now and don't overthink. You need to recover and leave this village as soon as possible. I know you're human, but I don't dislike you. Rather, his blue eyes shifted towards the man sitting in the distant chair. I didn't like the person who came with you. Kyle wanted to ask more questions, but the old man took a few big strides and left the room. He glanced at the old couple, but they also left behind the old man. He let out a groan. Damn it, how the hell am I going to achieve a transcendent rank physique in a land that lacks mana? His ears twitched when a familiar deep voice reached his ears. It's not that hard. Moreover, the old dragon didn't give you complete knowledge. Maybe he forgot. Kyle snapped his eyes towards the man sitting in the distance. The man's purple eyes seemed too empty to belong to someone who was trying to give him reassurance. He furrowed his brows. Who are you exactly? I don't know you. Why did you say we are friends? Chapter 463, No Mana Land, Part 5. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Kyle locked his eyes on the man seated in the distance. But only after a few seconds, he quickly looked away from the man's eyes and noticed that his palms had started to sweat, almost as if he was feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of staring directly into those purple pupils. Kyle noticed his own behavior and once again snapped his head towards the man, this time with a deadly serious expression, because he noticed the man was treating him like thin air even after hearing his questions. That's why he repeated his words once again. I said, who are you? His firm voice echoed in the air, but he received nothing in return except silence. Kyle took a deep breath to stop himself from getting even more frustrated after everything he had been going through recently. He decided to put rest as his top priority because he knew his body needed it the most at the moment. Hubert has helped alleviate his pain, and he could sense that his bones were better than before. But it still wasn't enough for him to walk normally, and once he gains some strength and mobility, he's gonna rough the man up to vent his frustration and anger, and of course to get the answers too. It's not like he's all-powerful. I sensed his aura too when he let it out earlier. He's just a pseudo-divine rank human like me. Kyle grabbed the fabric covering his body and shifted to lie down on the bed, but he kept his eyes open. Mostly because of the presence in the room, the presence he couldn't sense at all. Subconsciously, he wondered if the man was truly a pseudo-divine rank. He blinked and gazed at the ceiling in silence, his mind replaying everything he had experienced recently. A flicker of pain gleamed in his eyes as he thought about the phoenix. She's going to give me a good beating. I guess I deserve it. It's my fault this time. The tranquility in the room shattered as the familiar deep voice resonated in his ears. Your eyes still shine so brightly, but why? They should be serene, composed, icy, and vacant, just like mine. Kyle blinked as the voice continued. Maybe, it will take a while for us to be on the same side but also opposite at the same time. Do you still remember the face of the person who made you so miserable? At the end, the voice turned slightly raspy, almost as if urging him to answer. Huh? Kyle blinked again with a stunned expression. The face of the person who made me so miserable. He promptly stopped breathing as he recalled the time before he jumped into the tunnel filled with violent currents. Instantly, dread crept into his heart, which started thundering in his chest because even after he racked his brain many times, he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember the face of the person who beat him up. No, how was it possible? Kyle's eyes dilated. He remembered everything else, how he fought back, how the person beat him up enough to make his body bleed from every part, but he forgot. He forgot the opponent's face. It was as if his memory had turned hazy, blurring that specific face. He snapped his eyes towards the place where the man was sitting, only to find the chair empty. Kyle attempted to drag his body out of bed, but the pain coursing through his body thwarted his efforts. His eyes darted around in a frantic search before finally fixing on the fading figure of the man who had started to walk towards the room exit. Wait, wait. What the fuck? What the hell do you mean? Why don't I remember his face? Kyle shouted, causing the man to pause briefly in the doorway. I told you the old dragon didn't give you all the knowledge. Kyle watched as the man walked away without a single glance back, and silence descended upon the room once again. He lowered his gaze and noticed that many of his wounds had reopened due to the movement. Just fuck it all. He gathered the fabric on the bed in his hands and buried his throbbing head in the material. However, right at that moment, a familiar icy sensation flowed through his body as if trying to calm his nerves. But instead of feeling soothed, Kyle grew even more irritated. He muttered a silent curse and willed for the sensation to stop. In his current state of mind, he feared he might lock the essence himself. Hubert quietly walked through the houses made of clay bricks that surrounded him. There were many people with similar blue pupils who greeted him as they wandered the narrow, earthy streets of the village. A few shops lined the streets, offering leather clothing sourced from the wild goats, which are one of the only normal monsters found in the nearby mountains. They also had meat and accessories crafted from stones, wood, and various ores found in the land. Some children were playing with tree branches, adding a lively touch to the peaceful atmosphere. But a vein bulged on Hubert's forehead as he paused and glanced back at the old couple following him. He snapped and waved his hand. What now? I gave him treatment. Go, shoo, leave me alone. I am going back to the mountain to rest. Hazel and Joshua exchanged glances before Joshua spoke up. Owner, we just wanted to tell you that you forgot to pass on all the information about this land to the silver-haired human. Hubert furrowed his brows, feeling slightly confused. Sensing his confusion, Hazel let out a big sigh and raised a finger. You didn't mention that the longer he stays here, the more he will forget about his past. His old memories will start to fade, just like the rest of us. This place lacks the very essence of nature. Only you manage to keep your old memories intact because you have reached the last stage of transcendent rank. Chapter 464, No Mana Land, Part 6. Hubert closed his eyes and let out a sigh. I probably forget, but it's not like I can help him. No one can. Still, he won't forget the time he's going to spend on this land. He will only forget what he experienced outside the boundaries of the No Mana land, so just tell him about this when you two have time. He paused for a second. It's partially 'cause of the gray field around the land as well, but if he's able to leave this place, he can remember. Well, only if his mind gets stimulated. Hubert rubbed his long white beard and started thinking if he forgot anything else. The old couple left his side to go back to their house, and only then did he raise his hand as if he remembered something else. Right, the passage of time here is also different from the outside world. 10 years here equals a year outside. Where did they go, Tusk? That's why I don't like answering them. He stomped his foot and with big strides he left the village, heading towards the mountain that overlooked the village. He didn't stay in the village. Instead, he built his own house atop the mountain. He did this to keep an eye on the nearby forest and to stay away from all the noise. A few days went by and the sky above the village was filled with thick, dark clouds. There were no stars or moon to be seen in the sky, but the houses in the village were adorned with numerous gray flowers. These flowers were placed inside pots that hung on the walls, providing a source of illumination. Joshua entered the room where the silver-haired human was staying. The old man was accompanied by his only great-grandson, who appeared to be around 12 years old. The little kid with blue pupils held a plate filled with meat and some other edible herbs as he followed his grandfather. Joshua glanced at Kyle, who had his gaze fixed on the wall opposite him. Kyle, if you are awake, eat something. Just like I mentioned earlier, there is no mana in the air, so you will feel hungry quite easily. Kyle took a look at the food that was brought for him and let out a sigh. He glanced at the plain notebook with a dark cover in his hand and carefully tucked it beneath his pillow. Slowly, he got up from the bed, being careful not to reopen his wounds that had almost healed. The kid circled around him with his usual cheerful smile and called him Big Brother before placing the food on the stone table. He ruffled the kid's short, wavy hair and sat down on the chair to eat. Joshua noticed the notebook that Kyle had placed beneath his pillow. It was something the human had requested, along with a pen, from him and Hazel when they informed him that his old memories would start to fade over time. Kyle wanted to write down everything about himself so that even if he forgot, he could remember by reading the notebook. Joshua walked over to the table and took a seat across from the human. Have you finished writing everything down? Kyle glanced at him. He felt grateful towards the old couple who had been taking care of him. He wanted to repay the due with mana stones or treasures, but he couldn't retrieve anything from his mind space due to the lack of mana. Not everything, just the things I can't afford to forget. Well, I still remember everything else except for the face of one of my enemies. Suddenly, he remembered the man with purple eyes. What about that man, the one you found with me? Is he still in the village? Joshua furrowed his brows. I saw him yesterday near the forest, but he ignored me and before I could approach him, he was gone. He stared at the human opposite him. I thought you would react very strongly when Hazel and I came to tell you about the fact that your old memory would fade, but surprisingly you didn't. Kyle didn't say anything. He actually had a lot on his mind, but after contemplating everything for an entire day, he found himself becoming calm. He had already been through a lot, so he knew it was important to stay composed and deal with the situation instead of complaining or asking why all this was happening to him. The room went silent as Kyle ate the food that was brought for him. Joshua was about to leave but stopped when the human stared at him with his green eyes. I need to leave this land as soon as possible. There are many people waiting for me. Is there truly no alternative method to leave this land without achieving the transcendent rank physique? Kyle placed the small knives in his hands on the table as he finished eating. He stared at the old man, waiting for his response. He had actually started walking around and doing some light exercises in the room to help himself heal even faster. Right now, he only had one objective. He had to find a way to leave this land. Joshua locked eyes with Kyle. He could never get used to the human's bright eyes shining like gems. In that fleeting moment, he thought about the pair of purple eyes belonging to that other person he encountered before and wondered if they too ever shone so beautifully. Or maybe they were always blank. He let out a sigh. Unfortunately, there isn't. In the past, a few youngsters from the village wanted to leave as well to explore the outside world. That's why owner checked this land many times to find an opening or hole in the gray field, but he wasn't able to. Kyle's face hardened as he listened to the old man quietly. Owner is strong and he can leave this land whenever he wants, but he never did. He's a little annoying, but he has been protecting this village for a long time. He grumbled a lot, but he's also the one who trained those youngsters and helped them all achieve a transcendent rank physique. And they were able to cross the gray field. Chapter 465, I Can Do It. Joshua paused for a moment as a thought flashed through his mind. He glanced at Kyle from head to toe, observing his human physique, which was significantly different from that of a dragon's. Kyle, how about you go and ask the owner for help as well? This land lacks mana, so you won't easily find any natural treasures that can assist you. He can train you. His methods are a little challenging, but under his guidance, you can definitely achieve a transcendent rank physique more easily. Kyle noticed the slight pause in the old man's words when he mentioned Hubert's training method. Nevertheless, he didn't care about the difficulty of the method. He needed a way to leave this place. If achieving a transcendent rank physique was the key to leaving, he was willing to do whatever it took to reach that level. He glanced at the image that had replaced his stats from the corners of his eyes and noticed that his physique had already reached the pseudo-divine rank. Kyle rubbed his temples. But still, it's gonna be hard to get him to agree, right? I mean, he made it crystal clear that he wanted me out of this village multiple times. If it weren't for my injuries, I believe he would have kicked me out without a second thought. Joshua let out a chuckle. So you don't even want to give it a try? I remember those youngsters who wanted his teachings. They had to camp outside his house for days and do all the chores for that lazy man, like cook meals for him, cleaning his house and washing his clothes. It was only after enduring so much hardship that they achieved what they wanted. And mind you, they were of his own race. That's why for you, it's gonna be even tougher, but he's not a bad person. If he sees your determination, he will surely help you. He lowered his voice into a whisper. Also, it's a secret, but owner can use spiritual energy, so if you are under him and get badly injured somehow, he would save your life at all costs. Kyle nodded and stared back at the old man with a firm gaze. I will make him agree. I have no idea about this land, and if I train on my own as you said, this land lacks natural treasures, it would take me too much time. I need a knowledgeable figure to guide me and Hubert is my best choice. That's why I will make him agree. Joshua patted his shoulder with a grin and wished him luck before he left the room after picking up the kid who had long since fell asleep on the chair next to Kyle. Kyle watched his fading back and then stood up from the chair. He did some light exercises in the room, like moving his arms and legs, before he went out of the room to enter the bathroom opposite his room to wash his face. There was no mirror in the bathroom, and the water was filled up in large buckets. He bent down slightly, careful not to make any excessive movements, and splashed water on his face multiple times before staring at his reflection in the water. The faint glow from the gray flowers hanging on one of the walls illuminated the small space with a soft glow. I have to do a lot, right? He sighed and closed his eyes. I need to keep moving forward. I can't stop. Not when I promised Bia I would go see her soon. She's probably going crazy right now. And Yue, I wonder how she's doing. I hope she's all right. Kyle's eyes fluttered open as a rush of unfamiliar thoughts flooded his mind. His eyes turned extremely cold because he had finally understood the pattern of how his bloodline influenced his mind. Almost every time he was about to step into danger, the essence would try to influence his actions, just like now. His thoughts, they were trying to tell him that he shouldn't take any action at the moment and that he shouldn't worry too much about the people waiting for him, as they can take care of themselves. What now? Is there something dangerous nearby? Well, the no-mana land itself is dangerous. But, for some reason, the essence has become rather quiet lately, has it not? It's not even pushing it anymore. Now I can easily sense thoughts that don't belong to me. Or is it that my mind has gotten sharper? He wasn't exactly sure why. Maybe it was because he warned the bloodline that he would lock it, or perhaps it could sense his restlessness and frustration. But strangely, it had settled within his mind space completely. He could occasionally sense a familiar cold sensation coursing through his body, but it would quickly vanish as if it never existed at all. I am sure I can't lock it at my will, not when it's a part of me, but I will make sure it does not interfere with my thoughts. Now I know this feeling, so I will know if danger is nearby. Kyle cleared his mind and stared at his reflection. Hardships, I need to face them as well. I can't always rely on my bloodline, not when it's not even listening to me if it's threatened. He has realized that as long as he stays alive, everything will be fine. Only when his life is threatened does the bloodline act up. That's why he needs to stay alive, and he will stay alive. No matter what, Kyle took a deep breath and straightened his posture before removing his clothes. He examined the multitude of scars and injury marks that marred his body. They stood out even more prominently against his pale, cold skin. So, let's get started. The goal for now is to achieve a transcendent rank physique. It's hard but not impossible. I can do it. His gaze shifted towards the clothes placed in the distance. Hazel had purchased a few sets of clothes for him to change into. He put on the plain brown shirt and jacket, slipped into the dark pants over the boots, and let out a sigh as he noticed that everything was made of leather. They were slightly larger on his frame, but well, it's not like he can complain. Chapter 466. Can I come along? Early the next morning, Kyle stepped out of the house where he had been staying for the past few days. He was able to move around normally, albeit slowly, but it was enough for him in that moment. However, before he could proceed further, he encountered a familiar face. It was a young man named Bamail who appeared to be around the same age as him. Bamail had previously visited him with Hazel. Bamail was taken aback as he examined Kyle from top to bottom. His height nearly matched Kyle's, but Kyle couldn't help but notice, with a quick glance, that Bamail's body was filled with densely packed, explosive muscles. Kyle nodded as the man approached him, a smile lighting up his face, his blue eyes gleaming in the daylight. Oh, you can move already? I thought it would take you a while to heal since you're human. Bamail slapped Kyle's back and flashed a mischievous smile. Kyle flinched slightly at the force behind the gesture, but he managed to maintain a composed expression. Bamail clicked his tongue. You're quite sturdy, huh? Kyle wasn't sure if it was a compliment or not, but he gave the man a quick nod and expressed his desire to explore the village. Bamail pondered for a moment and agreed since he still had some time before heading to the training grounds to join others his age. The duo strolled through the village, and Kyle couldn't help but notice that it wasn't very large. Many curious onlookers stared at Kyle, particularly due to his unique eyes and bright silver hair. However, a number of older residents greeted him nicely, probably because they were already aware of his presence. After taking a brief tour of the village, Bamail turned around and faced the human. Initially, he was curious about Kyle, but when he saw him for the first time, he had to admit he was disappointed because Kyle appeared somewhat weak. He knew he shouldn't judge a book by its cover because he still hadn't sensed Kyle's strength, but it just bothered him whenever he glanced at the latter's good-looking face that stood out in the crowd. He's all looks, nothing more. Nevertheless, Bimael kept his thoughts to himself because his grandma had strictly asked him not to be impolite to the guest. Tusk, what guest? He's just a freeloader. He gave Kyle's shoulder a pat. I reckon you have seen enough of the village. Head back now. I need to go train. The instructor is strict and I can't be late. But he closed his eyes and took a deep breath upon hearing Kyle's next words. Can I come along? Bimael smiled and a dimple appeared on his left cheek. Oh, what would you do if you followed me? You can't even throw a decent punch in your current condition. Are you planning to watch me sweat or something, huh? Just head back. It's not something a kid should watch. Kyle's eyebrow twitched and he held himself back from saying something inappropriate. He felt grateful for Hazel and Joshua because the elderly couple had taken care of him. That's why he would overlook their grandson's language. I just want to do some light exercise. The room is too cramped for that. Bimael clicked his tongue and then, without caring about Kyle, he started walking toward the back of the village. Kyle quietly followed behind him, making his steps as light as possible. He rubbed the white earring in his ear. I guess it's still working. They soon left the place surrounded by houses, and Kyle stopped when he noticed a large field in front of him. It was just a plain field where many people, both male and female around his age or maybe even younger, were engaged in physical training and practicing with various weapons. So this is the place where the youngsters are taught to fight and protect themselves in dangerous situations. Kyle watched as a stern middle-aged instructor shouted at Bimael, who jumped over the wooden barrier surrounding the field and entered inside, only to be punished by the instructor for being late. Kyle's eyes traveled towards the trees surrounding the field. He had noticed before in the village, but now as he looked at the trees and flowers again, he realized that all of them were gray. At least the land, wood, and everything else I have seen so far still have their natural colors intact. Almost everyone in the field noticed him and started whispering. The instructor heard the sudden murmurs in the field, which is why he came to ask the human if he needed something. Kyle noticed the instructor's slight discomfort, which made him realize that not everyone in the village welcomed someone from a different race. That's why he decided to go straight to the point. Can I use the field as well? The middle-aged man across from Kyle furrowed his brows with a complicated expression. He scratched his head while glancing at the human. You can use the field, but try not to disturb the others. Kyle observed as the middle-aged man left without uttering another word. He himself remained silent and began to stroll along the perimeter of the field. Gradually, he picked up his pace, increasing his speed with each passing minute. After an hour, he was running at a pace that could rival that of an average person. However, he was careful not to make any big movements that could worsen the healing wounds on his body. He needed to make sure that his body was properly healed before engaging in strenuous exercise. He performed some light stretches and noticed that the clear sky above him had started to turn darker. That's why he decided to leave the area, without even sparing a glance at the instructor or the individuals who had been secretly observing him. Kyle walked along the familiar path, making his way towards the house where he had been staying while counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, including the instructor, I sensed 4 divine rank individuals in the field. They look so much younger than me, but they are all so strong. Not to mention, almost every other person in the village is divine rank, except for those whose strength I couldn't figure out. He rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Once his mind cleared, he began using his scent perception skill. It was hard at first since his head was throbbing, likely due to his poor physical condition. But the skill didn't require mana, just like the fear skill, so as soon as his mind cleared, he started using it. I will go find Hubert as soon as my injuries are healed. If he doesn't agree to help, I will enter the forest. I hope the scent perception skill can help me find some treasures, even though the chances are very low in this land that lacks mana. Chapter 467. A familiar name. Bimael clicked his tongue with annoyance as he approached the silver-haired human who had been visiting the training ground for the past week. A couple of girls and a few guys his age were pestering him to invite the human to join them inside the field instead of running and exercising outside. As Bimael approached the human, he couldn't help but give Kyle a once-over, noticing that there wasn't even a drop of sweat on his body, despite witnessing the human sprinting around the field earlier at a pace that could rival Bimael's own. The sky had started to turn dark, and he couldn't understand how Kyle managed to stay so dry. Man, I start sweating buckets after just a couple of hours, but look at this guy, Bimael muttered under his breath and scratched his head. I guess humans just don't sweat as much as dragons. He flinched as just before he could jump over the wooden barrier, Kyle glanced back and locked eyes with him, raising a questioning brow. What happened? That. Bimael almost slapped his mouth in disbelief because he actually stuttered due to the sudden surprise. That face, coupled with those bright eyes that had a color he rarely saw in his life. Damn. The instructor said you can join us and train inside the field, so why don't you come in? Kyle let out a surprised oh. He had felt many eyes on him ever since he started coming here. But he mostly ignored them because he knew the people of the village would be cautious around him. It's fine. Now that my injuries are healed, tomorrow I'm heading to the mountain to find Hubert. That's why I don't think I'll be coming back here anytime soon. Bemale blinked, but when he processed Kyle's words, he let out a gasp of surprise with wide eyes. What, you're going to find the owner? Don't you know he doesn't like it when others visit him? He's gonna throw you off the top of the mountain. Kyle looked at him, and the corners of his eyes raised a bit with amusement. At first, Bemale was very guarded around him, but now Kyle could sense a hint of worry in the man's voice. Maybe after staying around him for so many days, Bemale had started to feel more at ease around him. Thanks for the reminder. I'll make sure he doesn't throw me off the mountain at least. After all, I can't fly now. He rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a few patches of dark silver flowers from inside his jacket. As soon as he revealed the flowers, Bemale's eyes widened even more in shock. Kyle noticed the subtle change in his face and tossed the flowers towards him. I just found them around the field while running. Are they useful in any way? Bemale quickly caught the flowers with a fluster. He glanced at them and then at Kyle with a bewildered expression before turning around completely to face Kyle, making sure that no one could see them. These are moonlight flowers. They are very rare and precious. How the hell did you find them? And not just one, but so many. Did you really find them around the field? No way, I won't believe you. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He really found them around the field while running. They were unlike the other gray flowers and were simply concealed amidst the cluster of flowers around them. If it weren't for the faint metallic scent he detected from them, he would have overlooked them, thinking they were ordinary. Kyle rubbed his chin because he had noticed many more in that spot as well. He would go and gather them too. Moonlight flowers, so are they useful? Bemale lowered his voice with a solemn expression. Of course they are. They are very popular among girls because they are believed to enhance beauty and youthfulness. Kyle's eyebrow twitched, but he took a deep breath and patted Bemale on the shoulder. Then you can have them. Take care. Bemale seemed like he wanted to refuse, but the human left the area with long strides without looking back. Kyle clicked his tongue as he passed through the narrow, earthy streets and made his way toward the place he's been staying to say goodbye to Hazel and Joshua, as he would be leaving tomorrow. On the way, his ear twitched when a passerby suddenly called out his partner with a name that sounded strangely familiar. He furrowed his brows and mumbled under his breath. Nicole. That name sounds rather familiar, but why can't I remember where I heard it before? But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember any memories associated with that name except for a feeling of familiarity. Kyle's picked up his pace, and after only a few minutes, he entered the room he had been staying in and hastily took out the notebook from beneath the pillow to check for any familiar names. Yet, even after he checked the notebook multiple times, he realized that there was no mention of that name in there. As he rubbed his forehead in frustration, Hazel entered his room with a few more sets of clothes and asked him what had happened. Kyle hid the notebook inside his jacket and glanced at the old woman. Nothing. I feel like I have forgotten someone important once again. Hazel looked at him quietly and softly patted his shoulder. She placed the clothes she brought on the bed. Don't worry, young man, even if you forget them, they will remember you, won't they? Once you leave this place, you can go and meet them and you will regain your memory. Kyle stared at the woman's old face, his expression downcast as he felt a deep sense of having forgotten someone very important, someone he never wanted to forget. Yeah, hopefully, he responded with a sigh, setting the matter aside. He informed Hazel that he would be leaving to meet Hubert the next day. At first, the old woman was taken aback, but then she wished him luck. Hazel had seen Kyle heal faster than anyone she had ever seen. She had a feeling he would leave this land sooner than she expected. Nevertheless, she made sure to let him know that he was always welcome to visit her whenever he wanted. She even packed some sets of clothes and shoes for Kyle in a bag. After all, storage rings or any other storage abilities didn't work in the no-mana land due to the lack of mana. Chapter 468. It's my name, Aze. Azazel stepped out of thin air and landed on the rooftop of the house where Kyle and Hazel were. He calmly placed his thumb on his fingers, his expression devoid of emotion. However, his purple eyes gave away a hint of disappointment as he moved his thumb over his fingers, as if he was calculating something really important. Despite his extraordinary senses that could rival the Celestials outside this universe, he had failed to find the most important thing he had come to find on this land. It's rare for me to find them through the visions of the future, but I'm sure I saw it clearly. One of the remaining 8 guardian celestial spirits is here on this land. He looked down, and his purple eyes reflected the silver-haired human engaged in conversation with the old woman inside the house. Do I really need to follow you to find it? His eyes gleamed as numerous fragmented images flashed through his mind. In that moment, the corners of his eyes lifted upward for a brief moment. After all, amidst the countless possibilities, Among the myriad of paths you can traverse due to your blank fate, in one of them, the spirit willingly bestowed upon you all its power simply because, unlike me, your essence is pure, so beautifully cold, almost equaling nature itself. Azazel's ears twitched slightly upon hearing Kyle mumble a name under his breath. Nicole! He briefly closed his eyes and then reopened them with a thoughtful hum. Your mother. It appears that your memories are fading quickly because your essence is trying to hide from me. The next day, early morning, Kyle stepped out of the house, wearing a loose-fitting pair of pants beneath a cream-colored sweater with long sleeves. His feet were snugly tucked into dark shoes. On his back, he carried a sizable round bag that had been prepared for him by the old woman. Hazel and Joshua offered to walk with him until he reached the forest, but he politely declined their offer since the old couple had already done a lot for him. Kyle had only taken a few steps when Bemail stopped him. Bemail wore a determined expression as he locked his blue eyes with Kyle's. Kyle, I will accompany you to meet the owner. I know it's risky, but I can't just sit back knowing that the owner might grab hold of you and toss you down the mountain. I considers you a friend, especially after you gave me so many moonlight flowers. They were quite valuable and I want to repay the favor. Kyle stared at his face, which looked dead serious for the man to be joking around. Also, from Bemail's attire that clung to his body perfectly, he seemed ready for combat. Kyle blinked and opened his mouth, pointing toward an unknown cloud in the sky. What's that? Bemail immediately followed his finger with narrowed eyes, then turned around to face him with confusion. There's Nathai, but he stopped abruptly and his eyes widened because there was no one in front of him. The silver-haired human had vanished. Meanwhile, Kyle was jogging through the cluster of small houses that surrounded him from all directions. Many passers-by noticed him, and he could even feel a lot of eyes on his back. But he paid no mind to them and quickly left the village, entering the forest and making his way straight toward the nearest mountain that overlooked the village. Hazel and Joshua had told him everything about Hubert they could, and now he just needs to find the old dragon. Kyle sniffed the air around him to keep a close check on his surroundings because according to the old couple, the monolith beasts were the most dangerous beasts on this land. It would be very dangerous if he somehow encountered one because even the lowest rank of them had a strength above ascendant state. He passed through the tall trees, bathed in the soft morning light. But even when he reached the foot of the mountain, he didn't see a single hint of greenery. Instead, the leaves of the trees and the petals of the flowers were gray. Kyle gazed at the towering mountain, its shadow casting over the vast stretch of space. With the round bag secured behind his back, he raised both hands to stretch his back and arms. He was determined to find Hubert before night. However, in that very moment, as he lowered his gaze, a pair of white shoes caught his attention. Instantly, Kyle's breath caught in his throat as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the figure dressed in white. No words could capture the depth of his shock, for he had not sensed the presence of the man, whose purple eyes bore into him with an unsettling lack of emotion. Kyle backed away and assumed a guarded stance against the man, who stared at him with a raised brow and slowly withdrew his hand that had been suspended in the air, as if he had intended to touch Kyle's head. Did he want to attack me? But before Kyle could confront the man, the latter opened his mouth and spoke in a deep and silent voice that vanished in the air within a second. Aze. Kyle took another step back in alarm, his mind racing. Despite using all his mental strength to perceive the man's strength through his scent perception skill, he couldn't sense anything from him except for a faint scent of warmth that strangely reminded him of the cold sensation of his bloodline. He really thought the man who called him his friend, even though they weren't, had disappeared and he would never see him again. But who could have guessed that the man would return? Kyle got ready to run in the opposite direction when the man stepped towards him. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, and his bloodline, which had been holed up in his mind space, started to stir restlessly. However, before he could make his escape, the man spoke again, but this time his voice sounded surprisingly ordinary, just like that of an ordinary human. It's my name, you can call me Aze. Chapter 469. It wouldn't be fun then. Azazel, this is the name that everyone knew him by. He didn't remember from whom or when he received that name because it's been so long. However, for the first time in a long while, Azazel was taken aback when a very old yet familiar name slipped out from his mouth almost instinctively. His purple eyes flickered with surprise as he gazed at the silver-haired human across from him. Is it because I have seen you a lot in the future that has yet to come? On the other hand, Kyle's stance visibly relaxed as he gazed at the man dressed in white from head to toe. He mumbled under his breath with furrowed brows. Aze. He had no clue why the latter had suddenly chosen to reveal his name, but he snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Aze stepping towards him. Azazel parted his lips and stretched out his left hand towards Kyle. Immediately, the deep purple color of his eyes began to dim, replaced by a more common shade of purple. Now that I have given my name, shouldn't you do the same? Kyle's eyes traveled towards the outstretched hand reaching out to him. He recognized the gesture. The man opposite him wanted to get acquainted. But he couldn't shake the sense of unease stemming from his bloodline. A's, you say? How can I be sure it's your actual name? Besides, you're the one who disclosed your name to me. I'm not compelled to reveal mine. He saw the man blink, but there was still no emotion in those purple eyes. Kyle quietly clicked his tongue and without another word began striding towards the mountain. He cast a final glance at the mountaintop and without any more hesitation started to climb. Azazel glanced at his outstretched hand. The purple color in his eyes gathered into two slits, revealing the hidden obsidian color beneath. He tilted his head to look at the silver-haired human who had once again altered the future. It's annoying how his actions can change without any rhyme or reason. Should I feed him the fruit of fate? Because I am still unable to see our end. But it wouldn't be fun then, right? The corner of his eyes trickled upward, and his eyes completely turned obsidian, only to regain their normal shade of purple in the next second. The clear sky above rumbled slightly as Azazel too started climbing the mountain. Kyle noticed him immediately due to the pristine white clothes, or maybe because the man deliberately made sure to stay in his sight. But Kyle observed with a frown that the man was walking effortlessly, unlike him, who had to clutch at each jutting rock to stay steady because the entire mountain was treacherous. The air was calm and serene, but a vein visibly throbbed on Kyle's forehead every time he stole a glance at the man walking not far from him. He took in a deep breath and quickened his pace, but A's effortlessly matched his speed. Damn it, what's your deal? Stop following me and scram because you are seriously getting on my nerves. Azazel paused and stared at him, but I also want to climb the mountain. Kyle rubbed his temples and without a second thought sprinted towards the mountain top. He didn't look back and utilized his agility to the fullest, grabbing onto rocks to leap and flip his body. But as he grasped a jutting rock to cross another large gap in the mountain, he nearly lost his grip when he caught sight of a familiar pair of white shoes. Fuck, Kyle gripped the rock with all his strength to maintain his balance and snapped his head up to look at the eyes staring at him. His scent perception skill had been completely useless against the man. A's right. What's the problem with you? Just go and climb the mountain if you want. Why are you following me? His eyes widened in disbelief as the man effortlessly leaped towards another rock, ignoring him as if he didn't exist. Kyle let out a cold chuckle, his burning gaze fixed on A's back. This guy, he's pushing it too much this time. I swear I'm going to punch him the next time I see his face. He leaped upward and continued his journey, this time ignoring the man just as the latter had ignored him. However, as he crossed 1/3 of the mountain, his head collided with A's back, who had halted to gaze at the area in front of him. Kyle barely restrained himself from grabbing the man and throwing him off the mountain. He reminded himself repeatedly that he was unaware of A's strength, and it wouldn't be wise to engage with someone who hadn't initiated an attack. Yet, for some reason, his patience was wearing thin in the man's presence. He reached out to touch A's shoulder to push. A hum gently moved him aside, but before his hand could make contact, the man swiftly stepped out of his path. Kyle blinked and glanced at the man suspiciously. A's had stopped moving for some reason, even though the path ahead was clearer than before. Don't you want to climb the mountain? Why did you stop? Once again, he received no answer as the purple eyes peered at him as if waiting for him to move forward. Kyle seriously had enough. He rolled his sleeves to have a one-on-one with the man. However, as he took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet caved in, and he dropped into a narrow gap. Immediately, a groan escaped his lips as he grabbed his back and stared at the dust and debris that enveloped his vision. And in that moment, a familiar voice echoed outside the gap. Oh, I thought you would avoid it. Kyle let out a laugh that was nothing but cold as he locked his eyes with A's, who stared at him from outside the gap. He raised his fist and with a single jump left the gap only to find that A's had already jumped toward another place. Just you wait, you bastard. Chapter 470. Can you cook? It was a peaceful evening with a sky clear except for the dark clouds that had begun to obscure the brightness. The birds were singing a beautiful melody behind Hubert, who had his legs casually propped up on the wooden table in front of him as he relaxed on a chair with his eyes closed. The old man rubbed his white beard and hummed softly as he savored the moment, but he nearly jumped and lost his balance from the chair when a loud shout pierced the air around him. You bastard! Hubert swiftly regained his composure and shifted his gaze to identify who dared to call him a bastard. His eyes narrowed as he observed two familiar individuals running towards his humble hut. One dressed immaculately in white and the other, well, his attire was so grimy with dirt that it obscured the color. What's going on? He stepped back and picked up a common stone from the ground before focusing on the man in white. How dare these fellows disrupt the peace near my home? Hubert raised the rock and exerted some of his strength to hurl it towards the man clad in white, But the old man's eyes widened slightly in surprise as the man with purple eyes evaded his attack, causing the rock to strike the person behind him directly on the head. Kyle cursed again and massaged his throbbing forehead. Who the heck dares to? He paused in the middle when he saw a familiar face opposite him. It was Hubert, the old man he had been looking for. Kyle quickly wiped the dirt off his forehead and glared at Ace for ruining his clothes. He had been trying to catch the man to beat him up, but he ended up falling into another pit on the way. Damn it, now my first impression is ruined all because of this guy. Nevertheless, he quickly went up to Hubert to greet the old man. However, Hubert stopped him with a raised hand. Human, state your business from a distance and leave, cause I don't have time. I am a busy soul. Kyle's eyebrow twitched, but he stopped in his tracks and first greeted the old man by asking how he had been, only to receive a curt response in return. I am fit and perfectly healthy. Just tell me, why are you two here? Hubert glanced at Azazel for a second, then he fixed his gaze on Kyle once more, as he already had an inkling of why they were here. He made a mental note to punish both Hazel and Joshua, because they are the only ones who could inform Kyle about the fact that he taught others in the past, and all the people he taught were able to successfully leave this land. Kyle's expression turned serious as he looked at the old man. As you already know, a transcendent rank physique is necessary to leave this land. I am here to ask you to help me because I believe you have the most knowledge about this land, and you are currently the strongest person as well. I have to leave this land as soon as possible. I can't stay here, so please help me reach the transcendent rank physique. Hubert hummed nonchalantly. He had indeed helped many young people in the past, and he had to say it wasn't a good experience because he knew once he took someone under him, he had to take responsibility for that person. However, he didn't refuse immediately because when he healed Kyle's injuries, strangely, his spiritual energy willingly entered the human body to heal the latter's injuries as if it liked Kyle's presence. This piqued his curiosity about the human. Not to mention, he could see the determination in Kyle's eyes and knew from his experience that even if he rejected the human today, the latter would do anything to reach the transcendent rank physique. It might take Kyle a longer time to reach the physique, but the human would surely reach it. Moreover, the second thing that made Hubert hesitate from outright rejecting him was the other man who came with Kyle, the one who had been silently standing and watching everything from the side. Hubert sat down on the chair and glanced at Kyle as he placed his foot on the table. It's getting dark, don't you think? Also, I'm feeling quite hungry at the moment. How about we continue this conversation over some food? Kyle blinked, realizing where this was heading, and the old man's next actions confirmed his thoughts. Hubert gestured toward both him and Ace before pointing at the small hut in the distance constructed of wood, dry leaves, and clay bricks. Go you two, hunt a wild goat from the back of the mountain, and prepare a good meal for all of us since I am too old to be doing so much work. Kyle's eyes traveled toward the man with purple eyes who seemed unfazed and spoke up without a second thought. But I am not good with cooking, no one has ever liked it, how about Ace? Can you cook? He smirked when he finally noticed a faint flicker of annoyance in those purple eyes, but his smile vanished when the man replied back with a nonchalant voice. I can't. Kyle was itching to argue, but he clamped his mouth shut as Hubert slammed his palm on the table. What's with the uselessness? If you can't even cook, why are you two even here? Go and tidy up the house. Wait, it's already clean, I did it last night. Hubert massaged his temples, feeling a massive headache coming his way as he glanced at the two people opposite him. However, he couldn't help but notice that the one in white clothes had still not asked him for help, even though from the faint aura he sensed in the past, Ace should also be a pseudo-divine rank. Nevertheless, he held his thoughts and rubbed his chin with a pensive expression. All right, I have decided. He clapped his hands together and drew a leafless bud on the ground with his finger. The bud looked like a flower that hasn't bloomed yet. This is a rare herb known as the vitalis. It enhances body endurance if its bud is consumed. Locating this herb is hard, but with a sharp sense you can discover it on this mountain. The one who can gather 1,000 of them for me, I will train that person until they reach the transcendent rank physique. Kyle stared at the drawn image of the herb, and after a few seconds his eyes lit up. I saw them a while back. Hubert's eyebrow twitched as he raised his head to gaze at Kyle, only to see the silver-haired human sprinting back toward the direction he came from. The old man turned around to gaze at Ace, the silent one, but the man with purple eyes had also started strolling in the same direction as Kyle without giving a damn about him. Chapter 471. I do have a motive. Kyle leaped into a narrow pit a short distance from the mountaintop, where his eyes caught sight of the familiar leafless buds sprouting all around him. The herbs with their earthy hues blended seamlessly into the surroundings. He dusted off his clothes, then stooped down to pluck and gather the herbs in his hands. But as he got busy in his task to gather 1,000 vitalis as soon as possible because the sky had started to turn even darker, behind him, the man dressed in white also entered the pit. Azazel's feet hovered in the air before landing on the ground without a sound. His eyes absorbed the scene in front of him, a pit full of rare herbs that grew only because of spiritual energy. He couldn't help but stare at Kyle's back. So that's why you dropped into the pit. I was wondering why, when you could have easily avoided it given that nature favors you as if you are its child. Kyle's back tensed and he snapped his head back, only to witness a pair of glowing eyes staring at him in the dimly lit space. But he didn't get startled, probably because for some reason the eyes had become a lot more normal. Or maybe he had seen them just too many times already. He wasn't sure as he clicked his tongue. What are you staring at me for? Don't you want to gather the herbs? It's getting dark, and carrying 1,000 up the mountain would require many trips because we lack storage space. And I even dropped my bag somewhere because of you. Azazel moved his eyes to focus on a distant herb with a richer hue compared to the others. Why should I? I never asked him for help. It was always you. Kyle blinked now that he thought about it. Ace never once asked for help from Hubert. He simply observed from afar. So why are you even here? He fixed his gaze at the man who opened his mouth to speak up while gazing in another direction. Do I need a reason? It's my choice to go wherever I please. Kyle took a deep breath to calm his throbbing head. He set the herbs in his hands down and stood up, then walked toward the man who paused in his tracks and stared back at him due to his sudden movement. Kyle let out a long sigh, and after wiping his hands on his sweater to clean them, he extended his right hand toward the man across from him with a faint smile. It's Kyle, Kyle Ohin. I want to leave this land as soon as possible. I don't know who you are and why you are following me, but I believe you also want to leave this land. Therefore, let's not get in each other's way and do our best to leave this place. He paused for a moment when he noticed a flicker of surprise flashing through A's eyes. A's right, it would be better if we don't become enemies. I can't sense it, but I have a feeling that you're not weak. So standing on opposite sides wouldn't benefit either of us, because I am sure I won't back down even if you're stronger than me. Azazel stared at the hand stretched out toward him before glancing at the face of the human who gazed at him with a faint but genuine smile. He couldn't help but think, how naive. You have no clue who I am and that I'm already standing on the dark side. In fact, I'm the one who created that side. The corners of his eyes lifted as he extended his hand to shake the outstretched hand. Kyle, I have to admit once again you surprised me. Now I get it. The human across from him furrowed his brows slightly when he didn't finish his sentence. Why we became friends in the first place, it's because of your actions. I can't and would never be able to predict them. It was already late at night when Kyle finished stacking 1,000 Vitalis herbs near Hubert's house, where the old man had gone to sleep. Kyle's eyes shone slightly in the darkness as he glanced at the starless, moonless sky. Different from the dark sky, the dim light coming from the countless gray flowers scattered on the mountain illuminated his surroundings enough for him to see everything around him. He slumped down on the ground and closed his eyes. However, only after a minute he opened his eyes to glance at the man with purple eyes standing at a distance, staring at the empty sky. Kyle sat up and let out a sigh. Just sit down, will you? The ground won't harm your pristine white clothes. Instinctively, he stared at himself and couldn't help but grimace at just how dirty he was. But he didn't have spare clothes to change into since he lost the bag Hazel had prepared for him. I'll search for it first thing in the morning when it's a little brighter. Kyle followed A's gaze and looked at the sky filled with nothing but dark clouds. Hey, you have been doing nothing, so what's your plan? If you don't want Hubert's help, why are you even here? You must have a motive, right? He didn't really expect the man to answer because he had noticed that A's didn't like to answer if the man deemed it unnecessary. Whatever, Kyle shut his eyes once more and lay down. He was still wary of A's, but he had started to be less bothered by the man's presence. Besides, without Bia's voice that always echoed in his head, he realized he didn't enjoy quietness. So he wanted to speak a bit more, even though he usually stayed quiet, but he was surprised when the man actually replied. I do have a motive, Kyle let out a silent scoff. He so badly wanted to say that if you want to speak, complete your sentence at least, but he didn't because he knew he would not get an answer. Chapter 472, Don't Ever Call Me That. Hubert woke up in the morning and gazed at the large bundle of herbs stacked in front of his house. He heard the noise last night, but he never imagined the human would actually gather 1,000 of them in just a single night. He let out a sigh as he gazed at the only person in front of him, sitting leisurely on the chair he used yesterday. So where is Kyle? He's the one who gathered the herbs, right? Azazel stared at him, and after a nod, he pointed his finger towards the path leading down the mountain without uttering a single word. The old man pulled out another chair from the house and sat down opposite him with a grave expression. Let's set Kyle aside for now. Just tell me, who are you? Why are you in this land? He released his spiritual energy to exert pressure on the man, but a shiver ran down his spine when Azazel lifted his eyes to gaze at him with a pair of obsidian eyes. Don't meddle in affairs that are not your concern. I will leave once I am done here. It's better for your entire race if you ignore my presence. Hubert's eyes trembled and he slammed the table between them, ready to make A's regret his words. However, he stopped and regained his composure when he saw Kyle approaching, this time dressed in a clean set of clothes and carrying a large bag on his back. Kyle sensed the air was heavy for some reason, but he didn't say anything and immediately went up to the old man. Now that he had gathered 1,000 Vitalis, Hubert should keep his word and help him. Hubert gazed at Kyle with a serious expression, and after a long minute he released a sigh of resignation. I am a dragon and we always honor our promises. Therefore, from now on you Kyle will be under my guidance until you attain the transcendent rank physique. Still, remember that you must not complain or cry, as reaching that level is no easy feat. Kyle stared back at him with a determined expression and raised his voice slightly to show his resolve. I won't, Hubert was startled, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest when all of a sudden Kyle bowed before him and called him second master before stating that he would be under his care until he achieved a transcendent rank physique. The old man quickly held Kyle's shoulders and made him stand properly while trying his best to calm his heart. What? I never said I would be your master. I will help you, but do not ever call me that. It just gave me chills for some reason. Kyle blinked as if he didn't understand what the old man was saying. Hubert's eyebrow twitched. Only then did he notice that Kyle had called him second master. What did that mean? The old man wanted to confirm his suspicions, but at that very moment he noticed A's, whose eyes crinkled up to show his amusement. His expression turned rigid when A's murmured under his breath, loud enough for him and Kyle to hear. He does know how to seal a deal. Hubert slumped down in the chair and gazed at Kyle with a wry smile. He had a hunch that he would regret the decision he made today. But for now, he has to ensure these two humans leave this land as soon as possible to soothe his increasingly agitated heart. He sighed and accepted Kyle's gesture before he stroked his beard with a distant expression. Just go. Your first task is to capture a wild goat. Go. However, before he could even finish his sentence, Kyle spoke up with a serious expression. But I am not good at cooking. Hubert's head throbbed and he wanted to tug at his white beard, but he stayed composed as he gazed at Kyle. Did I ask you to cook? I told you to go and capture a wild goat. They are quick and have sharp horns. It will provide you with valuable experience. Kyle nodded and turned to descend the mountain once again. Hubert watched his fading figure before turning to look at A's to settle the old score, only to find the chair before him empty. The man had vanished once more. Just what have I got myself into? The old man rubbed his forehead and started to make a schedule for Kyle. He planned to train the human day and night so Kyle could achieve a transcendent rank physique in the shortest time possible. But he then remembered that he didn't know the type of weapon Kyle used in combat. Or did he fight with fists? He wasn't even wearing a storage ring. Did he lose his belongings somehow? Well, he was badly injured when the old couple found him, so he probably escaped with just his life. But the question is, who harmed him? I still have to know a lot about him. I am not sure about the other one, but Kyle would probably tell me about it. I hope he hadn't forgotten about it completely. He closed his eyes to rest, but only after an hour he was jolted awake when Kyle arrived with many wild goats chasing behind him. The old man couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The silver-haired human's agility state was unexpectedly high for some reason. Hubert quickly secured his chairs and table before the goats, as tall as him, could destroy them with their horns. But he cried out and ran to stop the goats when a few of them got dangerously close to his humble house. He, for the first time in his life, lost his composure as he glared at Kyle with a dark expression. I told you to capture one, not to bring a horde here to destroy everything. Kyle gritted his teeth and slightly bent his body to kick off one of the goats that nearly threw him off his feet. Damn, it's not my fault. That bastard A's picked up a strange plant the goats were trying to reach, but instead of following him, the goats started chasing me. After Hubert finally chased all the wild goats away, Kyle was spotted sitting on his heels with his hands raised high in the air. He nearly lunged to punch the man dressed in white who arrived on the mountain and casually strolled to sit down on a chair in the distance, if not for the heavy weight placed on his shoulders. Chapter 473. What about you? It was a peaceful morning, much like any other, and Kyle was climbing one of the tallest mountains in the no-mana land. He clutched onto one of the many gray-hued plants cascading down from the mountain's peak as he made his way towards the summit. However, the more he climbed upward, the intense the pressure on his body became, as if numerous giant rocks were pressing on his shoulders, making it hard to maintain his balance. Kyle was always grateful that his body was colder than usual due to his bloodline, making it rare for him to sweat. But he couldn't help but furrow his brows because right now, his entire body was soaked in sweat. Not to mention the uncomfortable sensation of sweat beads trickling down his face and seeping into his shirt. The same light blue shirt he wore over the dark trousers he was too exhausted to change in the morning, thinking he would finally get a day of rest because Hubert had to go check on the village after the old man received news that many monolith beasts were suddenly appearing in the forest surrounding the village. But just who could have guessed that before the old man left, He would gesture towards a distant mountain and ask Kyle to ascend to the peak and meditate there for an entire day because the gravitational pull on the mountain grew stronger as one climbed higher, putting more pressure on the climber's body the further they ascended. Kyle winced as he lost his footing while trying to maintain his balance by placing his foot into a narrow space. Immediately, his body slid down dangerously, but fortunately, before he could plummet further, he quickly grabbed onto a jutting rock with a curse. Damn, I'm only halfway and I already feel crushed. How the hell am I gonna make it to the top and spend a whole day there when the pressure might double or even triple from what I'm feeling now? It has been 3 months since he began training under Hubert. He has been through a lot, like chasing wild goats to match their agility until his whole body screamed with exhaustion and dragging massive boulders up the mountain, only to watch as the old man then threw them down in front of his very eyes and told him to drag them back up again. Let's not forget the time when the old man threw him into a narrow, deep underground tunnel where he couldn't even see the end, and asked him to climb out without anything to hold on to. It was the toughest challenge Kyle had ever faced because the sand was wet, causing him to slide down repeatedly. He even got hungry in the middle because the air lacks mana. But he somehow succeeded in climbing out after 2 days and 3 nights of struggle. Ah, Hubert told me he wants to see me use a weapon and watch me fight. I'm sure it's going to be even harder because the old man enjoys hitting me on the head whenever he pleases just because I am not good at cooking. But it's good I remember to write down my sword art in the notebook on time so even if I forgot it, I could recall just by reading the text. Kyle let out a sigh. He gazed at the clear sky and reached for another spot to climb when suddenly his eyes spotted a familiar figure, and a vein immediately throbbed on his forehead. It was Aze, dressed in a neat set of dark clothes, strolling casually towards Kyle from below with a face that appeared completely unfazed by the pressure. The same pressure that made Kyle sweat buckets of water. Aze would always disappear without a sound the moment Kyle turned around only to show up for a few hours after weeks, and Kyle was sure the man came back just to see him suffer. Also, even though Aze never did anything wrong, the man somehow just increased the hardships Kyle had to go through just by his presence alone. It was as if Kyle's luck took a U-turn whenever this man appeared before him. He just had to show up again. I feel like I might drop down the mountain if I even engage in conversation with him. So, let's just ignore him. Kyle took a deep breath and continued his journey without paying much attention to the presence that drew closer to him with each passing second. His caution around Aze had diminished significantly compared to when they first met, perhaps because the man never attempted to harm him. But it was strange because Aze never made an effort to help him either. The man would simply observe silently from the sidelines with a face devoid of any emotion. In that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Kyle's ears, and he lifted his head to look at the pair of purple eyes staring down at him with emptiness. How have you been? Kyle wasn't even startled this time because he had become used to this and simply changed his path. Azazel watched the silver-haired human who altered his path by leaping in another direction without acknowledging his presence. He blinked and followed suit quietly as Kyle climbed the mountain. He watched as Kyle lost his footing and barely clung to a rock to maintain his balance. A curse slipped from the silver-haired human's lips as he tried to climb up, but his hands were too clammy with sweat, so he couldn't properly grab onto something. Immediately, a thought emerged in Azazel's mind as he watched Kyle. Oh, he's going to drop down. Then he stared down to see just how far the silver-haired human would drop if he lost his balance now. Kyle's eyes accidentally caught sight of the man in the distance counting who knows what on his finger while staring down toward the base of the mountain. This bastard, don't tell me he thinks I am going to drop down. Just like always, he's going to watch. Sometimes I hope his presence wasn't so frustrating. He groaned, and with all his strength punched the layer of earth in front of him to dig a space to hold onto before stabilizing his footing. Kyle wiped his forehead and let out an exhausted sigh. He saw Aze staring at him with a flicker of surprise and let out a scoff. What, feeling bad because I didn't lose my balance? Kyle's eyes saw red when the man actually replied to his words. What a pity. He gritted his teeth and used his anger to climb the mountain even faster because the last time he tried to fight Aze, he couldn't even land a single hit on the man who just stared at him quietly throughout the whole exchange. I wish I could punch him just once. It was already late in the afternoon when Kyle reached the mountain top, but he couldn't stand due to the overwhelming pressure. Therefore, he crawled to sit in the middle of the uneven land in front of him to endure the pressure for a day so he could go back to hunt a monster and eat something before Hubert returned and assigned him another task. He crossed his legs, but then a sudden thought appeared in his head. Immediately, he spread out his scent perception skill in the surrounding area and noticed that the area the skill could cover had decreased compared to before. Is it because of the pressure? Kyle was surprised because the more he tried to spread the skill under pressure, the harder it became for him to maintain it. Moreover, it was very faint, almost non-existent, but he could sense his skill was getting stronger. He also tried to spread out his fear skill, but this time nothing happened. I think it's because the fear skill impacts the opponent's mind more than the space around me. He sighed and observed as A's also sat down at a distance from him. The man stared into the space opposite him as if searching for something. Kyle placed his palm beneath his chin and followed his gaze, but saw nothing because the space opposite them had nothing except some clouds. He blinked when A's started speaking on his own. It's amazing how time passes without a pause, just like a breeze. Kyle rubbed his eyes and collapsed backward onto the ground with a heavy sigh, allowing the pressure to descend on his body. I didn't even notice, and 3 months have passed. I don't know how many people I have forgotten and how many I will forget as I try my best to leave this place. But I always wonder how they are doing. He glanced at A's from the corners of his eyes, and despite the possibility of not getting an answer, he began asking questions. What about you? You are strong. And I have a feeling you can leave this land whenever you want. So why are you here, I wonder? Are you searching for treasures hidden in this mana-deprived land? Whatever it may be, is there no one out there waiting for you? Chapter 474. An Old Tale, Part 1. Kyle closed his eyes after not receiving any response from the man. He had anticipated this, but after a long pause, a familiar voice finally reached his ears, and for the first time he sensed the voice waver slightly. No, there is none. Azazel's eyes crinkled a bit as he thought about the words that slipped from his lips. Right, there's no one waiting for him. It's been like that for as long as he can remember. Kyle opened his eyes and let out a sigh. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this possibility, but now what should he say because he wasn't good at comforting? I shouldn't have asked that question, but apparently the man opposite him wasn't done at all. Do you want to hear an old tale? Kyle blinked and pushed himself up into a sitting position with a groan. The wind on top of the mountain wasn't brisk due to the pressure, but his hair was a mess as it had started to grow longer once again. He gazed at A's, who looked unfazed even though they were both sitting under the same pressure. An old tale, it's rare for you to share something out of nowhere, but I suppose I have to sit here for a whole day, so it's better than being bored in silence. Azazel counted on his fingers and calculated that there were 3 different paths Kyle could take when he would descend the mountain, each path leading to the worst possible outcome. The most unfavorable of them all was the one he desired for the human to choose, as it was finally time for him to capture the celestial spirit. He lowered his fingers and shifted his position to directly face Kyle instead of gazing into the air. Kyle, have you ever heard the word celestial? Kyle stilled in his spot as he stared into the man's purple eyes. His mind screeched to a halt, and the next words that slipped out from his mouth were immediate. No, I haven't, never. He caught a glimpse of his own expression in A's eyes, which stayed unchanged, and regained his composure, only to realize in the next second that he had made a mistake. As a pseudo-divine rank individual, he should be knowledgeable about the celestial rank. Fuck, it's because of my bloodline I got nervous for a second. I hope he doesn't question me further. Azazel noticed with amusement how Kyle's body stiffened for a second, but the human's expression remained unchanged as he lied through his teeth. I see. His lips twitched slightly, almost threatening to curl upward when he observed Kyle secretly sighing with relief after hearing his words. Kyle brushed his thoughts away and changed the topic immediately. He should not get so nervous just by hearing the word celestial, because his bloodline knows how to stay hidden if it is threatened. So, you were going to tell me an old tale. Or did you change your mind? Azazel stared at Kyle for a while. Then he opened his mouth and his voice resonated with a deep, melancholic tone, as if he were recalling a forgotten past, lost to the passage of time. It was just an ordinary story that had a somewhat nice ending, but the more Kyle heard, the more he moved backward a little away from A's. His expression showed he was shocked to the core because the whole darn story revolved around the word celestial. He stared at A's with a complex expression. Just a while ago, if someone asked Kyle for his opinion about the man, only one word would have slipped out of his mouth: mysterious. At first, he thought A's might be one of the shadow generals who had appeared in this land to uncover a hidden treasure or maybe to conquer or completely destroy it. But he quickly dismissed those thoughts because there was no visible dark flower on the man's body, and Kyle couldn't detect any unpleasant scent emanating from him. Not to mention, A's had never harmed anyone. The man simply followed Kyle around for some unknown reason. Kyle winced when his usually strong skin grazed over simply because of a small rock beneath him. Immediately, his gaze fell upon the drop of blood trailing toward the ground, followed by the few faint blue particles that emerge out from his skin to heal his broken skin, the same particles that had been holed up inside his mind space since he arrived on this land. A shiver ran down his spine because in that very moment, he noticed A's eyes fixed on the faint blue particles. His bloodline had never revealed itself in front of others before, so why now? Kyle's eyes quivered slightly as a sudden realization dawned on him. Is it because you have something similar in your body? Azazel's lips curved into a faint smirk as he stared into Kyle's eyes. No, it is because I concealed my presence the moment I started the tale. Right now, we occupy the same physical space but exist in different dimensions. Kyle tightened his fists, and despite the pressure on his body, he swiftly scrambled to run in the opposite direction without glancing back. Something was definitely wrong because he saw it. He saw how A's eyes turned completely obsidian with nothing but darkness within them as the man stared at him. The moment Kyle stared into those eyes, a single thought emerged in his head. He would die if he stayed in this place any longer. His bloodline was completely calm, probably because it can't sense the man's presence right now, but his instincts told him to run away as far as possible. Kyle started to descend the mountain. A's was far stronger than his expectations. The man could easily slip into another dimension while right in front of his eyes all this time, and let's not forget the tale A's shared with him. If the one who survived in that story turns out to be the man himself, then A's was definitely not a shadow general. No, the man could be even more dangerous than the shadow generals. After all, the only person who survived in the end of the story lost everything, his whole race, yet chose to forgive the world that stripped him of all he held dear. Damn it, just someone please give me a beating. Why the heck do I have to go and poke my nose in every crappy situation? But I am 100% sure that bastard only told me the first half of the story. No way I'm going to believe there's someone so saintly in this universe who could forgive those who killed their loved ones right before their eyes. Kyle wasn't sure if A's was truly the last survivor in the story, or if the man just shared his own past in the form of a tale to convey that he is a good person. And Kyle had no desire to find out either. But as he stepped on a narrow space to descend the mountain quickly, the ground beneath him collapsed with a soft noise. Instantly, a startled expression crossed his face before his body fell downward into the narrow opening due to gravitational pull. Chapter 475. An Old Tale, Part 2. The Blessed Race, Azazel, remember that's what everyone called them. It was a race that naturally held supreme authority throughout the universe because all of its members possessed something celestial within their bodies from birth. The people of that race bore a human appearance but possessed a pair of unique eyes that set them apart from humans. No matter the eye color, there would always be two slits in the center of their pupils. Moreover, within that race, almost everyone had the potential to achieve the celestial rank because of their natural gift and exceptional talent. However, due to this distinctiveness, the population of the race was always small, typically not exceeding 100 members. And even if the numbers somehow exceeded 100, the elder individuals would leave the universe as soon as they attained the celestial rank to avoid disrupting the balance of power. Azazel blinked as the obsidian in his pupils began to shift away, unveiling the two purple slits within. Instantly, a mocking gleam flashed through his eyes. The most powerful race, he thought about the tale he shared with Kyle just moments ago. It revolved around the same blessed race that was ordinary yet so powerful at the same time. The survivor in that story was one of the youngest members of that very race. A young kid, barely 9 years old, whose mother hid him inside a separate space to protect him from the people who came to slay their entire race. The very race they themselves called blessed. How laughable. The 9-year-old kid held the celestial bones in his body, a blessing from nature, just like his entire race who carried a celestial element within them from the beginning of their lives. After all, they were the last, yet distant descendants of the pure celestial race that had become extinct after the last of them transcended mortality and left the universe to fight among themselves because the mortals were too weak to even witness their powers. However, just like how precious gems captivate admirers, their blessing stirred jealousy and envy among all the other races in the universe. This was the reason why the kid's mother, despite knowing she would die once she used the last of her strength, created a separate space to save her one and only child. Azazel gazed at the sky as purple and obsidian particles emanated from his skin, coalescing to create a beautiful purple flower with numerous petals nestled between his collarbones. The flower petals radiated a faint yet brilliant light, but they were completely tainted by the red and dark spots within. Her tear-streaked face, I'm glad I can't recall it anymore. His ears buzzed with distant cries, and the scene before him blurred to show a familiar kid with striking obsidian eyes, each holding two purple slits within them. The eyes were fixed on the tragic event unfolding just a little distance away from them. The kid sealed his lips and ceased all movements to ensure that the fragile curtains of the separate space created around him stayed intact as he watched everything being drenched in crimson. Not to mention, those who did it loudly declared before his very eyes that they were purging the universe of wicked individuals. As the blessed race had veered off the right path after washing their bodies in dark energy just like the demon race. However, he witnessed it all, when they slyly chuckled amongst themselves, whispering about how they would divide the otherworldly blessing within the bodies of the people they killed. The kid was certain of their actions as they carried the bodies away right before his eyes. It was the first time he saw so many races together, and the most beautiful among them were the golden dragons and the winged people who soared across the pitch-black sky after the entire land, where the blessed race lived, was shattered into pieces to ensure they hadn't missed anyone alive. Yet he remained silent even as the air around him grew suffocating, just as his mother had instructed him to do. "Aes, you must stay quiet, do not make a sound." The sky darkened even further, turning a deep red, almost as if mourning the blessed beings who perished beneath it. He didn't know how many days or weeks had passed when the curtains around him finally began to break, and he collapsed on the ground, gazing at the remnants of what was once his home. The kid wandered among the ruins, looking at the clear sky, hungry, with clothes that had become soiled with sweat from his time in that confined space. Only a few words managed to escape his parched throat that had turned so dry that it was difficult to even speak. "Is it finally over?" After gazing at the broken land one final time, he started walking with a blank mind, filled only with the cries and sights he had witnessed while hiding inside the separate space, just like a useless person. He walked and walked until his legs gave out because he wanted to go to a faraway place where the air wasn't filled with the suffocating stench of blood. But then he noticed a teleportation array drawn in the middle of the ruins, undoubtedly by the people who killed his race. Having started learning at a young age, he managed to activate the array with hands that were trembling, even though his body contained not even a speck of mana as he had not yet awakened his talent. His empty stomach twisted with pain as he used the array, only to drop to his knees the moment he arrived in a different place. But when he raised his head, he saw a bustling area that was completely different from the nightmare he had just left behind. The remaining brightness in his eyes started to fade, and the two slits in his pupils vanished into the obsidian color when a few people gathered around him with concerned expressions to ask about his identity and why a child was present there, or if he was okay. He willingly lifted his head so they all could identify him after seeing his eyes and end his life, just like all the others. But at that exact moment, when he locked eyes with the person closest to him, he realized that his blessing was different from all the others, and it knew how to hide itself when threatened. Chapter 476, An Old Tale, Part 3. Azazel couldn't hide his amusement when he recalled Kyle's shocked expression as the humans started to move away from him after hearing his next words. The kid who survived never shed a single tear even after witnessing all that. He had a strong soul, didn't he? Despite many people extending their hands towards the kid, no one actually took him in or offered him a meal. He found out later that they were only concerned because he was hindering their business by sitting above the teleportation array. The kid's eyes contained nothing but hatred as he glanced at the people around him, but they laughed at his audacity. He quickly left the area, even though he struggled to walk because he understood that, given his condition, he wouldn't last another week without eating soon. But before he could even swallow the food offered to him by a homeless person as he sat inside a dark alley, he overheard a story that was strangely familiar from the people conversing in the restaurant a short distance away. They were discussing how, even though all the races are always fighting each other for resources, many of them joined hands and carefully planned before hunting the entire blessed race just to obtain a share of the celestial element the race possessed. The ones who didn't participate in that hunt also just watched from the sidelines quietly without interfering, because even though they didn't desire the race's blessing, they wanted the strongest race to disappear so they could obtain the title. The blessed race was strong, but what could they do with their small population when countless people attacked them together? But despite knowing the truth, when someone nearby asked them about the details, the people changed their words while laughing it off and stating that it's good the powerhouses of each race took actions on time and defeated the evil before it was too late. The kid felt it right away. Those words crushed something deep inside him, and the emotions bottled up inside him completely spiraled out of control as he erupted into uncontrollable laughter in the midst of that suffocating place that threatened to engulf him entirely. It might have been his final bit of hope that kept him going as he devoured the small and dirty bun handed to him. Days slipped away as he staggered from one alley to the next, battling for food like stray dogs just to survive. He even resorted to stealing, only to end up getting beaten up numerous times in the process. It was incredibly hard for him as he felt the weight of each blow and the sting of each defeat as he fought to cling to life in the harsh streets. However, the hatred and disgust he had for the people around him just increased with each passing day, so much so that he couldn't even bear the sight of a living person. But who would have guessed that he himself would forgive the world when all of a sudden two annoying people would enter his empty life without his permission, only to change it completely. Their presence showed him that not everyone in the universe was bad, not everyone was so repulsive. It was just a coincidence, right? That he needed to awaken his talent on the very same day when they both just happened to go to that very place to supervise the process because of their master. The place that was always open for the poor people so they could awaken their talent without paying. And if any of them had an exceptional talent, someone influential would take them under their wing, and their lives would change. Hence, it was unexpected when two elegantly dressed individuals arrived just to observe the process and take part in it. He would never forget the moment when one of them held out a shimmering crystal orb towards him and asked him to place his hand on it with a beautiful smile. The smile that was annoying but not at the same time. However, the smile stiffened when the crystal ball erupted with a brilliant light to showcase his talent that was higher than all the people present, or maybe even higher than the whole planet. Azazel suddenly closed his eyes and released a heavy breath. It's hard for me to remember anyone from the past as it's been too long, but why is it that I can't forget the faces of those who extended their hands toward me, only to deceive me the moment I turned away? That is why I still want to end their lives just once with my own hands, even if they are dead. If not, I would have already destroyed this entire universe without a thought, and would not have felt a thing even if it crumbled right in front of me. Now, even the bitterness from the past has become so faint for him that he can barely feel it. But he knew he can't act on that urge, not right now. Azazel rubbed his thumb and gazed into the air for a while as if waiting for the perfect moment. If this universe crumbled, instead of breaking the barrier that's stopping me from leaving, I will be buried under that same barrier. Huh, he chuckled and shook his head. That was the only reason that kept him afloat. The story of the 9-year-old boy reached its conclusion when he transformed into a handsome adult with boundless talent. Only after a year, he found himself surrounded by two individuals who always stood by his side, and together, they all started their journey to become the strongest. Maybe that's why the sole survivor of the story forgave the entire universe for taking everything he cherished and making his life miserable. Or perhaps he forgave them because it was too bothersome, and the two people beside him weren't bad, even though he had forgotten how to smile a long time ago. But regardless of the circumstances, he never shed a tear throughout his entire life, not even one out of joy. Chapter 477, Found You. A loud voice rumbled inside the mountain and the air quivered slightly. Azazel slowly turned his gaze toward the narrow opening Kyle slipped into. Did the spirit show up so soon? He stood up, and the space around him rippled and stretched out with many dark particles before he stepped out from the separate space he created to make his presence known once again. The flour between his collarbones evaporated into the particles. However, as he recalled Kyle's last expression, he paused for a split second. He thought Kyle's presence was just something he would notice in passing, but in the past 3 months the human was nothing but amusing. Similar to someone he remembers. The moment that thought flashed in his head, a strange possibility flickered through his eyes that maybe Kyle was the descendant of one of them. But as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it because he had killed all their descendants himself. No, not them, but he is similar to me except for his eyes. Right. I wonder why he was born with the celestial essence naturally when a human body can't even endure that much pressure. His body should have crumbled after being born with the essence. His feet left the ground, and he floated, only to enter the same opening Kyle slipped into a while ago. Azazel thought Kyle wouldn't notice his change, but strangely in the middle of the story everything went awry. I wanted to tell him more, at least the true ending, so he would know what happened to that person who forgave the world and started leading a normal life. However, what could he possibly do when Kyle had a bad habit of catching on to things quickly? The human's intuition, for some reason, was quite sharp. Azazel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He concealed his presence completely mainly because, among the 3 paths Kyle could potentially take, he wanted the human to follow the path where he would encounter the celestial spirit. And for that to happen, Kyle's bloodline, which had been concealing itself within his body, needed to reveal its presence. But who could have guessed that after his presence vanished, the celestial spirit would show itself on its own probably because it was attracted to the essence within Kyle's body. His bloodline was calm because it hadn't detected any threat from the spirit yet, but I immediately sensed what it wanted to do. That's why my eyes briefly changed, but he had to injure his hand in that exact moment just to look at me, as usual. The path he took this time is also completely different from the ones I anticipated. It's even more dangerous than the previous 3. Azazel's body traveled through the narrow tunnel leading underground, but his floating figure paused in midair when he arrived in a wide hollow space, enveloped in profound stillness. His eyes witnessed the dazzling light in front of him that shimmered brightly, illuminating everything in its surroundings. Found you, he whispered slowly with a snicker as he watched the celestial spirit's ethereal form that radiated a gentle, otherworldly glow. Its presence was a manifestation of pure spiritual energy, with shimmering iridescent wings on its formless figure. However, the spirit was struggling to escape the layer of darkness enveloping it from all directions. Its voice sounded more melodic as it emitted a faint shriek that reverberated through the hollow space. Glad I was ready. Azazel moved his finger, causing the darkness to constrict around the spirit, fully shrouding its ethereal form. At the same time, below on the uneven surface, Kyle stood frozen in his spot as he watched the majestic and ethereal form in front of him. He snapped out of his daze when his bloodline stirred in his body, urging him to get away from the light. The same light that bathed the surroundings in a warm, golden hue, casting intricate patterns and shadows on the walls. The air seemed to hum with a soothing energy that calmed Kyle's heart, and it was as if he was being controlled because even though his bloodline was getting restless, and he could notice the layer of darkness that was trying to swallow the light, he took a small, hesitant step forward toward the formless entity that was made of light. In that very moment, a familiar yet extremely cold voice sounded above him that sent chills down his spine. "Don't you dare, it's mine." Kyle snapped his head up, and only then did he notice the pair of obsidian eyes staring down at him. Aze was floating in midair, his body enveloped by the same darkness that trapped the ethereal light. Moreover, the man's eyes, they held a clear warning that if Kyle took even a single step forward, he would die. Kyle halted in his tracks and stared at the formless entity that gave him a profound sense of peace, as if all his worries and fears were momentarily lifted. But it was struggling to break free from the darkness, and after Kyle paused in his actions, the spirit let out a sharp noise as if frustrated. The space around the spirit responded to its struggle, and numerous glistening plants sprouted from the ground. The energy from the plants was absorbed by the spirit, causing the land beneath Kyle's feet to start trembling. In that moment, he heard Aze speak up again with an unbothered voice. "This place is going to collapse." Kyle's eyes widened as he took a step back. He frantically looked around to find a path he could use to leave the area. In the end, the only place that could lead him outside was the place he originally dropped from. He immediately ran toward the narrow tunnel he fell from. The tunnel's walls were slippery, but he was grateful that Hubert had made him climb something similar and deeper before. He easily dug his fingers into the sand to climb up, allowing him to exit the hollow space. His mind was a mess because too many things were happening at the same time, not to mention that strange light. It looked so dazzling that he had the urge to absorb it inside him. "No, I don't even know what that thing is, not to mention did it just control my mind. Don't tell me it wanted to swallow me just like the energy from the plants." Fuck, chapter 478, just 7 more to go. Azazel's eyes traveled toward the tunnel Kyle's figure disappeared into, and he let out a hum as he gazed back at the spirit whose form shrank inside the layer of darkness. "How sly aren't we? You wanted to secretly consume a part of the essence present within his body and gave him a bit of spiritual energy in return. Can you even compare yourself with that cold, threatening thing inside his body?" His gaze sharpened when the spirit ceased its struggle and stilled, as if it grasped the mistake it would have committed had he dared to touch the essence. "Oh, you realized it on your own. The fact that even though he is weak and you can easily control him right now, you would have lost a lot if you had tried to touch that thing within his body. I have to admit that you indeed managed to perfectly conceal your presence from his essence, and even made sure his essence would show itself on its own after sensing the vast spiritual energy inside the mountain. But it's a pity that you forgot to consider the fact that even though his body is weak, the essence in his body is purer than the one you possess." Azazel clenched his fist, and the spirit emitted a loud noise before the hollow space began to crumble, with dust and debris falling to fill it completely. However, the floating man stayed completely unfazed and observed as the spirit shrank in size inside the darkness, until it transformed into a dark ball and obediently landed on his palm. "Just 7 more to go, and I can finally shatter the barrier preventing me from reaching them once again." In the next moment, the ball exploded into limitless energy that flowed into his body, only to transform into darkness. But he heard it clearly as another crack appeared in the barrier he was so eager to shatter. Azazel's form vanished from the space just a split second before it crumbled entirely, causing the entire mountain to resonate with a deafening rumble. Instantly, the shape of the mountain underwent a drastic transformation as numerous large rocks cascaded from all directions towards the ground. In the next second, he appeared beneath the sky that had started to turn dark compared to before when he and Kyle sat together atop the mountain. His eyes traveled downward only to pause at the silver-haired human who was busy descending the mountain. His speed has increased. Kyle leaped in a different direction to dodge a massive rock hurtling down from above. He then seized a long, cascading gray plant and covered a significant distance within seconds by letting his body fall while keeping his hand around the plant. Azazel followed his every movement before he vanished, and his feet landed at the base of the mountain where Kyle would arrive after a while. In that very moment, low growls and many rustles shook all the trees surrounding the mountain. The worst case, did these monsters gather due to the spiritual energy the spirit let out in the air? He watched as countless pairs of glowing eyes blinked behind the trees, and many creatures without a defined shape with a color similar to molten steel emerged from the trees to encircle the mountain from all directions. Their bodies were constantly shifting and flowing, like liquid metal in motion, and Azazel could sense many more were approaching in the same direction. But even though the monolith beasts spotted him, they didn't dare to approach him, almost as if they were intimidated by his mere presence. They have keen instincts. It seems they can instinctively discern what poses a threat and what benefits them. He remarked and looked up at Kyle, who was descending the mountain and nearing the very area teeming with beasts, each possessing strength no lower than a pseudo-divine rank. I already knew he chose the worst path, even worse than the three I predicted. But will he survive? I can't seem to predict if he will. Should I watch? It's not like I have something urgent to do. As Azazel stood in that place, he remembered how just a while ago he warned Kyle not to approach the spirit. It wasn't because he thought Kyle might absorb the spirit, because he knew the human's body was still too weak to handle even a fraction of the spirit's boundless energy. Besides, Kyle had not even grasped spiritual energy yet. He stopped Kyle because he sensed that the essence in the human's body was becoming restless after encountering the spirit, who was eager to exchange a part of itself with Kyle for a part of his essence. It seems his bloodline cares more about itself than its host, or maybe it simply can't bear to part with Kyle, even though it hasn't fully merged with his body yet. It was really a surprise when I sensed a threat from his body not directed towards me but at the spirit. Azazel closed his eyes, but he stepped back to give Kyle enough space to pass when he sensed his presence. Kyle's feet screeched to a halt not because he also saw Azazel, but because of the countless monolith beasts in front of him. Kyle's eyes dilated as he let out a dry, strained laugh while staring at the beasts closing in on him from all directions. "Tell me this is a joke." He sprinted towards the mountain to ascend once more, his heart pounding in his chest. Overwhelmed by panic, he didn't even care about A's presence and why the beasts didn't move towards the man. Kyle's breathing was ragged, his clothes completely drenched in sweat because he had been struggling against the mountain's gravitational pull all this while. Moreover, due to rolling rocks, he had to exert more pressure on his body as he knew he would suffer a lot if he was just a little bit careless. But no one could fathom the depth of his anger when he caught an amused glint in A's eyes, the same eyes that had once again regained their usual purple color as they observed his struggle. Chapter 479. Just what the hell are you? Kyle clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He realized his pace had slowed because his body was tired. In that very moment, several monolith beasts stamped their bodies on the ground before launching themselves towards Kyle, aiming to crush him under their weight. He quickly leaped in a different direction, causing his body to tumble down towards the mountain's base once more. A sharp gasp escaped his mouth as he crossed his arms to protect his head before, with a sudden burst of strength, he kicked a nearby rock to jump in midair, only to land on the ground in the midst of the beasts again. This time his way was blocked, with numerous beasts stationed on the path leading to the mountain's top. Kyle let out an angry laugh, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he stared at the many monsters surrounding him. The tips of his hair glistened with sweat, and he knew there was no way he could defeat so many of them together without mana. Not to mention he doesn't even have a weapon. He had battled a few monolith beasts before, but Hubert had warned him to stay away from them because they have a taste for flesh and devour anything with life. Also, due to their undefined body shapes, it was extremely challenging to kill them, as their only vulnerable spot was their heart, always concealed within their flowing bodies. But instead of attacking the monster nearest to him who leaped toward him, Kyle tilted his body and clenched his fist before dashing toward A's to punch him. "You bastard, just what the hell are you?" he shouted with a loud voice as he watched A's blink, as if the man was surprised because of his actions. Kyle's eyes trembled as his fist phased through the man's body, who tilted his head to stare at him before Kyle sensed that his speed had slowed down. No. He realized with dread that it wasn't his speed that had slowed, but the man opposite him had become so fast that he wasn't able to see what happened next. He only felt a sharp pain on his forehead that felt strangely similar to a quick flick, before his body was hurled backward and collided with numerous beasts, who were also pushed back into the distance solely from the sheer force. Kyle let out a sharp scream as one of the beasts opened its massive jaw and bit down on his leg. His mind was spinning due to the pain that stemmed from his forehead as he desperately struggled to crawl away from the monsters, whose numbers increased with each passing second to crowd around his body. Amidst the chaos and his vision that was getting blurry due to the pain engulfing his entire body, he noticed A's standing in the distance, watching the scene with a face that held no emotion whatsoever, not even pity. It almost felt like the man's presence was just a mere illusion. Or else how could someone be so cruel to watch such a sight and not even flinch? Kyle's chest tightened. Right now, he hated it so much that he was starting to like A's presence around him. The man would always disappear, but he would also come back for a few hours. That's why Kyle believed even though A's was mysterious, still they had gotten just a little closer. I thought we were friends. The words just slipped out instinctively from his mouth as he pushed his hand inside one of the monster's bodies to crush its heart, only to be restrained once again by the many others as they pressed their weight on him. In the end, only a single thought remained in his head: that he needed to stay alive. He sensed the cold sensation that tried to alleviate his pain or maybe heal the piling injuries on his body, but it wasn't helping as he screamed when more and more monsters bit down on his body. Azazel watched the scene and he caught Kyle's faint words, which nearly vanished into the air in a fleeting moment. Friends, of course, we are from the moment I reached out my hand to you, even though I despise the very presence of life. But must I intervene simply because we are friends, especially when I already know that we would clash in the future because even though we are similar in many aspects, our goals are vastly different. Wouldn't it be wiser to get rid of you to prevent any more trouble? He narrowed his eyes because Kyle's survival was getting harder with each passing second. If this continues, he knew the human wouldn't survive. Well, he won't die because his bloodline can save his soul even if he lost his body, but it would take too much time for it to restructure a new body for its host. So I wonder how it's going to save you. That's the reason why he couldn't finish Kyle himself. Not until the human had full command over the essence inside his body, or else it would always forcefully interfere to save itself. All of a sudden, Azazel tilted his head slightly to gaze into the distance when he sensed someone familiar watching the scene just like him. Oh, it seems that even though I wasn't able to predict this future, he already foresaw that this was going to happen. But why is it that even though you knew about it, you weren't able to change it? Azazel shifted his gaze away from the faint figure of the familiar silver-haired human who stood frozen in his spot, with horror evident on his face as he watched his own self screaming, and observed the land that had lost its color due to numerous monolith beasts crowding the place, getting drenched in blood. The silver-haired human jolted when he noticed Azazel's back, who watched the scene just like him but didn't help the person who desperately needed it. Azazel opened his mouth and uttered a few words that traveled through the curtain of time, resonating inside the ears of the person who had just appeared to see the future that had yet to unfold. Are you looking, my future friend? Chapter 480. Should I give it back or not? Azazel wanted to say more, but before he could, he sensed the faint figure behind him vanish into thin air. He glanced back to stare at the empty space, only then did he sense that another person was approaching this place. Oh, now I see how you will make it through. He locked eyes with the blue pupils of the old man who had just appeared on the scene. In an instant, Hubert's eyes chilled as he surveyed the multitude of monsters and the blood that stained the land crimson. Hubert moved so quickly that his figure blurred as he effortlessly dodged every monster obstructing his way. In that very second, he released his spiritual energy to send the monsters crowding the blood-soaked land in various directions. His breath hitched in his throat as he took in Kyle's condition. The human's entire body bore brutal wounds, and the old man could even make out a few bones exposed where the flesh had been devoured by the monsters. No, how could this happen? He screamed and channeled his spiritual energy to envelop Kyle's body entirely. I just told you to go and meditate under the pressure, so why didn't you flee when you encountered the monsters? Hubert's eyes widened when his spiritual energy was repelled by the human's body. But before he could utter another word, he noticed patches of shimmering ice forming on Kyle's skin. And no one could describe his shock when he saw how the ice began to heal the human's wounds before his eyes at a speed comparable to a supreme-level treasure. No, maybe nothing could match that speed as new flesh started to emerge on Kyle's exposed bones, who had passed out after enduring intense pain. He calmed his heart and lifted Kyle's body before swiftly moving him away from the area as he observed more and more monsters crowding the space. What in the world is happening? I went to check the village because of the monsters' unusual behavior, but why are so many gathering in this place? Hubert's eyes caught sight of A's as he passed by the man's side, and he noticed with a sharp intake of breath that not a single monster dared to approach A's. He is stronger than me. He felt angry and wanted to grab the man's collar to question what he was doing just watching while Kyle was going through such a tragedy, but he knew that getting Kyle to a safe place was the most important thing right now. Kyle needed treatment. Even though the strange ice had begun to heal the human's body, it couldn't heal the emotional scars that this incident would leave on the human's heart. Azazel watched as the old man left from the corners of his eyes before he moved towards the blood-covered land. The monsters surrounding him quickly backed away to make way for him. He took one step, then another, before pausing beside an ordinary notebook soaked in blood. The book cover was damaged and the pages were scattered on the ground. The writing on them had almost become unreadable. Azazel looked down, and in that very moment the scattered pages began to float, and the blood on them started to drift away. The notebook then started to revert back to its original state, completely free of any blood. Finally, it gently landed on Azazel's palm. He opened it in his hand and read the content but didn't understand much because everything was written in riddles. However, while flipping through the pages, his eyes caught a few words written in a corner with a glaring circle around them to show their importance. Azazel raised an eyebrow at the human audacity as he ran his thumb over the circled text. The 5 shadow generals, you need to kill them, including the man named Azazel, even if you forget everything. Azazel slammed the notebook shut in his hand as he stared in the distance where Hubert had disappeared. Should I give it back or not? He had spent a lot of time on this land, but the journey had been fruitful because he had finally obtained another celestial spirit after spending many years in seclusion due to the lack of any leads guiding him towards the last of them. Out of nowhere, a thought popped into his head, and he rubbed his chin, pondering it before he began walking towards the same place where Hubert had disappeared. I suppose using him a bit more isn't such a bad idea. After all, isn't helping each other what friends are for, right? His figure disappeared as he advanced another step before he reappeared outside the house of the old couple who had cared for Kyle previously. The scene was chaotic, with Hazel urgently instructing her husband to fetch water, and a few other items that Hubert had requested upon his arrival with Kyle's bloodied body. The old man refused to tell the couple what had occurred and just began treating Kyle. Azazel landed before Hazel, who freaked out and let out a sharp gasp after seeing his figure descend from the sky. The old woman's eyes were wide with shock as she pointed her finger at the familiar man, wanting to know how the heck he could float when the air lacked mana and divine energy. But Azazel ignored her, and before she could stop him, his figure blurred and he entered the house. After a few seconds, he paused in the doorway of the room where Kyle was present because Hubert noticed him. The old man glared at him with seething eyes and started shouting, "Leave immediately. I don't care how powerful you are, but if you dare to take a single step into this room, I will fight you to the end. I am completely certain that you played a part in Kyle's current condition." Azazel gazed at the man before his eyes shifted towards the human lying on the bed in the center of the room. He could sense that Kyle was beginning to regain consciousness, likely due to the old man placing damp cloths on his forehead, where a deep scar was visible. Hubert grabbed a nearby chair. He was ready to throw it at Az and get into a fight with the man to make him leave the no-mana land when he also noticed a slight movement in Kyle's body, and swiftly turned his gaze back to the silver-haired man. Kyle's head was pounding as he slowly fluttered his eyes open, tinged with red, to stare at a ceiling that looked too blurry. The icy layer that he could vividly feel all around his body made him conscious of the fact that his bloodline was healing his injuries at a speed that he had never noticed before. However, he never imagined that the first person he would see after barely opening his eyes would be the exact man who just moments ago watched him being eaten by monsters but did nothing at all. Chapter 481. We should resume training. Kyle's eyes glazed over for a moment as he locked his gaze on the man standing in the doorway. Hubert stepped back towards him after tossing the chair aside. However, Kyle's eyes stayed focused on the man in the doorway until Hubert covered them with his hand because the old man noticed. He noticed they were losing their light and getting dull due to the amount of anger and hatred within them. Hubert whispered slowly and noticed that his voice wavered in the middle. "Don't, it's okay now." Kyle's breathing turned uneven, but even with the hand covering his eyes, he didn't close them. He really tried, but he couldn't forget the empty eyes of the man who watched him being devoured by the monsters. The very eyes that are watching him right now. His ears buzzed with the noise of the monsters who crowded his body from all sides just moments ago. But for some strange reason, instead of beating loudly in his chest, his heart rhythm began to slow down, even slower than usual. Hubert noticed it as well how Kyle's body quivered for a few seconds before it stilled under him. The old man closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. He couldn't believe something like this happened right under him, and he wasn't able to get to the scene in time. The old man's pupils started to shine as he turned his head to gaze at Az as blue scales started to appear on his face. "I said leave." His voice thundered in the air. It was so loud that it echoed through the entire village or maybe even further. Immediately, the air around him began to quiver under the weight of the powerful pressure that radiated from his body, wholly directed at the man standing in the doorway. Azazel tilted his head with an unbothered expression, unfazed by the pressure. He raised the notebook in his hand and ignored the old man before speaking directly to Kyle because he knew the silver-haired human could hear him loud and clear. "This plain notebook, I believe it's yours. You probably dropped it a while back." Kyle's body tensed on the bed, and even Hubert noticed it as he still had his hand on the human's eyes. Kyle wanted to check his clothes because he remembered that he always kept the notebook in a pouch hidden within his clothes. However, it was as if his body failed to listen to his command and stayed still in the bed, even though he so badly wanted to move. Not to mention, his mind failed to process the fact that his clothes were torn previously, and right now his upper body was completely bare. Hubert had reached his limit. He withdrew his hand from Kyle's eyes to seize the notebook because he understood its importance if it belonged to Kyle. However, before his fingers could even touch the book in A's hand, a chilling voice whispered beside his ear. "Stay out of this." Immediately, the old man collapsed to his knees, his expression betraying his shock. He already suspected that A's was more powerful than him, but to what extent that he couldn't even raise a finger? How many individuals in the universe could match his strength? He knew the count was limited, not to mention those who surpassed him. Azazel gazed at Kyle, who returned his gaze with a much calmer expression this time. However, Azazel could clearly see the hatred and anger concealed within those green eyes as he held the notebook higher in his hand for Kyle to see. "You want it back, don't you? But unfortunately, you can't take it from me right now due to your condition. So how about we make a deal?" The book in his hand disappeared and an image formed above his palm. It showed the same celestial spirit that he and Kyle had encountered just a short while ago. "You recognize this entity, right? I'm sure you do, and I trust you won't forget it since you acquired this memory within the No Mana land, not outside." The image faded as Azazel's lips curled into a forced smile that seemed unsettling due to his vacant eyes. "This is a celestial spirit. Get me just one of them, and I will give you back the notebook when we meet next time. I believe that you can easily find the spirit because of the thing within your body. But Kyle, don't you dare to absorb it. Because your body is too weak, and it would burst if you consumed the spirit before reaching the supreme rank. Moreover, I am placing a mark on you so the moment you found the spirit I will know." Azazel's body began to fade as he glanced at Kyle one last time with a fake smile that had no happiness whatsoever. He saw the human eyes and noticed that they were slowly but surely resembling his. "So, farewell until our paths cross once more, my friend." Kyle's eyes trembled, and after the man's figure vanished, he finally lost control of his emotions and let out a loud scream that echoed through the whole house. Hubert closed his eyes as he grabbed his knees and stood up from the ground with a solemn expression. He didn't intervene to stop Kyle from releasing all his pent-up emotions through screaming. "I need to find that man. If not, at least I need to know who he is and where the hell he came from. Did he just come here to make Kyle miserable?" The old man raised his head and let out a deep sigh, then gazed back at Kyle, who had stopped screaming and was now staring at the ceiling in a daze. "Kyle, just close your eyes and rest for a while. Your injuries are healing due to the strange ice around your body, but your mind need plenty of rest." Hazel entered the room with her husband and glanced at Kyle. The duo heard the commotion, but a layer of curtain stopped them and the other people who had gathered outside from entering. Only now that everything has turned silent were they able to enter. Hubert stepped back when the old woman approached Kyle to check on him. But even though she asked Kyle repeatedly if he was all right, he didn't respond for a long time and just stared at the ceiling with a vacant expression. She glanced at Hubert, who shook his head to signal her not to force it. After a whole day, Kyle finally spoke up, but the words that came out of his mouth were different from the ones everyone wanted to hear. He gazed directly at Hubert and spoke in a voice that accepted no refusal. "We should resume training." Chapter 482, Just How Powerful Is He? Hubert told Kyle that he should rest for a few more days because even though his body had healed quickly due to the strange ice, his emotions, they weren't stable. But Kyle shook his head and said he was fine. The old man let out a sigh as he gazed at Kyle, noticing a significant change in him, as if the young man had grown up a lot in just a day, and he agreed reluctantly. The moment Hubert agreed, Hazel began insisting that Kyle had to visit the village once every month, even if he was busy training, because she was concerned after seeing his condition. Kyle stared at the old couple and nodded when Hazel glared at him. Then he put on a sweater to cover his upper body as he stood up from the bed to follow Hubert, who grumbled under his breath. "Do you think I care? Let's see if you can even stand on your feet after a few months, because I am going to increase the difficulty." They walked out of the house as Kyle stared at the old man's back. He could feel Hubert's concern for him, but he found it challenging to stay still and relax because he knew that with every passing moment, he was losing the memories he had created before he arrived in the No Mana land. The memories of his friends and family who are waiting for him. Now that he no longer has the notebook to remind him about those memories he feared once he forgets them all that would remain inside his head would be those empty, obsidian eyes that bore into him as he suffered through hell. He checked his body to feel his bloodline. After actively healing all his injuries and creating a thin layer of ice around his skin that no one noticed except him, it has become dormant once again. Maybe it's because the bloodline ensured he stayed alive and healed his body very quickly, but he could sense that it wouldn't wake up for at least a few months. It was always hiding inside my mind space in his presence, but now it's sleeping quietly while circling my heart, which has strangely slowed its pace. The essence is asleep but not hiding in my mind space. Don't tell me it's because he left this land. I never imagined even something with celestial in its name would be afraid of that man. Just how powerful is he? I need to know. Kyle glanced at the stalls and shops surrounding him and Hubert as they made their way outside the village on foot. He noticed the old man lowering his pace so he could walk behind him slowly under the bright sky. I need to know how strong he is if I want to retrieve what he took from me. The notebook, and I want to see how it would feel if he also went through the same hell and I watched from the sidelines. Kyle grabbed the collar of his sweater and shook it slightly to make the ice around his body disappear, but it persisted, so he let it be and checked his stats, but nothing had really changed. After they left the village, Hubert stopped in his tracks among the trees that lacked their usual vibrant colors. The old man glanced back at Kyle with a serious expression before he clasped his hands behind his back and took a step back from the young man. Kyle, it's been 3 months that I have been training you, and I have to say you know how to work hard, even though you grumble a lot. Up until now, you have been able to complete all the tasks I asked of you better than my expectations. Kyle listened attentively as Hubert started moving back and forth opposite him. At first, I assumed as a human, you would take more time to adjust to my training since I am from the dragon race, and I have only ever trained individuals from my own race. Dragon bodies are naturally stronger compared to others. But after the first month, I noticed that you can adapt to the situation easily and think of ways to complete the tasks. Just like when I threw you into the tunnel and asked you to climb, you learned to use your hands and feet fingers in a way that would help you climb instead of relying on your agility to run on the walls. Kyle raised his brow. The tunnel was too deep and dark, but can he really run on the walls? As if noticing his interest, the old man nodded his head. You can run on the walls no matter what they are made of or how large they are after you learn how to use your agility in the most efficient way. Hubert rubbed his chin. I noticed you drawing symbols on the ground with your fingers several times. I have some knowledge about arrays, but the symbols you drew were quite complex. It seems you are quite proficient in arrays. It's uncommon to encounter someone so young with such deep expertise in arrays. That is why I hope you make sure to practice them regularly, or else you will forget what you learned. Kyle nodded solemnly. He was already aware of this, which is why he made sure to practice drawing the complex symbols that would jog his memory about arrays whenever he had time. My first master taught me how to draw symbols. I can't really remember his face, but he was an expert in arrays. Hubert's expression soured when he heard the human mention his first master. He had been aware of this since Kyle referred to him as second master, but he still felt a tinge of bitterness knowing he would always be the second. Must be someone strong if he had such vast knowledge about arrays. Kyle nodded, even though he didn't remember much except the name Han, who he was sure would fade from his memory soon. Yeah, Chapter 483, The Essence of Swordsmanship, Part 1. Hubert changed the topic because he had no plans to hear about how strong and awesome Kyle's first master was. I remember you said you use a sword as your main weapon, right? Show me some basic moves. That way I can gauge how much mystery you have over swordsmanship and see how far you have come with it. I usually prefer to fight with my fists, and my main focus has always been on spearmanship. But I have also trained extensively in swordsmanship and many other arts of combat, so I can guide you because pushing your body to extreme limits all the time without proper balance can lead to harm rather than strength. Kyle stared at the old man as the latter waited for him to perform the basic sword moves. He furrowed his brows. How can I show you the moves when I don't have a sword? Hubert smiled as he moved and snapped a tree branch from a nearby tree, causing the gray leaves to cascade over his head. It seems you have always used high-rank weapons for your swordsmanship, I wonder how many weapons you have changed and broken until now. Kyle, you should learn how everything around you has the potential to become your weapon. He gazed at a falling leaf and performed a basic swordsmanship move, a slash in front of Kyle with a deliberate yet graceful manner. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he watched the leaf being cleanly cut into 2 pieces before the pieces fell to the ground softly. He observed every move of Hubert, noting how the old man used the branch to slice the leaf, capturing not just the cut but also the essence of the moment. Clearly, the old man used not even a speck of mana or any other type of energy in that move, nor did he exert much visible effort. However, Kyle was fascinated by the speed, precision, and grace it displayed. It was just a basic move, but Kyle sensed the power behind that slow movement that sliced the leaf. He was certain that Hubert's mastery of swordsmanship had reached a level far beyond his own. He couldn't help but wonder if Hubert was so good in swordsmanship, then how much better would the old man be in his main art, spearmanship? Hubert noticed how Kyle's eyes were still fixed on the fallen pieces of the sliced leaf. He cleared his throat to grab the human's attention before tossing the tree branch toward Kyle, who grabbed it without a second thought. Kyle, remember, the real essence of swordsmanship doesn't solely rely on the weapons themselves, but in your ability to adapt your moves to utilize any object in your immediate surroundings. It's not the weapon that defines your skill, but how you wield it with precision and ingenuity. He paused when Kyle took a step back with the branch held horizontally. The human then closed his eyes for a few seconds and replicated the exact move he had demonstrated a moment ago. Hubert's eyes widened with surprise because even though Kyle couldn't fully tap into the move's essence, he replicated it so perfectly with the branch that it seemed like he had done it countless times. At the same time, Kyle looked at the fallen leaf pieces after slicing it like the old man. However, he noticed with a frown that the leaf's cut edges were uneven, not smooth like the old man's. It seemed easy, but it's a bit tricky. I think I need more practice to make my move resonate with the air around me. Hubert cleared his throat, but he was a bit shaken inwardly. It's true, the move was basic, but he used a branch to show that the essence of swordsmanship lies in the person, not the weapon. And reaching that level required a long journey. Using an ordinary object to tap into the essence of swordsmanship isn't easy. That's why only a few choose to learn it, while others focus on mastering their sword arts after mastering the basic moves of swordsmanship. But Kyle just went ahead and simply copied it. Luckily, Kyle didn't fully replicate the actions and the human move lacked true strength. Otherwise, Hubert wasn't sure what he would be feeling now. I never expected him to be so adept at replicating and comprehending what he saw just once with his eyes. It was to be expected, because all Kyle ever did was train his body under his guidance. So how would he know the human would be so good at learning? Hubert wanted to ask about what type of sword art Kyle had learned because they were quite famous everywhere. But before he could, Kyle started demonstrating the other basic move of swordsmanship with the branch held in his hand. The old man focused his eye on Kyle's as the human thrust the branch forward in a stabbing motion before slashing it in a sweeping cutting motion. Kyle then stepped back and with a swift movement, held out the branch in front of him in a defensive move as if to parry an attack, only to lunge forward in the next moment in a sudden movement to attack before he slowly lowered the branch just like a sword in a graceful manner. Hubert barely managed to keep his jaw from dropping because with each move, he could clearly see that Kyle was picking up what he taught the human. How many times did he demonstrate that move again? He only showed that move once, just one frickin' time. Don't tell me I somehow got a genius disciple who is made for swordsmanship. He schooled his expression and glanced at Kyle with a smile as if just a moment ago the human didn't give him such a big surprise. I can clearly see you are good with the basics. Kyle, I believe you have learned a sword art. They are available in almost everywhere. The old man paused for a second. Do you remember your art moves? It's been 3 months since you arrived on this land and I believe you have forgotten a lot of things. Chapter 484, The Essence of Swordsmanship, Part 2. Kyle pointed the branch in his hand down and wrote a few words on the ground with a concentrated expression. He knew he would forget the memory he created before he arrived in this land. That's why, even though he couldn't practice his art due to the lack of a weapon, he made sure to go through the memory of his art again and again in his mind. He even outlined it in his notebook, but now that the notebook was gone, he needed to write the art in another place as soon as possible. I remember, Hubert glanced at the character Kyle wrote on the ground and raised a brow, void-shattering strikes. You are saying it's a 3-star art, but why does the name sound so powerful to be just a 3-star art? The old man rubbed his chin. I know arts are divided into 1 to 8 stars, with 8-star being the highest, and I'm sure the name of the art you wrote is definitely not a 3-star. Instead, it gives off a feeling that it's a higher star art. Hubert's words reverberated in Kyle's ears, who suddenly remembered a line he read when he first got the art. I just recall there was a note at the end of the art book I got that stated the star of the art can be increased after the learner achieved perfection in all the moves included in the art. The old man let out an "oh" with an interested expression. And how far have you come in those moves? You are skilled with the sword and your comprehension ability is also great, so I am sure you have already achieved perfection in all the moves, right? However, Hubert never expected to hear the words that came out of Kyle's mouth next, who scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. There were only 4 moves in the art, but actually, I neglected the art after I acquired a powerful skill, blue flames. The flames were stronger and always killed the enemies faster, so I just got used to using them instead of my sword. I remember a little that I did use my sword in between, but not to the point of completely mastering the 4 moves. To be truthful, I just mastered the first move perfectly. The second and third moves had not reached perfection yet, and I never even used the 4th move, not even once. Kyle's expression remained unchanged as he explained to the old man how he had neglected his art, causing him to miss the moment when Hubert tightly clasped his hands behind his back to refrain from smacking him on the head. The old man's eyes flashed with frustration. He couldn't believe the human neglected the talent he was most proficient in just because of a powerful skill. No matter how powerful the skill was, Kyle should have never neglected his sword. All of a sudden, he finally noticed that the young man never mentioned the fact that he ever practiced swordsmanship. Kyle only mentioned that he stopped focusing on his art after acquiring a powerful skill. Hubert narrowed his eyes sharply. Kyle, tell me, just how much time have you given to practicing swordsmanship? Don't you dare lie, tell me truthfully. Kyle raised his brows with a thoughtful expression. He remembered not entirely, but a vague memory of himself practicing with the sword in the academy for a while where he was surrounded by many people. He barely remembered. Then he practiced his swordsmanship a few times afterward in the secret realm as well. But Kyle had no recollection of himself practicing the sword or his art extensively. Like the man with blue hair who appeared in his memory as he thought about the academy and sword. He opened his mouth and let out an awe as he remembered how he never asked for help from someone else while practicing the sword. After understanding his art, he didn't think he needed help. Now that I am looking at myself from the perspective of someone who is trying to recall his memories like images. Why do I feel like I was being an arrogant prick? Don't tell me I was proud of my ability to grasp the art easily when others my age could not. I was not I. I want to beat up my past self. He let out a sigh inwardly and evaded Hubert's sharp gaze before sidestepping the topic. Master, I cannot recall clearly as my memory is hazy. Maybe I did practice the sword art for a brief period. Hubert narrowed his eyes and after unclasping his hands, he made a pinching motion with his fingers, leaving a small gap between his thumb and index finger. How much brief? Kyle blinked as he observed the old man's action before grabbing the latter's fingers to make them move a little further away from each other. A little more maybe. Immediately, Hubert smacked him on the shoulder, and Kyle hissed with furrowed brows while rubbing his shoulder. Even though Kyle's expression remained passive during their talk, the old man noticed that his body had become less tense. Hubert clicked his tongue and gestured for Kyle to follow before they started walking toward the mountain that overlooked the village. Once they arrived at the old man's house, he entered inside and retrieved a weathered, dusty wooden sword. Hubert brushed the dust off the sword and tossed it to Kyle with a solemn expression. Starting today, you are going to pick up your sword again. I expect you to practice the basics every day before you go to bed. But first and foremost, jot down everything you remember about your sword art so I do not have to find a new art for you. Our new routine will include physical training in the morning and afternoon and refining your swordsmanship skills at night. Kyle gave him a nod and took the pen and plain notebook Hubert handed to him. He also voiced his concern when the old man began explaining more about the sword. But this land lacks energy. Except for the first move of my sword art, the rest of the moves require mana or any other form of energy, and without it the moves won't be able to show their true power. So will I be able to reach the perfection stage in the remaining moves? Hubert grinned. So what? Achieving perfection isn't about making your move deadly and forceful. It's about mastering its form to the extent that you can effortlessly perform it with muscle memory alone, and it's possible without relying on mana or any other form of energy. Chapter 485. I didn't teach him that. 1 year later, the night sky above the no-mana land was starless and moonless as usual, but the air was illuminated by the shimmering gray flowers scattered throughout the land. It was a quiet night, yet Hubert's eyes snapped open as he caught a faint noise coming from outside the house. He closed his eyes again with a yawn and decided to go back to sleep, thinking the noise belonged to a passing monster. But as he turned his head, even in the darkness, his blue eyes shimmered slightly when his gaze fell upon the empty bedding on the floor. A short distance away from him, inside the house, which consisted of only one large room and a bathroom with just the essentials. What in the world? Don't tell me Kyle went out to train so late at night again. I know he has made progress and can pull all-nighters, but continuous training isn't healthy for his body. He grumbled because even though his student was diligent, he didn't appreciate that diligence at all. Throughout the year, his life had become too busy. And he didn't even have a single quiet moment because Kyle would finish every task he gave him without any complaints and immediately come back to ask for another task. Hubert tossed the blanket aside and stood up from the bed to search for something to wear on his feet before leaving the house with big strides and slamming the door loudly behind him. Just where is that training maniac? I told him to take a break for a few days because his body needs time to adjust to the power imbalance. Even though his physique had reached the divine rank, he still has not broken through to the divine rank because this land lacks divine energy. He scanned the area, all set to drag Kyle back to rest as soon as he spotted him, but he soon discovered that the noise that had woken him up was actually coming from a monster that had somehow climbed the mountain. It turned out to be a wild goat, the kind that usually stayed behind the mountain and rarely came up. Slowly, he crept toward the goat and captured it before tying its limbs to ensure a good meal for tomorrow. After throwing it toward the house, he started descending the mountain to look for Kyle. I'm going to make him stand upside down on his hands for a whole day to at least keep him in one place for a while. He really knows how to get on my nerves. Hubert let out a sigh as he recalled how, in just a year, Kyle had achieved perfection in the first 3 moves of his art and was on the verge of reaching perfection in the last one without the use of mana and any other type of energy. Not to mention, The young man effortlessly mastered the concept he shared with him in just a few months, and became adept at using everything in his surroundings to display his art with precision and grace. He has also been giving his all to enhance his physique. Sometimes I feel like he's not human because even a dragon's body can't bear this much pressure. The air was chilly, and he noticed that the further he descended the mountain, the colder it became. Hubert furrowed his brows with a serious expression because it was unusual for the temperature to drop so drastically, and no one could describe his shock as he paused above a wide, protruding rock in the middle of the mountain and saw the half-naked man, who was supposedly his disciple, sitting cross-legged on another protruding rock a little further away on his right. Kyle's eyes were tightly closed, and he seemed to be meditating. However, what shocked Hubert wasn't the man himself but the thick layer of ice enveloping the land around. The icy landscape was glistening under the dim light radiating from the gray flowers in the surroundings, similar to Kyle's silver hair, which had grown long enough to reach his shoulders in just a year. His hair was tied in a ponytail, with only a few strands gently swaying around his serene face, giving the impression that he had entered a state of concentration. There were many scars on his exposed upper body, a testament to his hard work and persistence. Not to mention, Kyle's muscles had grown more defined, glistening under the layer of ice that had slowly crawled up from his torso, now reaching his neck and steadily advancing towards his face. Hubert noticed the iron sword that was stabbed into the ground behind Kyle. He had been the one to give the sword to Kyle after the wooden sword broke. But when he gazed at the deep slash marks that scarred the landscape beneath Kyle's spot, he took in a deep breath because he noticed that many of the sword marks on the land exuded a hint of spiritual energy. No way did he learn to grasp the spiritual energy when I didn't teach him that. Also, where did the ice come from? The ice is not emitting spiritual energy, and the land clearly doesn't have mana or divine energy either. Hubert's eyes widened slightly as he remembered that this very same ice had healed Kyle's injuries before, but he couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the ice to know just how it is spreading on Kyle's body and the land around him without any type of energy. In the distance, Kyle opened his eyes and exhaled a chilly puff of smoke after his bloodline obediently went to encircle his heart under his command. It had been doing whatever he thought after that incident, a memory he was certain would forever remain fresh in his mind. But now, even though he used his bloodline from time to time to increase his strength, he never relied on it completely. I am never going to put hope on it when I need help, because it can simply run away to hide inside my mind space to save itself. Kyle let out a faint snicker as the bloodline attempted to comfort him with a refreshing sensation that coursed through his body. It took a lot of time to wake up after that incident. I suppose it also needs rest to sustain itself. His green eyes were shining faintly in the darkness, not completely lacking their luster, but one could clearly see they had turned a lot colder and detached, unlike before, almost as if he had started to not care about his surroundings. Chapter 486, Two New Skills. Kyle raised his hand and gazed at the light that gathered above his palm. The light was purely white with a hint of gold and gray in between. His nose twitched when he caught a familiar scent in the air. Master is here. Although he sensed Hubert's presence through his scent perception skill that had developed significantly in the past year, he didn't turn around to acknowledge the old man's presence. I'm sure he's going to ask too many questions, especially about why and how I can use spiritual energy. So how about I let him see to reduce the number of questions? Kyle closed his palm, and the light seeped out through his fingers to disperse in the air. It had been a while since he started sensing spiritual energy in his surroundings, thanks to Hubert, because whenever the old man used spiritual energy in front of him, he observed keenly and did his best to understand the process. Regardless, getting a hold of spiritual energy was the hardest challenge he had faced so far. It took him a full 6 months just to sense it in his surroundings. Another 6 months to learn how to harness it, and even now he could only absorb a small amount into his body. The quantity was so meager that he could barely conjure a fireball with it. He let out a breath, and the ice enveloping his body started to crack and fall away to the ground. Kyle gazed his body and saw the scars fading. At least the ice is quite useful for healing. I just used it since I acquired 2 new skills from the bloodline 6 months ago. I guess the ice is also one of the reasons my body can handle so much pressure. He shook his head and glanced at the image that showed his stats from the corner of his eyes. Name: Kyle, race human/semi-celestial, bloodline celestial, soul rank transcendent, rank pseudo-divine, stats strength divine rank, mana divine rank, paused divine energy final stage, elite, paused spiritual energy. F rank agility divine rank, current physique rank divine rank, talent celestial, luck S+, unique ability nature's favorite, unlocked due to S+ rank, luck, skills bloodline ability encasing ice. Celestial rank. The user can envelop themselves in a layer of ice that heals all their injuries. However, This ability can only be used once every 6 months since it doesn't draw energy from the atmosphere, but rather directly from the ancient essence within the user's body. Bloodline ability, Arcane Visions. Divine Rank, the user can activate it to see the potential paths they could take in the upcoming minute that hasn't occurred yet, but only with enough spiritual energy. The skill might activate on its own if the user's life is threatened due to specific paths they are meant to take. Kyle groaned inwardly after seeing F rank in front of his spiritual energy stat because he had a nagging feeling at the back of his head that he had this same rank in other stats before as well. But he didn't remember much now. Also, he was still a pseudo-divine rank because his divine energy stat had been stuck in the final stage elite. Only when he absorbed divine energy would he jump to the next rank. After all, to reach the true divine rank, one needs to gather enough divine energy. Kyle found out about it later from Hubert, but almost all the villagers had only ever achieved strength in their physiques. He was a little surprised because he sensed through his scent perception skill that many people in the village had reached divine rank. However, after hearing the old man's explanation, he realized that his skill did not track their ranks but rather sensed their physiques, giving him the impression that they had reached divine rank. Also, they were all dragons and could transform into their true forms if they were able to tap into spiritual energy. Kyle rose to his feet and seized the iron sword he had stabbed in the ground. He ran his fingers along the blade and assumed a normal stance before slashing it forward. Immediately, the air around the blade rippled, even though he had just used pure strength in that move before the slash traveled and left another mark on the land across from him. Then he displayed the same move again, but this time with all the spiritual energy in his body to satisfy the old man watching him. After he was done, he sensed Hubert approaching him. Kyle finally moved his gaze to look at the old man, who leaped and landed softly before him with a serious expression. But he could clearly see the joy flickering in Hubert's eyes as the latter cleared his throat. "So Kyle, my dear pupil, if I ask how you learned to use spiritual energy, would you tell this curious old man?" Kyle raised his brows. It was very rare for Hubert to ask something so politely, as the old man would usually just smack him if he wanted to get something out of him. But it seems Hubert didn't want to pry because he completely overlooked the ice that is still glistening beneath their feet, and only asked about how Kyle learned to use spiritual energy. "Of course, I learned it through observation whenever Master used it in front of me." Hubert gave him a nod. He already knew Kyle's comprehension ability was top-notch, but he never expected Kyle could use the same comprehensive ability for other things as well. "Good, very good. I also wanted to teach you how to sense spiritual energy as it is extremely important for your growth after you pass the transcendent rank. But you are human, and it's quite challenging for humans to understand spiritual energy compared to other races. Plus, since you want to leave this land as soon as possible, I thought it would be best for you to first achieve the transcendent rank in physique. I never thought you would learn it just by watching me use it." Chapter 487. The passage of time here is different. Kyle gazed at the excited old man who asked him about the rank of his spiritual energy stat with an eager expression. He opened his mouth with a serious look. "It's just showing F rank," Hubert nodded. "It's to be expected. Of all the energies in this universe, spiritual energy is the most powerful and understanding it is the most challenging. Just like the mana stat, spiritual energy is also categorized into various ranks. To attain a higher stat in this, one must put in a great deal of effort." Kyle thought for a moment, and his curiosity got the best of him. "Master, what is the rank of your spiritual energy stat?" Hubert raised his brow and waved his hand in a dismissive manner. "Nothing to boast about, but I have just reached the divine rank in that stat." Kyle let out an "oh" and gazed at the dark, starless sky. He already knew the old man was strong because in the time they had spent together, he had seen Hubert battle countless monolith beasts effortlessly. Nonetheless, Kyle had reached the divine rank physique, but achieving the transcendent rank physique wasn't easy. Including the divine and transcendent rank physique, Hubert had already shared all the necessary knowledge with Kyle regarding the divine and transcendent rank. Just like in the pseudo-divine rank, where accumulating sufficient divine energy and progressing through the 4 stages 0, low, average, and elite is essential to move to the divine rank follows a similar principle. The moment someone breaks through to the divine rank, their divine energy stat, which is at the final stage elite, resets to 0. After reaching the true divine rank, they gather more divine energy in their bodies, this time twice the amount they previously did in the pseudo-divine rank to progress through the same 4 stages again, 0, low, average, and elite. However, breaking through to the transcendent rank is tricky because the universe needs to accept their divine existence and shower them with its power to make their bodies eternal. This means that even if they lost their bodies, they could reconstruct them. Moreover, one had to go through a significant trial to enter the transcendent rank after passing the divine rank. The details of the trial were unknown because each person had a different experience and not many shared their trials. Regardless, the ranks don't affect the physique, and building a strong physique was quite different. To achieve it, a person simply needs to undergo extreme pressure that would strengthen their skin and bones. This way, if someone is just reaching the transcendent rank in their physique, they don't have to undergo the universe's trial. Only when someone breaks through the confinement of the divine rank and enters the transcendent rank do they have to face the trial. Similarly, even if one breaks through to the transcendent rank, they won't be able to achieve a transcendent rank physique if their bodies don't undergo extreme pressure. Kyle stretched his neck and picked up the leather shirt he had thrown on the ground a while ago. He put on the shirt and grabbed the sword to practice a bit more. It was only then that Hubert remembered why he had come to find Kyle. The old man snatched the sword from him and narrowed his eyes. "Didn't I tell you to rest? Your body needs time to adjust to the imbalance since you just reached divine rank physique." Kyle blinked and nodded, although he desired to practice a bit longer. They ascended the mountain together. Along the way, Kyle hesitantly spoke up and asked what was on his mind. "How much longer will it take me to achieve the transcendent physique? It's already been a year and I have only reached the divine rank physique. Time is passing too quickly, and I wonder if anyone will still be waiting for me when I leave this land. I believe they would have forgotten all about me and moved on with their life." Hubert stopped in his actions after he heard Kyle's words. The old man thought the human was feeling down, believing that his progress was slow. But if Hubert had to give his opinion, he would say that Kyle's progress had been 10 times faster than all the people he had trained up to that point. "What are you saying? They would be daft to forget someone in just a month or two. Considering the time difference here and in the outside world, they would have barely spent a little over a month without you." Kyle froze in his spot after processing the words that echoed in his ears, and his eyes widened slightly as he stared at the old man across from him. From his expression, Hubert quickly remembered that, when he was explaining the time difference between the no-mana land and the outside world to the old couple, they left his side even before he completed his words. "Those darn oldies, I'm old as well." He scratched his head and noticed Kyle's focused gaze on him. He let out a sigh, realizing he couldn't blame anyone else as he himself had forgotten about it later. "I think I forgot to mention it. The passage of time here is different from the outside world. 10 years here equals a year outside." Kyle sat down on the ground and let out a heavy breath. He really had no idea. "You could have told me a little sooner." Hubert raised his brow. "Why would you not have worked hard then?" Kyle grabbed his knees and stood up straight before he resumed climbing the mountain. "No, I would have worked just as hard as I am doing right now, but at least I would have known and been relieved that even if I forget them, they won't forget me." Hubert walked beside him. It usually takes countless years for someone to achieve the transcendent rank physique, but he thought if it's Kyle, maybe the young man will reach it earlier than expected. Chapter 488, Spiritual Energy Cavern. Hubert stretched out his hand, feeling the limited spiritual energy in the atmosphere. The quantity was minimal in this region. Now that Kyle can absorb spiritual energy, he needs an environment rich in spiritual energy. Abruptly, he halted in his steps as he remembered the spiritual energy cave he had found in this land a couple of years back while exploring methods to cultivate mana plants in this mana-deprived land. How could I have forgotten about that location? It was a vast underground chamber surrounding the planet core that had been sustaining this land, a heaven for those who could harness spiritual energy. But the last time I passed through that place, it was filled with monolith beasts, not to mention. He thought for a second and decided to let Kyle make the decision. "Hey, Kyle." Kyle turned back. They had reached the mountain's top and were standing outside Hubert's house. Hubert let out a sigh as he saw Kyle's eyes drooping due to tiredness, yet he still had the audacity to practice so late at night. "Why don't you enter the spiritual energy cavern? It's quite far from this place, but now that you have learned to use spiritual energy, it will be advantageous for you. It will also help you enhance your physique. But once you enter the cavern, you won't be able to leave until you reach at least SSS, rank in spiritual energy. So the choice is up to you because it can take many years for you to just step out from that place." Kyle blinked twice to shake off the sleep and noticed the old man's blue eyes gleaming in the darkness. "A cavern?" Hubert nodded. "It's a vast underground space filled with monolith beasts and spiritual energy. Also, I can accompany you because I can exit that space at will, since I have already surpassed the threshold required to pass through the layer of energy surrounding that place due to the planet's core. This way, I can easily check on the village while training you simultaneously. Kyle, in that place, you can boost your spiritual energy stat. I think it's the ideal option for you at the moment. But as I mentioned earlier, the decision is up to you if you want to go or just continue what we are doing right now, as you already know gathering spiritual energy is difficult." Kyle stared into the air for a moment. He thought about the people waiting for him, but not many faces came to his mind. If it had been a short time ago, he might have turned down the old man's offer. But after knowing the fact that the passage of time in the no-mana land is different from the outside world, his mind just said that he should go. So worst case scenario, I would spend a few decades in that place, right? But it's fine, I guess. Now I don't need to worry about being forgotten by those I know because, unlike me, only a few years will pass for them. They will remember me, and if they do forget me in just a few years, then that means I was not someone significant to them. I shouldn't get too emotional about this because it can be stressful sometimes. Hubert furrowed his brows when he saw the same expression of nonchalance he would see on Kyle's face from time to time after that incident. It was rare, but Kyle's eyes would also turn detached for a split second now and then. He snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Kyle open the house door before heading inside to sleep after sharing his final words. I'm not even sure where or who I'm going to search for once I leave this place. Let's head to that location tomorrow morning because it's important for me to become as strong as possible since I want to make someone stronger than me suffer. Hubert stared at the closed door for a second before gazing up at the sky with a solemn look. I shouldn't have made this suggestion. It would have been better for me to focus on training him so he could leave this land as soon as possible. This kid, he's becoming numb at such a young age, I can see it. I hope his loved ones can help him find himself again. The next morning, Kyle packed multiple sets of clothes and essential items even before Hubert woke up. Once the old man was ready, they set off for the spiritual energy cavern, a vast area teeming with nothing but monsters and plants that had lost their color. After they found a secure and secluded spot within the cavern and arranged their living space, Kyle's routine remained the same as before. He would engage in physical training in the morning and afternoon, fight the monolith beasts and other monsters, and refine his swordsmanship under Hubert during the night before sleeping under the dark sky. Though it took a lot of time, Kyle also managed to make his body actively absorb the spiritual energy in the air without needing to sit down and concentrate to allow the energy to enter his body. Hubert would leave the cavern from time to check on the village and his people after advising Kyle not to act recklessly. But when the old man returned, he would always sense a significant decrease in the number of monolith monsters. Moreover, Hubert had to keep his cool and prevent his jaw from dropping at the abundance of spiritual plants that Kyle claimed to have stumbled upon accidentally during his training and walks. Unbeknownst to him, Kyle hated the sight of monolith beasts. So the moment he would leave, the human would have the freedom to go on a killing spree while using his scent perception skill to find as many treasures as possible from the cavern. Not to mention, after Hubert spent a few more years with Kyle, the old man had to admit with bitterness that the human's luck was unbelievably high for him to bear. How on earth can someone find a treasure just because they went to bathe at a nearby lake? Chapter 489, Planet Luminara. 1 year later in the outside world, far away from the no-mana land, inside a colossal and one of the largest planets in the universe, distinguished by a massive and expansive tree that dominated nearly half of the planet's surface. The tree stood so tall that its branches had surpassed the layer of clouds and could be spotted from outside the boundaries of the planet. But regrettably, its leaves had begun to wither, showing signs of darkness creeping through its branches, a consequence of the ongoing war between the elven race and the demon race that had persisted for an extended period on that planet. The demon race wanted to corrupt the tree, known as the Tree of Fate, that bore the fruit of fate every 1,000 years. It was because their current leader desired the tree to produce the fruit of darkness, instead of fate to help her reach the final stage of supreme rank. This achievement would secure her the esteemed title of the 6th Shadow General. On the other hand, the elven race valiantly protected the same tree as it has been guiding them with its pure spiritual power over generations. Moreover, every time a child was born in the elven race, they would receive the tree's blessings and would undoubtedly awaken high talent. That's why the elven race believed in the sacred significance of the Tree of Fate, and the precious fruit of fate it produced was protected by them with their lives. Still, neither the elven side nor the demon side was winning because both sides had powerful figures fighting for them. However, as time passed, the ongoing war had begun to affect the tree, causing it to lose its strength. Not to mention, the time for the tree to bear the fruit of fate was approaching, so the demon race had started to fight with even more vigor. This was because their current leader had started to become impatient, fearing that the fruit would be lost. This was indeed worrying for the elven race, but it was manageable because the elven race wasn't weak, considering that planet Luminara, the very planet that housed the Tree of Fate, was their main planet. That's why their population was high, and many powerful old elven residents could resist the demon race and safeguard the tree. Amidst all this, who could have imagined that a shocking news would reach the ears of the elven race while they were already engaged in constant battles? The news revealed that the first Shadow General had fled from the war occurring on the other side of the universe, after a supreme rank individual from the human race severely injured him. Now he also wanted the fruit of fate to heal his wounds and enhance his power. To discuss this very news, a meeting was held among the many strong elf leaders who had returned after overcoming another wave of the demon race, intent on destroying a portion of the Tree of Fate. The meeting took place in a spacious room furnished with numerous chairs surrounding a round table. They discussed about the first Shadow General and the need to implement safety measures by recalling all their powerful fellow elves who had left the planet to join the war occurring on the other side of the universe. After the discussion concluded, everyone started to leave the room. Among them were females and males, old and young elves, but they all shared a common feature, the insignia on their clothing that showcased a graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. After a while, only two elven women remained in the room. One was a middle-aged woman seated at the end of the round table, and the other was an older woman with features that seemed to indicate she was in the final stage of life, occupying the authoritative seat at the table. The middle-aged woman let out a yawn as she gazed at the older woman. "My queen, what's the matter this time? Why did you stop me when everyone had left? I already told you I'm not joining the war for a while. I'm close to a breakthrough and aiming for the next rank." The older woman sighed and gazed at Glacia, who was one of the strongest warriors of her race. She was the current queen of the elven race since her husband, the king, had passed away. The queen didn't mind Glacia's disrespect and had grown accustomed to it because the entire elven race was like a family to her. However, she feared that one day Glacia might regret her behavior. After Glacia's master passed away, she only cared child from and why she hates us so much when we are of the same race. About herself, and had accumulated many enemies over the years. The queen shook her head as she had already tried to reason with Glacia to steer clear of trouble, as it could potentially harm their entire race in the future, but her efforts were in vain despite numerous attempts. That's why she didn't mince her words and went straight to the point. "Just tell me, how's that girl you brought with you a year ago doing right now? Also, you never told me where you got that child from and why she hates us so much when we are of the same race." Glacia's face reflected nothing as she leaned back in her chair. "You mean Yue? Well, this little troublemaker has quite the attitude, huh? She doesn't hate the elven race. She hates me because I forced her to come here." She let out a snicker. "Does she really think I would have bothered with such a weakling and gone to such lengths to bring her here if I wasn't bound by the promise I made with my late master?" The queen rubbed her forehead in frustration as the pair of bronze eyes stared at her with annoyance. She let out a bit of her pressure to make Glacia understand that she was serious. "Just tell me how that child is doing. I saw her for the first time when she came here, but I have been busy lately and haven't had time to visit her." Chapter 490. The rumors. Glacia straightened her posture when she sensed the pressure radiating from the queen, who had gotten serious. In contrast to the old queen, who wore a light green robe with little to no design, Glacia's attire consisted of a flowing blue gown adorned with intricate silver embroidery. This old hag, she's still so strong even though she used almost 90% of her lifespan to help the Tree of Fate to clean the dark energy seeping through its branches. Glacia furrowed her brows when the queen's coral-colored eyes, which usually remained soft, focused sharply on her body. "My queen, that girl is fine. I have visited her a few times. She and the other people who came with her are under the town head's care, so there's no need to worry." Glacia's expression soured when she remembered the brown-haired man who willingly jumped into the portal to come with her, but that infuriating man ran off to who knows where the moment he arrived in this land. He even left behind his girlfriend to vanish into thin air. And here I thought he would be useful as his eyes contained spirituality. The queen closed her eyes for a few seconds and clasped her hands together, placing them beneath her chin to support her head before she let out a faint smile and opened her eyes that shone slightly in the dimly lit room. "Dear, it seems you didn't hear the rumors. Well, it's to be expected because you are always busy doing whatever you want." Glacia's furrowed brow deepened. "What rumors?" The queen chuckled, her wrinkled face showed her amusement. "That girl, I heard the Tree of Fate is favoring her for some reason because while she was fighting under the tree with another one of our race, the tree branches helped her so she wouldn't fall down. Almost every maid working for me is gossiping about this, and when I heard it, I have to say I was pleasantly surprised. Just how long has it been since the Tree of Fate showed its interest in another?" In a flash, Glacia's expression changed, and she gazed at the older woman across from her with eyes full of disbelief, thinking that the queen was joking. The Tree of Fate has its own consciousness, but it had been a long time since it showed interest in someone else. The last person the Tree of Fate showed interest in was Glacia's master, who could foresee the future with the vast amount of spiritual energy in her body. That's why she couldn't believe this blatant lie. The rumors were probably baseless. But when Glacia looked into the queen's eyes, which held no deception, realization dawned on her, and she understood that the queen wasn't joking. No, the queen never joked in the first place. How? No, why? Why would the tree show interest in someone who is not even from this planet? Her words were cut off when the queen shook her head and stood up. "I hope you check on that girl regularly." I believe there was a reason why your master left behind such a strange promise to bring an unknown girl to this planet. Maybe she already saw this far. Glacia clenched her fists and nodded. She would go and keep an eye on that girl from now on, but the queen's next words made her blink twice with surprise. That girl. I sensed a mark on her body when I saw her for the first time. But even though I knew the mark was used to locate her location, I didn't remove it because the mark was created by someone very weak. So I hope you haven't made an enemy of someone strong while bringing her here. The queen stared at the middle-aged elven woman who had turned silent. After a long minute of silence, Glacia let out a chuckle as the image of a silver-haired man flashed through her eyes. Don't tell me, haha, did he place the mark on Yue's body? She gazed at the queen. My queen, there's no need to worry because the planet I brought Yue from didn't have any exceptionally strong individuals. Moreover, I believe I know who put a mark on her body, but he's just an ordinary young man, nothing to be concerned about. The queen nodded with a sigh. It's not like she could leave the planet just to find out what more trouble Glacia has caused. The light green robe on her body fluttered as she took a moment to think about the recent events happening on their planet. She did not think much about the man Glacia talked about because she knew he wasn't strong, as the mark on Yue's body barely held any strength. Glacia glanced at the queen one last time and stood up to leave the room because things had become much more interesting for her. She wanted to go and see for herself if the Tree of Fate had truly started showing interest in Yue, not to mention the mark. She didn't sense it, and if the queen hadn't informed her about it today, she would have never discovered it. Interesting, that silver-haired human, I knew he had something peculiar in his body. I should have checked it. Now the curiosity is killing me. I won't remove the mark because I want to see him again. I wonder if he would come to find Yue since he seemed quite desperate to stop me when I took her with me. Well, I suppose it would take a long time, considering his strength wasn't even divine rank. She opened the door, but before she could step out of the room, the queen stopped her. Glacia paused and looked back only to see a serious expression on the queen's face as the latter started speaking. Glacia, you're close to a breakthrough, right? I believe you will be staying in one of the elven cities until you successfully reach the next rank. While you're here, train Yue, and if that girl is able to reach the divine rank in 3 years, include her with the other young elves who are going to compete in the gladiator arena. Chapter 491. Then who? Glacia's expression froze for the first time, and her astonishment was beyond words as she stared at the queen. The Gladiator Arena was a famous battleground located within the sacred divine land that opened its gates only once every 100 years. This extraordinary event attracted millions of skilled and strong fighters from all races across the universe, each risking their lives with the sole aim of winning, so they could enter the Lost Treasure Tomb. The Lost Treasure Tomb was only accessible once every 100 years, and its door always opened in the sacred divine land. However, the number of people who could enter the tomb was limited. That's why the Gladiator Arena was established to provide every individual with an equal chance to enter the tomb. Countless powerful and influential individuals from various races would willingly come to oversee the numerous battles taking place in the Gladiator Arena to ensure the smooth operation of the event that lasted for months. Those influential figures also aimed to prevent anyone above the transcendent rank from entering the Gladiator Arena or the Lost Treasure Tomb, because it would be a huge disaster for each race if that person started slaughtering their people who could potentially become the strong pillars of their race in the future. Amidst all this, it was a well-known fact that the battles that happened in the Gladiator Arena were brutal and bloody because the Lost Treasure Tomb offered resources that could help those who went inside reach the transcendent rank or maybe even a higher rank if they were fortunate enough to find something extraordinary. Just who would pass up such an opportunity? Also, killing was a norm in the arena if the fighters are not stopped in time. That's why all those who stepped inside the arena knew they were risking their lives. Glacia rubbed her forehead. She wasn't concerned about Yue, but she could not believe the queen suggested such a thing. Even though the queen knew that this time the gladiator arena would be even more chaotic than before as half of the sacred divine land had been taken over by the dark and demon races after the first Shadow General destroyed a part of it. But before Glacia opened her mouth to speak, the queen spoke up again. Just let her go. It's not like your master asked you to keep that girl on this planet. She only asked to bring her here once. Besides, we can't take care of her for long. Maybe I'm being greedy, but I don't like that the Tree of Fate is showing interest in her. I don't want the tree to bestow the fruit of fate upon her because if it did, neither you nor I would be able to intervene. I want to protect my race. So instead of giving the fruit to a young person who is still weak and untrustworthy, it's better if the tree chose someone more deserving. Glacia released a deep breath and gave the queen a quick nod before, unexpectedly, she uttered something that she herself thought would be impossible. What if Yue cleared the gladiator arena and earned a place in the Lost Treasure Tomb? She would definitely come back here. I know she hates me, but then she would also resent the elven race for throwing her into the bloody battles. The queen let out a faint smile. I never knew you thought so highly of her. That girl hadn't even reached the divine rank. Do you really believe she could? But even if she did, she wouldn't hate the elven race. I saw it in her eyes. She isn't someone who can despise her own. Also, I heard she wanted to become stronger, so we are doing this to give her the opportunity to become stronger. We will also protect the people she brought with her in her absence. Her mother and her friend, this way she would become a strong pillar of our race. Glacia started laughing at the queen's words. She covered her face to hide her smirk and shook her head. You are a good person, but I suppose even good people can turn a bit ruthless to safeguard what they hold dear. Also, you said she would become a strong pillar of our race. If she comes back, do you plan to send her to the war happening at the other end of the universe? The queen looked at the middle-aged woman who returned her gaze with a grin. We will see. It's something the future will determine. For now, just focus on what I asked you to do. Glacia raised her hand to show an okay sign and quickly left the room to find the person they had talked about for so long. The queen stared at her fading figure and placed her hand on her heart. It's strange, but even though I am sending that girl away, I have a feeling my race won't get the fruit of fate this time. My queen, a faint voice echoed behind her, and another old figure materialized behind her. It was a white-haired old elven woman who had pledged to stay as the queen's shadow to protect her from harm since the moment the king passed away. The white-haired woman let out a hum. The tree of fate, I can sense it vividly. It has started to grow happier since that girl arrived on this planet. The queen started walking toward the room exit, and the white-haired woman vanished behind her after she hid her presence. Me too. That's why I am worried the tree wants to give you the fruit of fate. She stopped in the doorway when the white-haired woman fell silent at her comment. What's the matter? Do you think I'm being greedy too? Should I let her have the fruit? She waited for a few seconds just to hear a response from the white-haired woman, which came after a long silence. No, it's fine to be a bit greedy sometimes. But you know I have a deep connection with the tree as I have lived the longest on this planet, and I have a feeling that it's not you the tree wants to give the fruit to. The queen's expression turned solemn. Then who? Someone from our race, or could it be the people who came with you? The hiding woman let out a silent sigh. I'm not sure myself as I can't foresee the time that is yet to come. Maybe it's someone from our race, maybe it's someone related to that girl. She paused for a second. Or maybe it's someone who has yet to arrive on this planet. Chapter 492, UA will train under me. Part 1, underneath one of the countless large, expansive branches of the Tree of Fate, many wooden houses were lined up in a haphazard manner, surrounded by lush plants and vibrant flowers. The atmosphere in the quaint town was bustling and spirited, despite its small size compared to the numerous grand cities of the elven race that thrived under the vast canopy of the Tree of Fate. In the middle of that very town, a small circular arena with sand covering the ground was set up. Inside that arena, a beautiful young elven woman with amber eyes and honey-colored hair, along with a man of a similar age with green hair and brown pupils, were engaged in combat. Many groups of people, old and young, wearing robes, elegant attire, or expensive embroidered dresses had gathered around the arena to witness the fight. As the elven woman with amber eyes gracefully moved inside the arena with a bow in her hand, and attacked the man across from her with a sharp icicle that she formed with lightning-fast speed, the gathered crowd laughed at the man who was getting beaten up after another rejection he received from the same woman who was overpowering him so that he would leave her alone. The crowd grew louder and taunted the man in the arena even more when he tried to dodge the icicle, but ended up freezing in place as the elven woman across from him took out an arrow from her storage ring and pointed the sharp tip directly at one of the man's eyes. The man's brown pupils narrowed at the sharp tip that was just an inch away from one of his eyes before he raised his hands in defeat with a loud grumble. I admit defeat. UA, please spare me this time. I know you are disappointed as I am so weak, but you know I like you so. He bit his tongue as the arrow edged closer to his eye, so much so that he almost thought it grazed his iris. However, he sighed with relief when the elven woman across from him retracted the arrow after the old town's head concluded the fight with a chuckle. The old town's head slapped the shoulder of the man with brown pupils, causing the latter to groan in pain. Then he looked at UA with soft eyes as his white robe billowed in the wind. UA won again, and Sebastian, our blockhead bird who's been getting on everyone's nerves lately, lost. The crowd burst into laughter at the young man, who kept his sad brown eyes fixed on UA's back, as if he was contemplating to make another attempt at proposing. As the sun filters through the leaves above the area, casting dappled shadows on the crowds, UA flew out from the arena and landed gracefully on the ground. The gray robe, cinched with a ribbon at her waist, swirled gently as she started walking towards the black-haired elven woman sitting in the distance, waving at her. It's been a year since she arrived on this planet, and she has to say that the people here treated her well. They also gave her, her mother, and her friend everything one would need to live a pleasant life, but she just was not grateful and felt like she was trapped because she was not allowed to leave this place. Not to mention, she had no idea what happened after she vanished so suddenly into thin air. Did Kyle try to find where she went? Did he resent her, thinking she could at least tell him it's been a year since she saw him? She knew he would have gotten stronger as he always did, but she was still just a pseudo-divine rank individual who was trapped in a small town, unable to leave. In that moment, a familiar pair of green eyes flashed through her mind before she remembered the last moment they were together under the same sky. It was a beautiful memory. Yue let out a sigh and shook her head to disperse the countless thoughts that would always emerge in her head every night as she stared at the night sky that always twinkled with many stars. She gazed at Ellie, the black-haired elven woman who had been by her side for the past year, and let out a faint smile that only stayed on her face for a brief moment before Ellie began to speak. That jerk Sebastian. Who does he think he is? Just because he's the town head's son, it doesn't give him the right to bother you. It's the 6th time already, but it's good you gave him a good beating this time. Yue shook her head at the elven woman who got angry on her behalf. She sat down beside Ellie on one of the many tree trunks sticking out from the ground. Suddenly, she raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight filtering through the leaves, but she stopped when the many leaves of the Tree of Fate moved on their own to block the sunlight as if sensing her discomfort. It had become a normal occurrence, but Yue was still fascinated whenever the Tree of Fate did something like that. Just like her, many other people nearby also noticed how the leaves moved to block the sunlight for her, and they all started whispering among themselves, but she ignored them. Yue gazed at Sebastian, the man with brown eyes whom she had just fought. He was being reprimanded by the town head, who happened to be his father, for losing so badly in front of a large crowd. She furrowed her brows slightly because, no matter how much she tried to stay calm in his presence, he was just annoying. He was a year younger than her and was also one of the youngest pseudo-divine rank individuals on the planet, just like her. However, since she arrived on this planet, he had been pestering her, saying he liked her and that it was love at first sight. Yue snapped out of her thoughts when the small lynx jumped on her shoulder. What happened, Nox? Nox rubbed his horns on her shoulder as iridescent scales shimmered on her body before gazing sharply across with his blue pupils that turned sharp and alert, almost as if he was looking at a big enemy. Yue followed his gaze with furrowed brows, and she froze in her position when she saw Glacia, who had just landed from the sky on the land across from them. Chapter 493, Yue Will Train Under Me, Part 2. Ellie also froze in her spot when she followed Yue's sharp gaze and saw Glacia stepping toward them. The old town's head pushed Sebastian away and quickly left the arena, joined by a few others, to greet Glacia, who had halted in front of Yue. But the woman with bronze eyes waved her hand at the town's head and gave a faint smile. It's all right, old man, no need to be so formal. I am just here to see the people I left in your care. The old town's head gazed at Yue and Ellie before gesturing for the others around him to leave them alone. However, to everyone's surprise, his one and only foolish son boldly went and stood in front of Glacia with his still swollen face before asking what business she had with Yue. Glacia chuckled at the young man standing before her. She remembered him. The last time she visited the town, he was the only one who didn't greet her. Sebastian, right, you have quite an attitude, young man. If you want to listen, then listen from a distance, or else I can simply bury you underground. Sebastian's stance faltered, but instead of leaving the area, he crept behind his father to hide. The old town's head facepalmed at his son's antics and just wanted to bury the young man himself. Yue stood up, and Nox jumped away from her shoulder to climb a nearby branch that extended toward him on its own. Glacia's narrowed eyes followed the lynx's every movement before she gazed at the branches of the Tree of Fate. Indeed, the rumors are true. The Tree of Fate is favoring her. Glacia snapped out of her thoughts when Yue and Ellie both stared at her with cold eyes before Yue stepped forward and started speaking. You are here to see us, right? Now that you have done it, please leave. Glacia shook her head. No, I am not just here to see you all. I have something to tell you as well. So let's sit down for a while. She waved her hand to take out a few wooden chairs from her mind space before taking a seat on one of them and gesturing for Yue and Ellie to sit opposite her. Yue's eyes showed her displeasure, but she and Ellie sat down across from the woman to bring it to an end, as they had no intention of looking at the face of someone they disliked so much. But when they heard Glacia's next words, they were both stunned. Yue will train under me from now on because I want her to enter the gladiator arena that will open in the sacred divine land 3 years later. As for Ellie, she is too weak and still has a long way to go before she could even clear the ascendant state, so she will stay here and train with the townspeople. Ellie's eyes widened at the woman's words, but before she could speak up to ask why the heck Yue would practice under her when Glacia is the very person who is forcing them to stay here, Yue held her shoulder to stop her. After Ellie stopped, Yue clasped her hands together tightly and stared at the woman to understand what the heck she was talking about. What gladiator arena and what sacred divine land? It's been a year since Yue arrived on this planet, but she had never heard of these terms before. However, the one who answered her questions wasn't Glacia, but the old town's head who stared at Glacia with a solemn expression and explained everything about the sacred divine land and the gladiator arena to Yue and Ellie. The old town's head had been to that place before once, that's why he knew everything about the bloody fights that took place in that event. The more Yue and Ellie heard about that place, the more serious their expressions became. Ellie stood up to argue with Glacia, even though she was weak, there's no way she would let Yue go to such a dangerous place. But Glacia smirked and spoke up while staring directly at Yue. You want to become stronger, right? That's why you've been putting your body under so much pressure to train day and night since you arrived on this planet, and I know the motivation. You want to go back to your home planet, or more specifically, you want to meet that silver-haired man, right? Yue's facial expression stiffened when she heard Glacia talk about Kyle. Not only Yue but Ellie's eyes also widened. However, Glacia wasn't done yet. The very man who I am not even sure if is alive or not because I made sure to break his body when he stared at me with those arrogant green eyes. Yue's expression chilled as she stared at the woman. She almost attacked Glacia if not for Ellie, who grabbed her arm and made her look at her. Yue blinked and saw her reflection in Ellie's eyes. The rims of her eyes had completely turned red. She took a deep breath. No, Kyle is fine. She repeated those words in her head to calm her nerves, and after a long minute she made a decision. She needs to return to her planet, but to leave she needs to become stronger. Strong enough so no one could stop her. Also, she needs to make sure both her mother and Ellie are safe before she does something impulsive, or else they would be put in danger because of her. Yue glared at Glacia with icy eyes as she brushed Ellie's hand away from her arm. I will train under you and participate in the gladiator arena as well. Just tell me if he is alive or not, Glacia smirked. He is. Probably because he was breathing when I left. Your training will commence tomorrow, so be prepared. Ellie gazed at Yue's firm expression and realized she couldn't stop her now. She was already upset that Nine had disappeared after leaving her here, and now even Yue would leave. At that moment, Sebastian also spoke up with a grave expression. I want to follow Yue, but before he could finish his sentence, his father smacked him and dragged him back home to beat him up so he knows what he is allowed to speak and when he is not. Chapter 494. Planet Eadmire, Part 1. Inside a massive planet completely shrouded in a crimson hue, an eerie atmosphere engulfed every corner of the planet that was bustling with laughter and countless noises. The very essence of malevolence seemed to seep from the very core of this forsaken planet, where twisted spires pierced the sky like jagged teeth, and a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. The ground below was filled with a dark and sinister energy, giving the impression that the planet itself was alive with only dark energy. Countless individuals, each with four wide and large dark-colored wings behind their backs and white slit pupils, soar across the sky or engage in conversations within the numerous huge structures on the planet. These towering structures house vast arenas where slaves from different races battle each other just to get another day to live while spectators place bets, enjoying alcoholic beverages and various other delicacies, restaurants where people indulge in debauchery, and various shops that sell someone else's body parts to make someone else stronger. A feeling of dread filled every corner of the vast planet known as Eadmire, the largest planet in the universe, which also happened to be the one and only planet belonging to the demon race. It was a place where the very concept of light and hope felt like a distant memory, where nightmares took form, and where the line between reality and nightmare blurred into a twisted tapestry of fear and despair. In that very planet, within one of the countless huge structures, a young man in his 20s donning a black cloak that concealed his entire body from head to toe, nibbled on his nails as he peered from behind a wall to observe the numerous individuals with white pupils and expansive wings who were cheering and showering gold on a chained, beautiful demi-human woman singing in the center of the hall. The whole hall was adorned with soft pillows and lavish carpets, all occupied by members of the demon race. The young man's body tensed, and he turned around to walk away from the place when suddenly one of the demons snapped his head toward him. But who could have thought that the moment he moved around, he would crash into a stunning woman with similar white pupils, wearing tight clothes, causing his cloak to slightly slip off his head, unveiling a pair of golden pupils that shimmer in the dimly lit hall due to the threads swirling within them. Damn it, damn it! Nine clenched the fabric of the cloak around his head tightly, ready to flee if the woman in front of him noticed the fact that his presence was quite out of place compared to all the other people in the hall. But he breathed a sigh of relief as the demoness paid him no attention. I really need to start trusting this thing. He caressed the insignia shaped like a white flower with two leaves, hidden within his cloak, and thanked his past self who risked his life to obtain it before he set foot on this dangerous planet. The insignia was only given to the strongest demons in the demon race. It made sure to envelop his body in a veil of dark energy, even if he had not tapped into dark energy and did not have a dark flower engraved on his body. Also, whenever a high-ranked demon gazed at him, they would politely greet him because, unlike the low-rank ones, they could sense the insignia's presence. No, I should thank the future Kyle who provided me with enough knowledge about everything. Otherwise, I would have never made it this far in just a year. Dang, I might have perished when I stole the insignia right under the nose of a transcendent rank demon. Nine dashed towards the exit of the place and hurriedly left the hall because, once again, he found no clue about the dark chamber of secrets. The chamber held numerous ancient scrolls and books filled with extensive knowledge about the demon race and its two subsidiary branches, Nightkin and Dark Race. However, his aim wasn't to gain that knowledge but to find a specific room within that chamber. That room held many dark contracts that the Shadow Generals and several other powerful individuals under them forced others to sign. Through these contracts, they enslaved the people they took an interest in, even if it went against the person's will. These contracts were made from dark energy and a special teleportation material only found on the demon's planet. That's why after they were used, they were all kept in a single place. This way, if someone who signed those contracts ever grew strong enough to break free from them, they would be teleported straight to the demon planet. Nine shuddered when he thought about the poor souls who might have tried to break free from the contract, only to be met by hordes of demons in the next moment. I feel the urge to teach those fools a lesson who signed these contracts. Oh, but one of them happens to be my friend, haha. I will definitely give him a good smack on the head when we meet again to knock some sense into him that he clearly lacked when he agreed to sign that contract. He stepped out of the grand structure and found himself in an open area filled with many people from the demon race. Nine looked up at the swirling maelstrom of crimson clouds above him and let out a bitter smile. I have a long way to go, I possess all the knowledge, I just need to find the dark chamber of secrets' exact location. The moment I get my hands on the contract I'm searching for, I will run away with the help of the teleportation artifact I stole from Glacia. He smirked. I wonder if she has found out yet. Haha, the expression on her face will be quite something when she realizes that her life-saving artifact is missing. I never thought Kyle could be so vengeful. Well, she did kidnap his girlfriend and me, his best friend. But I wonder why the knowledge the future Kyle has given me mentioned that Glacia died. Nine covered his face and smoothly blended into the crowd to gather as much information as possible about the dark chamber of secrets. I have a feeling that Kyle is going to kill her, which is why he knew about the life-saving artifact. I really wanted to witness the fight, but I can't. Not until I am done here. Chapter 495, Planet Edmure. Part 2. After spending a challenging month traveling through one huge structure to another on the demon's planet to find information about the dark chamber of secrets, Nine finally arrived in front of a massive building, encircled by three towering pillars reaching skyward. Perched atop each pillar was a majestic statue of a winged demon. The massive building stood amidst a bustling array of other structures, starkly contrasting the desolate and abandoned appearance it bore, as if forgotten by time itself. He coughed due to the thick, dark smoke surrounding the building, then raised the edge of his cloak that covered his eyes to peer at the abandoned building covered in dust and spiderwebs. Nine couldn't believe the dark chamber of secrets had been right in front of him all along, yet he had ignored such a massive building simply because there was not a single guard stationed around it. If it weren't for him kidnapping a drunken S-rank demon who looked like a wealthy old man and slapping the hell out of that bastard to extract information about the dark chamber of secrets, he would have overlooked this building again, just like he did when he first landed on this planet. Now he understood why he hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact location of the dark chamber of secrets upon his arrival on this planet. After using the hidden teleportation array that transported him to the demon planet, he had actually arrived directly in front of this very building, but he ignored it as it looked old and abandoned. He just never thought the demon race would be so idiotic as to not even station a single guard in front of such an important place. Do they not care about this place? Or are they overly confident, thinking that no one would dare to come to their land to steal something under their nose? Nine muttered under his breath and rubbed his aching forehead. He had the urge to go back and smack his past self who suffered on this planet for an entire month. Just 2 weeks ago, he was nearly sold into a betrothal due to a cunning demon who had offered him and many others a room to stay in his hotel, only to secretly mix something in their drinks at night to auction them off. It was fortunate that he did not consume the beverages provided in the hotel, since he disliked the food available on this planet, due to the dark energy radiating from almost everything here. Also, Nine did not feel hungry, mostly due to his high rank, but even if he did, he simply took out the food he had stored in his storage ring to eat. Otherwise, he might have ended up being sold like all the others. That bastard, he didn't even spare his own kind. It's good I ran off in time before they noticed something was off. He covered his face and, after a cautious survey of his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, quickly slipped through the partially open massive steel door before sprinting towards the building. Only after a few seconds, he arrived at the building's entrance and softly pushed the dark door open. He then effortlessly slid inside the door without any trouble and let out a sigh of relief. Damn, that was easy. Nine almost bit his tongue when he saw an old pair of white slit pupils staring at him. It was an old demon who appeared to be sweeping the floor with a broom. The old demon scrutinized him from head to toe as he froze in place, almost ready to sprint backward, but he blinked when the latter paid no attention to him and went back to sweeping the floor. Did that oldie just ignore me? Wait, he saw me, but he's just going to ignore me? Really? Is it because of the insignia? Nine hurriedly reached for the insignia inside his cloak. After calming his nerves, he briskly walked away from the old demon towards the grand stairway leading upward. However, as soon as he stepped on the first stair, he heard an old voice behind him. Don't enter the third layer. He has just returned from the war, so it would be unwise to disturb his rest. You are only permitted to wander in the first 2 layers, even if you possess the demon's badge. Nine held his breath, and after stiffly nodding his head, he began climbing the stairs. He only released his breath when he had climbed far enough to no longer see the old demon. That was a close one. My heart almost leaped out of my chest. This time, he took the insignia out from under his cloak and displayed it openly on the dark cloak so that everyone could see it since it had just saved him. But he furrowed his brows when he remembered the old demon's words. Who just returned, and from what war? Whoever it is, I should not take any risks and should quickly grab what I need from this place and leave. It's already bad that the old demon knows I'm here. He scanned the dimly lit first floor in front of him, illuminated by light emitting from a few round orbs embedded in the wall, and quickly ascended to the second floor. Nine didn't even glance toward the third floor and started walking through the second floor. He glanced at the numerous doors lined in the hallway he was walking. Some were dark, some wooden, and there were even some sealed with old chains. After a few minutes, he came to a stop in front of a wooden door that had a large horn drawn on it. After taking a deep breath, he slowly grabbed the door handle and opened it. In an instant, a creaking sound echoed in the eerily silent space, sending shivers down Nine's spine as he entered the room. However, no one could describe his shock when he saw many mountains of papers of various sizes haphazardly strewn across the room, stretching to occupy a vast space encircled by countless empty, dusty shelves draped in spiderwebs. Chapter 496, Planet Eadmire, Part 3. Nine's eyebrow twitched as he surveyed the mountains of papers before him. The sheer number of them made him wonder how he would ever manage to go through each one to find the right contract. On top of that, he had no clue how the contract Alex signed differed from the rest spread out before him. He let out a frustrated groan at the mere thought of the time it would take to find the contract he needs as he approached the papers, and the slightly open door shut behind him. He crouched down and without hesitation grabbed the paper closest to him before brushing off the dust and studying the unfamiliar symbols scrawled on it. Nine's eyes paused on the dark inked signature at the paper's bottom half. The signature form appeared unsteady, as if the hands of the person who signed the paper were shaking as they held the pen and wrote the name. In the quiet room, a deep sigh slipped from his lips as he read the unfamiliar name on the paper that was definitely not written in Alex's handwriting and tossed it away. He grabbed a few more papers to scan them, but in that instant his eyes lit up and he threw all the papers in his hands aside. I can just take them all. If I can take one, then why not take them all? Haha, why didn't I think of this sooner? Nine clutched his knees and rose to his feet. He gazed at the storage rings on his fingers, and a broad grin spread across his face as he emptied the contents of one of his storage rings into another and began filling it with the papers before him. After 10 long minutes, Nine let out a chuckle and sat down on his heels in the center of the room, still surrounded by numerous empty, dusty shelves veiled in spiderwebs. But the mountains of papers that once cluttered the room were now safely stored in his storage ring. He quickly wore the ring and scanned the dimly lit room one last time to ensure he hadn't missed any papers. After a moment, he rummaged through his cloak and took out a small, pulsating crystal. Haha, I should leave now. It's a shame I won't be able to see the expressions of those who would find this room empty. He shut his mouth when suddenly a deep and tired voice resonated from outside the room where he stood. Who's there? Nine's eyes dilated, and without a second thought, he crushed the crystal in his hand that would teleport him far away from this planet. In a flash, a brilliant light burst from the crystal and enveloped his body. But just a moment before he disappeared entirely, the room door swung open with a resounding bang. A handsome youth who appeared to be 15 years old, clad in gray silk clothes, entered the room and peered at his fading body with a confused expression. Nine's breath hitched when the youth gazed into his eyes with a pair of golden eyes that were eerily similar to his. The youth's long peach-colored hair, tied in a high ponytail, cascaded down his back as he blinked and reached out his pale hand towards Nine's fading body enveloped in light, as if to catch him. Nine's heart nearly jumped out from his chest when the slender fingers phased through the light, almost grasping his body, but his body scattered into countless particles before the youth's fingers could grab onto something. The shimmering particles danced in the room for a fleeting moment and then also vanished into the air. The youth's surprised expression was accompanied by a soft "oh" as he gazed at his empty hand. I missed him. He had the demon's badge, but his soul and body were too pure for him to be a part of us. He rubbed his fingers and surveyed the vacant room with a smirk. It's been a while since I encountered someone from my race. And he dared to steal right under my nose. Haha, truly remarkable. He turned his gaze back to the old demon who had ascended the stairs to reach the second floor, likely drawn by the sound of the forcefully opened door moments ago. Master, why did you come down? The old demon's words were abruptly halted as he glanced at the empty room. Wait, is not this the room where the dark contracts are kept? He quickly hurried outside the room and inspected the door of the room, where a large horn was drawn and let out a shuddering breath. Oh no, the old demon's eyes widened as he remembered the cloaked man who had climbed the stairs just a while ago. He thought it was another human who had willingly allied with one of the demons or shadow generals to obtain strength and a demon's badge, but it turned out he was completely mistaken. He glanced at the youth standing in the room center and lowered his head. This same youth held the title of the second shadow general, named Sino. Sino looked young, but he was the oldest among all the shadow generals. The man just liked his young appearance. He was also the strongest among all the shadow generals, even more than the first shadow general who belonged to the dragon race. However, unlike the other shadow generals working under Azazel, he had only one goal: to become the strongest. The man did participate in the war happening in the other end of the universe, because it was important if he wanted the dark side to win, but he always ignored what he thought was not useful to him in achieving strength. I am sorry, Master, I made a grave mistake. The old demon stopped speaking when the youth across from him raised his hand and staggered toward the room exit. It doesn't matter, it's not my duty to take care of every single thing. Besides, this building has been deserted for a while now after the Demon King's death, and the other demons were too arrogant to put some guards here, thinking that no one would ever dare to step on their planet. Let's not stress over it too much and chill. The one who took the contracts is already gone, who knows where, and I don't give a damn. I am not gonna waste my energy hunting down some unknown person just for some useless contracts. Sino stretched his neck and began ascending the stairs to head to the third floor to rest. The old demon stared at his back and let out a sigh before he decided to contact a few powerful demons to discuss the matter of the contracts. The demons would then secretly search for the person who stole the contracts. After all, if the countless enslaved individuals bound by the contracts crafted by the Shadow Generals and other powerful figures were to discover this, it would be a calamity. Those individuals would go all out to locate the thief who took the contracts before the demon race, aiming to break free from the darkness that compelled them to obey the contract owner's command. At the same time, in another place surrounded by lush green trees, reaching up towards the sky filled with dark clouds and numerous twinkling stars. The serene atmosphere on the planet was disturbed when a bright light flashed in the dark sky, and Nine's body appeared in the light that scattered into particles. He immediately lost his balance midair because his body had just traveled such a vast distance at a speed even greater than light, making his head spin violently. Nine shook his head to clear his vision as his body edged closer to the trees, but just before he could crash, he managed to regain his balance mid-air. Nine's eyes were still a bit hazy as he gripped his chest and glanced around to figure out where on earth he was. After spotting no signs of life, he landed among the trees and settled on the uneven ground before leaning against a tree to calm his still thundering heart, partly due to the crystal he used to leave the demon's planet, but mostly because of the golden pairs of eyes that he saw before escaping. Who was that person? Damn, he looked so young, but I felt a chill running down my spine when he held out his fingers to grab my body. After a minute, Nine looked at one of the storage rings on his finger that held the contracts and burst into laughter. But I did it, haha, after a year and a month of struggle I finally got it. He checked the contracts to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and he actually wandered around the demon's planet for more than a whole freakin' year and stole the contacts right under their nose. Done, now the next destination is the sacred divine land. Nine's smile stiffened when he glanced around to take in his surroundings. Well, I guess it would take me some time to figure out where I am and how should I reach the sacred divine land when I don't even know its location. Haha. Nice one, he fiddled with the storage ring that held the contracts and let out a dry smile. I also have to find the contract I need among all these. I can't even destroy them as it would affect the bodies of the people who had signed them. I hope Kyle has a way to completely erase the darkness within the contracts. Chapter 497. Did I do something wrong? 6 months later, after Nine stole the contracts from the demon's planet, within a vast, freely floating horizontal land that extended far enough to encompass a massive area within the universe. The land had been enveloped in a thick layer of divine and spiritual energy from the moment it came into existence. That is why it exuded a sense of divinity and carried the scent of numerous ancient tombs filled with treasures hidden beneath its surface. Despite all this, there is a lack of mana in and around the sacred divine land. It was also renowned as the land of spirituality because it housed countless mystical spirits. These ethereal beings were small winged creatures without physical bodies, existing solely as souls. The spirits emitted a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, which is why the divine land excluded a lot of spiritual energy. However, unfortunately, only those who are close to nature or can communicate with these small winged beings can sense and harness the spiritual energy. But at this moment, a portion of the sacred divine land surface was releasing a dense miasma of dark energy that was slowly but surely eroding the divine and spiritual essence in the air. The darkness was also corrupting the many mystical spirits who were trying their best to find safety in the ancient tombs to get away from the repulsive energy. Inside the sacred land, far from the darkness, where the air was still filled with a soothing melody and the atmosphere was clean, calm, and serene. Surrounded by many lush green trees atop a boulder in the middle of a lake, a beautiful woman with long dark blue hair cascading down her back was sitting on her heels. The white robe enveloping her figure was cinched at the waist with a lovely sash intricately embroidered with flowers. She extended her hands with a radiant smile as she glanced at the small winged creature wholly made of light, hovering just a short distance away from her above the calm surface of the lake. "Come here," then she opened her mouth and said in a sweet voice that echoed in the silent space. The spirit hesitated but slowly flapped its wings to edge closer to the beautiful woman with sea-blue eyes. In the meantime, a bit farther from the lake, nestled among the trees, behind a few large boulders that seemed out of place, almost as if they were deliberately positioned there to conceal the group of individuals secretly observing the woman who was trying her best to rope a mystical spirit. A white-haired old man seated among the group placed his finger on his lips to hush the excited individuals around him with a solemn expression. "Shhh. The spirit will run away if there's even a little noise, so be quiet." Almost everyone obediently nodded their heads at Susan and silently moved further back away from the boulders. They all hoped for Mia to be successful. In that way, she would finally become the first person in their group who would be able to converse with a spirit. This would benefit all of them as well because with a mystical spirit by their side, they would easily be able to locate another ancient tomb filled with treasures hidden beneath the sacred land. Carcel tousled his golden hair and offered a subtle smile as he looked at the blue-haired woman in the distance who was trying her best to connect with the spirit. "She's doing great." He turned to the dark-haired dwarf next to him and posed a question that lingered in everyone's mind. Will she be able to sense spiritual energy once she befriends the spirit? Jan chuckled softly when he noticed the many pairs of eyes gazing at him with curiosity. It had been over a year and a half since they all arrived in the sacred divine land. He and Susan followed the kids, Susan because the old man wanted to find Kyle, and he because, unlike the other guardians of the Tower of Opportunity who had chosen to pursue their own paths by remaining on the blue planet or leaving to enhance their strength elsewhere, he had nothing planned for his future. However, the dwarf did desire to achieve the transcendent rank one day. That's why the sacred divine land was also the ideal place for him, just like it was for the youngsters. Well, befriending spirits to gain an advantage in locating the ancient tombs is quite different from sensing spiritual energy. So, I'm certain it would depend on Mia's ability to comprehend. After all, except Regius and Alec, none of you can sense spiritual energy yet, not even me. Carcel nodded and glanced at the blue-haired man seated behind him before looking at the green-haired man. He clicked his tongue when he noticed a smug expression on Regius's face. Sinan held onto his wings tightly and released a dejected sigh. His wings and horns had started to turn completely silver the more his strength increased, adorned with golden patterns that now stretched across their entire surface. "I wonder, when will I be able to sense spiritual energy? I thought demi-humans are closer to nature compared to others, but it seems nature doesn't favor me as I am not handsome enough." He hissed when Regius smacked his head and hushed him to stay quiet because the spirit was just an inch away from Mia's hands. Sinan glared at the green-haired elven man and closed his mouth. Lara chuckled softly at their actions. She was wearing a robe similar to Mia's, but her orange hair was tied in a high ponytail with a few strands cascading to frame her face. All of a sudden, the whole group cried out when a loud, elderly voice echoed behind them, and the spirit's form scattered into numerous particles that floated in the air within Mia's grasp. "What are you all doing?" Susan and Jan whipped their heads around with deadly serious expressions to gaze at the floating old dwarf, who had disappeared who knows where a week ago, only to disrupt such an important moment. Ziran scratched his chin in confusion when he noticed everyone glaring at him. Whom did I do something wrong? Chapter 498. I want all of you to reach divine rank. Alex sighed along with everyone else and gestured back towards the lake with a dejected expression. Master, Mia almost got the spirit, but your sudden voice frightened it away. Ziran blinked and let out an apologetic "oh" as he glanced at the group of youngsters. Besides Susan and Jan, all the young ones present here were his students. The old dwarf had only tagged along with the youngsters out of boredom because he had nothing else to do on the blue planet. Also, he believed that stealing from a place abundant with treasures was a far more enticing prospect than stealing from a small planet he had already thoroughly explored every nook and cranny of. That's why he could never have imagined that so many talented youngsters would end up becoming his disciples, especially since he didn't have much to offer in terms of teaching. Initially, the youngsters asked him to become their master because they lacked knowledge about the sacred divine land and required a strong individual to protect them in this dangerous place. However, the old dwarf was delighted to have so many talented individuals as his students, so he intentionally brought back numerous treasures for them whenever he went off alone for a few weeks. This is why they still referred him as their master. Susan rubbed his forehead and rose to his feet as he saw Mia coming toward them. We were so close, just one more second, and we would have gotten a mystical spirit who could have become our personal guide to locate treasure-filled ancient tombs. Jan patted his shoulder. It's all right, I'm sure we will be able to find another spirit soon because it seems they like Mia's presence. It's already the third time she encountered a spirit. Susan and all the people around Jan nodded in agreement. They were confident that another spirit would soon appear before Mia. In that moment, Ziran saw that the atmosphere was calming down, so he cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention towards himself. I found an underground tunnel close by and saw a massive ancient gate within. That's why I returned, as I'm certain it leads to an ancient tomb where you all can discover valuable treasures. Instantly, everyone's faces lit up. But Ziran wasn't finished speaking yet, so he waved his hand to calm them down and continued. Also, I want all of you to achieve divine rank as soon as possible. He paused for a second to think. Right within 2.5 years, I can sense Alec and Carcel are on the verge of a breakthrough, and they will reach the true divine rank in a month, especially if they consume a divine treasure. However, the rest of you are still quite far from the divine rank. It's important, so I want all of you to reach the divine rank and, if possible, try to increase your strength even beyond the divine rank. A confused expression appeared on everyone's faces as they stared at Ziran. Sinan flapped his wings and closed them behind his back before glancing at the old dwarf across from him. Why, we are in the sacred land, and we will eventually reach the divine rank with the amount of treasure we are finding and due to the abundant divine energy in the air. So why in 2.5 years? Also, even after spending so much time in this land, we still haven't found a single clue about Kyle, Bia, and Jayan. Sinan's voice quivered slightly, and a somber atmosphere enveloped everyone upon hearing the names of the people they had been searching for. Did the trio even make it to this land after being pulled into the ethereal tunnel? If so, why haven't we even caught a glimpse of them? Knowing Jayan's nature, he would have already started making a name for himself here. And as for Kyle, we are all aware that even if he remained hidden and kept a low profile, his flames and his ability to uncover and amass treasures with his luck stat alone would have already made him famous in this land. Sinan let out a wry smile. Let's not forget Bia, being a divine phoenix, how could she have remained hidden for so long? Did she never use her true form after coming to this land? Carcel grabbed his shoulder. Don't worry, they are not weak. Besides, the sacred divine land is vast. Perhaps we overlooked them. I believe wherever they are like us, they are getting stronger. Sinan shook his head. How can I not worry? I know you all are concerned too. 9, Ellie, and Yue are also missing, yet we have no idea where to search for them. We can only hope they are alive and safe. The tension in the air grew heavier with each passing second after Sinan fell silent. They all shared Sinan's concern about Kyle and the others, but as Sinan mentioned, they had no clue where to begin searching for them. Moreover, even after reaching the sacred divine land, they had not heard a single rumor about them. Doesn't that suggest Kyle, 9, and the others might not be here? They could be out there, somewhere in the vast universe, facing unknown dangers. Ziran let out a sigh as he gazed at the people in front of him, all wearing solemn expressions. His heart ached every time he saw the youngsters getting dejected. That is also one of the reasons I want all of you to achieve the divine rank within 2.5 years. At least hear me out before getting emotional. He raised his hand and flicked Sinan's forehead with a low grumble. After the old dwarf stopped speaking, everyone stared at him to understand what he meant. All of a sudden, Ziran's ears twitched when he heard a noise in the distance. I can hear many footsteps. A few people are approaching this place. Let's go to another area to talk. This land is unsafe, especially because of the treasure it holds. It's best for us to avoid any conflicts because if we engage in any kind of fight, many others might join just for the sake of fun. Chapter 499. All of us are going to train like crazy. Ziron began floating and everyone immediately followed him and together they all left the area. After a while they arrived at the base of a mountain. Instantly they extended their senses to survey the surroundings. Only after confirming no one was nearby did they settle on the ground to ignite a fire. The bright day was gradually darkening, even though there was no sun in the sacred divine land. If there was light in the sky, it meant it was day, and if dark clouds gathered, it meant it was night. After everyone settled down, all eyes shifted to the old dwarf, as if urging him to continue his unfinished words. Ziron motioned for them to gather around him with a serious expression. The fire grew brighter as he exhaled and looked at the people seated across from him. I want all of you to join the gladiator arena. Its gates will open in 2.5 years, and anyone below the supreme rank can participate, regardless of their age. He then turned to Jan and Susan. You too as well. Susan is already at the divine rank, and Jan achieved divine rank just a month ago. I want both of you to join in. I can also participate since I haven't surpassed the transcendent rank yet, but well, I am too old and my bones start to ache if I move too much. So, I will keep an eye on all of you from the audience seats as a guardian who will always be there to protect you if something goes wrong in the gladiator arena. Right away, confusion flickered in everyone's eyes because it was the first time they heard about the gladiator arena. They all had numerous questions in their heads after hearing the old dwarf's words, but before any of them could voice their questions, Ziron himself began to explain about the gladiator arena. He went into the specifics of the powerful ancient tomb named the Lost Treasure Tomb, which could only be accessed once every 100 years, with its entrance situated in the sacred divine land. But because the number of people who could enter the tomb at a time was limited, the gladiator arena was set up to provide every individual a fair chance to compete for an opportunity to enter the tomb. After Ziron finished explaining, he paused for a few minutes so everyone opposite him could digest the information. Surprisingly, he had no prior knowledge of the gladiator arena, despite being familiar with the sacred divine land. Perhaps his memory had faded over time. He only heard the details about the gladiator arena a few days ago when he overheard some elves discussing it and their plans to participate. He was immediately interested, and after noticing that the elves were weaker than him, he made them sit in front of him and politely asked them to tell him everything about the gladiator arena. Of course, after he obtained all the necessary knowledge about the gladiator arena and discreetly removed their storage rings, he allowed the elves to leave. Ziron tossed a storage ring towards Susan and told the old man that later he should share the treasures with the youngsters. Then he ended his words with a few more sentences that immediately made everyone's eyes light up. All across the universe, everyone who wants to become stronger will surely come and participate in the gladiator arena so they can secure a place and gain entry into the lost treasure tomb. I'm sure that if the silver-haired lad you all are searching for is on the sacred divine land, he will definitely participate, after all. Entering the lost treasure tomb means he will get a chance to reach the transcendent or maybe even the supreme rank if he encounters an otherworldly opportunity inside the tomb. Ziron took a brief pause and observed everyone's expressions. From their bright eyes alone, he could sense all of them were ready to participate in the gladiator arena, right this instant, simply because there was a chance Kyle would also join the arena. Nevertheless, even if Kyle and the others are not here on this land, I am confident that wherever they may be, they would hear about the gladiator arena because currently, nearly everyone in the universe is getting ready to send their people to join the battles that will begin soon. There was a moment of silence before a heated discussion erupted as Alec, Sinan, and Regius bombarded Ziron with many questions about the gladiator arena and the lost treasure tomb. Carcel, Lara, and Mia also had some questions, but unlike the enthusiastic trio, they stayed mostly quiet and simply listened to what else Ziron shared. As the youngsters got busy with the old dwarf, Jan and Susan exchanged glances before Jan sighed and placed his arm on Susan's shoulder. Old man, it looks like it's time for us to show our strength to the world. I want to reach the transcendent rank, so I will give it my all to secure a spot. Haha, maybe it's possible my opponent would be Kyle. Susan clicked his tongue at his joke and slapped his arm away. I might be old, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. Besides, I really want to see that kid again. So count me in. In the end, if I find myself overwhelmed in a battle, I know when to admit defeat. Then suddenly the two gazed at Ziron. The duo couldn't believe that the oldie, who was the strongest among them all, was backing away and planning to watch everything from the audience. A sudden realization struck them and the duo locked eyes. They were aware that Xeron had a tendency to steal, but now that he would be seated among thousands of people in the audience, they were unsure whether to be concerned about those sitting around Xeron. After all, those individuals are definitely going to lose their precious belongings if they don't have a mind space. After some time, Alec lifted his sword towards the sky. He didn't hide the back of his hand anymore because he had learned to conceal the dark petal within his body. He raised his voice as everyone else around him also raised their fists toward the sky. Our next stop is the Gladiator Arena. We are not just going there to search for Kyle and Jian but also for Nine and Yue. So all of you prepare yourselves because for the next 2.5 years, all of us are going to train like crazy. Xeron grinned at their enthusiasm. Good, very good, I will watch and make sure all of you train like crazy. Haha. If before hearing Alec's exclamation everyone was feeling excited, now after hearing Xeron's words, they all lowered their fists and let out dry laughs, thinking the old dwarf was joking. However, Xeron's pleasant expression told them that their next 2.5 years are going to be filled with nothing but training.